My family broke into my multi-million-dollar lake house. So, I called the police, and let my firm's ruthless corporate legal team obliterate their entire lives. Original post. I am Ethan, 35 years old. For the last 6 years, I have worked grueling 70-hour weeks, sacrificing my youth, my social life, and my sanity, pouring every single ounce of my corporate salary into a deeply personal dream. All of it was stolen in a single afternoon by my own brother. While I was sitting in my downtown office finalizing a massive commercial real estate deal, my parents and my older brother were popping expensive champagne in the living room of my secret lake house. My brother actually stood on my brand new, custom-finished hardwood floors, raised a crystal glass to our extended relatives, and said with a completely straight face, "We deserve this upgrade. After years of struggling while others had it easy, it is our time." They laughed, they cheered. They claimed my property as their own. But there was one massive, life-ruining detail they did not know. That house was not just a vacation home. It was the centerpiece of a 50-acre corporate development project, and they were trespassing on multi-million-dollar commercial territory. And now, they are facing a lawsuit they can never, ever win. Let us go back to the exact moment the security alert buzzed in my pocket and changed my life forever. It was a Tuesday afternoon in early October. The kind of crisp, brilliant day where the autumn sunlight hits the glass of the high-rises just right, making the whole city look like it is coated in gold. I was sitting at my mahogany desk on the 38th floor of my firm's headquarters in the financial district. The air conditioning was humming quietly in the background. I had just received a major promotion to project director the week prior, a title that came with a heavy equity stake and a workload that would break most people. I was in the middle of reviewing a quarterly financial report tracking the zoning permits for our latest acquisition when my phone vibrated violently against the polished wood of my desk. I ignored it at first. I am a man who lives and dies by his schedule, and my focus was entirely on the numbers in front of me. But then it buzzed again and again. 3 rapid, aggressive vibrations that signaled a high-priority alert. I glanced down, expecting an emergency email from my lawyer regarding an upcoming contract negotiation or a frantic message from a junior analyst. Instead, the screen displayed a notification from the state-of-the-art security system I had personally installed exactly 48 hours prior at the Oak Ridge Valley property. Motion detected in the primary living sector. Multiple heat signatures identified. My brow furrowed into a deep knot of confusion. The contractors had completely finished their work. The professional cleaning crew had left yesterday afternoon, handing the master keys directly to me. I had personally locked the reinforced doors and armed the perimeter. Nobody had the access codes to that gate except me. I picked up the phone, my thumb hovering over the screen for a fraction of a second before tapping the notification. The video feed buffered a spinning white circle on a black background before the high-definition, full-color feed flooded my screen. My blood turned to absolute ice. The air in my lungs simply vanished. Balloons. Large, obnoxious metallic gold balloons reading "Welcome Home" were bobbing gently against the vaulted cedar ceiling I had spent months agonizing over with my architectural team. Below those balloons, a crowd of people milled about my sanctuary. I zoomed in, my fingers shaking just slightly against the cold glass of the screen. I recognized the back of a head. I recognized a jacket. And then he turned around. It was Connor, my older brother Connor. He was wearing a crisp, unnecessarily expensive polo shirt, holding a crystal champagne flute. My crystal. From the sealed boxes I had not even unpacked yet. Beside him stood his wife, Mia. She was leaning against my custom marble kitchen island, a smug, satisfied smile plastered across her face as she sliced into a massive sheet cake. The cake literally had the words "The Bennett Family Estate" written on it in thick chocolate frosting. The audio feed kicked in a second later. The sound of my family's laughter, loud and completely unbothered, echoed off the walls of the home I had built specifically to escape their toxic shadow. I sat paralyzed in my ergonomic office chair, watching the surreal nightmare unfold in real time. My mother, Helen, walked into the frame. She patted Connor on the back, her face glowing with a profound pride she had never, not once in my entire 35 years of existence, directed at me. My father, Robert, was holding a digital camera, taking pictures of the stone fireplace as if he were a proud patriarch documenting his legacy. "To our perfect new home," Connor announced, his voice booming through the tiny speaker of my phone with sickening clarity. "It is about time our luck turned around. No more cramped apartments, no more struggling. This is our fresh start." I gripped the edge of my desk so hard the wood groaned in protest. My knuckles turned completely white, the tendons in my hands aching from the pressure. Luck? He actually called it luck. He did not see the 6 years of grueling overtime. He did not see the canceled dates, the sleepless nights, the holidays I spent eating stale takeout alone at my desk to secure my corporate standing. He did not see the relentless discipline required to amass the capital for this exact property. He saw a beautiful, expensive house, and his immediate, unfiltered instinct was to simply decide it belonged to him. I did not scream. I did not throw my phone against the wall. When you work in high-stakes commercial real estate, when you navigate rooms full of cutthroat investors and aggressive legal teams, you learn very quickly that emotion is your biggest liability. Anger makes you sloppy. You do not get mad. You get leverage. You secure your assets. I closed the security app, letting it run in the background to record every single second of their intrusion. I opened the heavy bottom drawer of my desk and pulled out the thick manila folder I had brought from the bank that morning. It contained the original deed, the certified wire transfer receipts, the property tax documents, and the commercial zoning maps. My name was the only one on every single page. I shoved the folder into my leather briefcase, snapped the brass locks shut, and stood up. I straightened my tie. I walked out of my private office. My assistant looked up from her monitors as I marched past her desk. "Cancel my afternoon meetings," I said, my voice completely devoid of inflection. "Reschedule the zoning board call for tomorrow morning. I have a severe pest control issue at a private property that requires my immediate physical presence." The elevator ride down to the parking garage felt like an eternity suspended in time. Every ding of the passing floors echoed like the ticking of a bomb waiting to detonate in my chest. I reached my designated parking spot, threw the briefcase into the passenger seat of my car, and gripped the steering wheel. I was about to put the car in drive when a memory hit me. A memory so vivid and painful it knocked the breath entirely from my lungs. A brutal reminder of exactly why I could not and would not show these people a single ounce of mercy today. Growing up in our household, the dynamic was established early and enforced brutally. Connor was the golden child, the radiant sun, and the rest of us were just insignificant planets forced to orbit his perceived brilliance. If Connor managed to get a B on a high school history test, my parents threw a celebratory dinner. If I brought home a flawless report card with straight A's, I was quietly told to put it away and not to brag because it might make my brother feel inadequate about his own struggles. I learned very early on that my assigned role in the family was to be invisible, silent, and compliant right up until the exact moment Connor needed something fixed, paid for, or covered up. The most defining moment of my life, the trauma that forged the impenetrable armor I wear today, happened when I was 21 years old. I had been working 3 different jobs since I was 16 years old to build my college fund. I flipped burgers in a greasy kitchen until midnight, mowed lawns in the sweltering summer heat, and did basic bookkeeping for local small businesses on the weekends. I saved every single penny, denying myself basic teenage experiences. I had over $35,000 sitting in a joint savings account at the local credit union, an account my mother was still technically a signer on from when I had opened it as a minor. Connor, meanwhile, had predictably dropped out of his second attempt at college to start a custom apparel business. He convinced my parents it was the next massive industry disruptor. He maxed out both of their credit cards, leased a commercial warehouse he absolutely could not afford, and within 8 miserable months, he was facing total bankruptcy and a massive lawsuit from unpaid suppliers. I will never forget walking into the bank branch on a rainy Tuesday to withdraw my tuition money for my junior year of university. The teller looked at her computer screen, frowned, and then looked at me with a deep horrific pity in her eyes. She softly informed me that the account balance was zero. My mother had walked into the branch 2 days prior and legally drained the entire $35,000. I drove home in a state of blinding, suffocating panic. When I kicked the front door open and confronted them in the kitchen, my mother did not even have the decency to look guilty. She was calmly stirring a pot of chicken soup on the stove. Without breaking eye contact, she told me that family helps family. She stated that Connor was in desperate, life-ruining trouble, and since I was the smart one, I could easily figure out how to get student loans to cover my education. My father chimed in from the dining table, his voice dripping with condescension, telling me that I was being incredibly selfish for caring about a college fund when my brother's entire future and freedom were on the line. They treated my life savings like it was their emergency fund. I packed my bags and moved out that exact night. I took out crushing high-interest student loans to finish my degree. I survived on cheap ramen noodles, tap water, and pure unadulterated spite. Years later, when I bought a vintage car as a tangible symbol of my survival, my parents demanded I sell it to fund Connor's mortgage. When I refused, they called me a disgrace. I vowed then to build a fortress so high they could never reach me. And I did. I bought the Oak Ridge Valley property in absolute secrecy. I gripped the steering wheel as I turned off the main highway. As I pulled up to the property line of my estate, the fragile peace evaporated into the cold autumn air. There were 6 different cars parked haphazardly across my pristine, freshly seeded front lawn. Deep, muddy tire tracks violently gouged the soft earth I had just paid a premium landscaping crew thousands of dollars to perfect. Connor's oversized, lifted truck was parked aggressively right by the front door, crushing a bed of newly planted hydrangeas. I did not pull into the driveway. I parked my car horizontally across the main gate entrance, effectively barricading them all inside the property. I reached into the glove compartment, pulled out my phone, and dialed the local precinct. "Dispatch, this is Ethan Bennett," I said, my voice dangerously calm. I am the legal owner of the property located at 42 Oak Ridge Valley. I have a break-in in progress. There are multiple hostile trespassers currently occupying my residence. I need sworn officers here immediately. I hung up the phone, grabbed my heavy leather briefcase and stepped out of the car. The familiar, comforting scent of the lake water hit my nose, but it was immediately ruined by the smell of a cheap barbecue grill being fired up on my custom cedar deck. They were cooking meat on my deck. I stood perfectly still at the edge of the driveway, the cold wind whipping at my trench coat, waiting until I saw the flashing blue and red lights of the police cruisers turning down the narrow lane. 2 patrol cars pulled up rapidly, their tires crunching loudly against the gravel. A veteran officer whom I had spoken to a week prior stepped out. I handed him the heavy manila folder containing my state identification and the finalized closing documents. They bypassed my security. They broke in, I stated firmly. The officer checked the dates, verified the signatures, and nodded. Understood. Let's clear them out. I walked up the front steps of my own home, the gravel crunching aggressively under my expensive dress shoes. I bypassed the smart lock by punching my master passcode into the keypad, pushed the heavy oak door wide open, and stepped directly into the grand foyer. The wall of noise hit me instantly. Shouting, obnoxious laughter, and loud pop music blaring from a portable speaker. Connor was standing right by the grand staircase. When he noticed me, his confident smile faltered for a fraction of a second before he replaced his shock with a mask of forced arrogant joviality. Ethan, you finally made it. Connor shouted over the blaring music. Mom said she couldn't get a hold of you. Welcome to the new family compound. Come on in. He took a step forward, intending to pull me into a fake brotherly hug. I simply stepped back, creating a path, and allowed the police officers to walk past me into the bright light of the foyer. The music was suddenly cut off. The silence that fell over the massive room was deafening. 30 pairs of terrified eyes turned away from the champagne and the cake, staring in utter shock at the uniforms. Evening, folks, the officer said loudly. Who exactly claims ownership of this residence? Connor immediately puffed out his chest. I do, officer. Well, technically, it is the family home. We just bought it. He lied to a police officer with the terrifying smoothness of a lifelong con artist. The officer looked at Connor with pure disgust. Sir, I have the verified legal owner of this property standing right beside me holding the deed. And he states that you are trespassing. Connor let out a loud, obnoxious laugh. Ethan own this place? You've got to be kidding. My little brother is an office drone. My parents bought this house for me and my wife. My mother pushed her way to the front. Ethan, what on earth do you think you are doing, calling the police on your own brother during a family gathering? Stop this embarrassing nonsense right now. I slowly opened the manila folder. I looked dead into Connor's eyes. This is a legally binding property deed, I said, my voice cold and sharp, paid for entirely by wire transfer from my personal corporate accounts. You have no lease agreement. You have no keys. You forced the side window lock to gain unauthorized entry. In the eyes of the law, that is a felony. Mia, Connor's wife, marched up, her face burning red with rage. You selfish prick, you have all this hidden money and you kept it from us while we struggle? Family shares. Your parents explicitly said this is a family asset now. We need the space for the kids. My parents do not own my bank accounts anymore, Mia, I replied, my voice dropping to a freezing whisper. Not since they stole my college fund when I was 21 years old. There is no inheritance for you here. The officer stepped aggressively between us. Mr. Bennett has provided unquestionable proof of legal ownership. Every single one of you has exactly 10 minutes to gather your personal belongings and vacate these premises, or you will be placed in handcuffs. Absolute chaos erupted. Relatives started murmuring in panic, frantically grabbing their coats. My father turned a deep shade of purple, pointing a shaking finger at me. You are kicking your own flesh and blood out onto the street over a pile of bricks. You are dead to me, Ethan. We will sue you for everything. You died to me a very long time ago, Robert, I shot back, intentionally dropping the title of Dad. As the crowd humiliatingly shuffled toward the front door, Connor passed by me, bumping my shoulder. I'll hire a lawyer tomorrow. I'll sue you for half the value of this place. It's family property under verbal agreement. I whispered back, try it. But as the room cleared, I caught movement near the kitchen. My younger cousin, Zoe, was frantically trying to slip out through the back patio door. I had let Zoe live rent-free on my couch in the city for 2 months last year when she was facing eviction. I stepped quickly into her path. Going somewhere in a hurry, Zoe? She looked down, her face burning with guilt. Ethan, I'm so sorry, I swear I just came for the free food. How did Connor know the exact address? I demanded. My title company is bound by a strict NDA. She started to cry desperate tears. He paid me, Ethan. He gave me $1,500 in cash. When I stayed at your apartment, I saw the emails with the luxury realtor on your laptop. I'm so sorry, I really needed the money for rent. She sold my sanctuary to the wolves for a miserable $1,500. Get out of my house, I said, my voice lethal. If you ever come within 50 feet of me again, I will have my firm's legal team charge you with wire fraud and corporate espionage for accessing my private devices. She ran out the door, sobbing. I locked the heavy front door behind the last of them. There were cake crumbs mashed into my expensive marble counter and muddy footprints tracked all across my floors. They truly believed they had the divine right to take everything I had built simply because we shared the same toxic blood. Update 1. The next morning, the storm made landfall with devastating force. I woke up on a cheap air mattress in the center of the master bedroom. My phone screen lit up with 74 unread text messages and dozens of alerts. My Aunt Beatrice, the supposed family peacekeeper, had started a massive group chat bombardment. How could you humiliate your brother? You need to apologize and let them move in. My father left a venomous voicemail demanding I hand over the keys or face a lawsuit for a shared family asset. Then I opened Facebook. Mia had posted a massive, tear-stained essay complete with a highly manipulated picture of her kids looking destitute. She called me a monster, a greedy corporate sellout who abandoned his family. I meticulously took high-resolution screenshots of every post, comment, and legal threat. I compiled them into an encrypted digital file. At 9 a.m., I drove straight to the top floor of my corporate headquarters. I walked into the secure glass-walled conference room where Julian, the lead corporate attorney for our firm, was waiting. I saw the Facebook post. Julian said, "Your brother is an absolute idiot." "I don't care about Facebook drama, Julian," I said, connecting my laptop to the screen. "I care about the physical perimeter of the property." The heavy mahogany door opened, and Vance, the CEO of our firm, walked in. Vance was a terrifying, brilliant man who had built his real estate empire from nothing and had zero tolerance for parasites. "Ethan," Vance said, taking his seat. "I hear you had a severe pest control problem at the Oak Ridge Valley site yesterday." "I did, sir. My family broke into the primary residence. They are officially claiming a right to the property and threatening a lawsuit for ownership." Vance chuckled, a dry, cold sound. "Fascinating. Tell me, Ethan, do they know that the house they are fighting over merely sits on Lot 1 of a 50-acre commercial development owned entirely by this corporation? Do they know that you are the lead project director and hold a 20% equity stake in the entire surrounding valley?" "No," I smiled, feeling the heavy armor of my reality lock into place. "They think I am just a selfish brother who bought a nice vacation home with his salary." My father literally threatened to bring a local family lawyer to claim an oral agreement. Julian laughed out loud. "A local family lawyer? Going up against our corporate litigation team? We will bury them in so much legal paperwork they will go bankrupt, just paying the retainer fees to read it." "We secure the perimeter immediately," Vance ordered. "Julian, authorize the corporate security team. I want 24/7 armed patrols at the main gate. If your family steps one single foot on that soil again, they are actively interfering with a multi-million-dollar corporate asset. We will hit them with commercial damages that will ruin them for generations." I drove back to the lake house. The corporate security team had already set up massive unmarked black SUVs near the reinforced steel gate. As I pulled up, I saw my parents' beat-up sedan idling dangerously on the shoulder. My father was angrily pacing, screaming at the stoic security guards. When he saw me, he slammed his hand against my window. "What the hell is this, Ethan? Armed thugs? Give me the gate code right now. We are not leaving until Connor has a set of keys." I rolled the window down exactly 2 inches. "You are attempting to trespass on a private, highly secured corporate zone." "Corporate zone?" My father sneered. "Stop playing games. Connor needs this place to raise his kids. You are single. You owe us for raising you. I've already spoken to a lawyer. You owe. Verbal agreements are legally binding. Tell your cheap lawyer to bring a very big briefcase," I said softly, "because he is going to need it to carry the countersuit." I rolled the window up seamlessly, and the heavy steel gate closed behind me. I thought the overwhelming security presence would be the definitive end of the nightmare. But toxic family dynamics do not operate on logic. Exactly 4 days later, the perimeter alarm chimed. I switched my primary monitor to the high-definition front gate feed. What I saw made my jaw clench tight enough to grind my teeth. It was a coordinated caravan of sheer audacity. Connor's lifted truck was parked aggressively right up against my corporate gates. Behind it was my parents' sedan. Behind that was a flashy, tacky cherry red convertible. And parked horizontally behind that convertible, blocking the entire public access lane, was a massive rented commercial moving van. A fully loaded moving van. They piled out of their vehicles looking frighteningly confident. But the most concerning detail was the unknown woman stepping out of the cherry red convertible. She was dressed in an aggressively bright yellow pantsuit, holding a bulky briefcase. She had the distinct swagger of a strip mall lawyer who spends her career bullying unrepresented people in small claims court. She was barking orders at my parents. My desk phone rang. Mr. Bennett, the head of security said, his voice laced with heavy professional annoyance. Your family has returned in force. They brought an unidentified female claiming to be their retained legal counsel. She is waving unfiled papers and demanding we open the gates under threat of a lawsuit. Furthermore, they brought a moving van to establish physical occupancy. They were actually trying to establish squatters' rights. They thought if they got their cheap furniture onto the grass, the law would magically protect them. Do not open the gate, I am coming down there, I ordered. By the time I reached the towering steel gates, it was a full-blown circus. Connor was unloading heavy canvas camping tents onto the grass. Mia was screaming at a security guard. When they saw me, a cheer of vindictive triumph went up among them. My father gripped the steel bars. It is over, Ethan. We brought actual legal representation today. Open this gate right now, or we will take everything you own in court. I bypassed my screaming family and looked directly at the woman in the yellow pantsuit. And who exactly are you supposed to be? I asked. Yes. She stepped forward confidently, sliding a flimsy business card through the gaps. I am Roxanne Thorne, attorney at law. I officially represent Robert, Helen, and Connor Bennett. My clients have formally retained me to enforce their absolute legal right to this residential property, which was purchased using funds heavily subsidized by their years of providing for your education. Verbal agreements are completely actionable. We are officially filing a lawsuit for 50% ownership, plus punitive damages for emotional distress. Emotional distress? I repeated slowly. You mean the emotional distress of not being able to steal my hard-earned salary to fund another failed business? Connor violently shoved his way to the front. You owe us your life, Ethan. Mom and Dad completely drained their life savings for my business. If you don't let me move in today, Roxanne is going to tie this place up in probate court for the next 10 agonizing years. My mother dabbed her perfectly dry eyes with a tissue. Just give your brother the guest house and the garage, Ethan. We don't want to fight you in a dirty courtroom. We just want what is fundamentally fair. I looked at all of them. They had relied on weaponized guilt for so many decades that they genuinely believed it functioned as a legally binding contract. Miss Thorne? I said slowly, entirely ignoring my family. Before you drove out here today, did you actually pull the commercial zoning records and the corporate ownership structure for this specific GPS coordinate? Or did you just lazily look up the simple residential deed I filed 3 days ago? Roxanne frowned, her arrogant smile slipping. I pulled the residential deed, obviously. Which makes it a personal asset directly subject to our family lawsuit. I see, I replied calmly. Then you are a very terrible, negligent lawyer, and you are about to lose your license to practice law. Before she could object, a low, incredibly heavy rumbling sound echoed down the narrow road. Coming down the lane, systematically blocking the moving van and Roxanne's convertible from the rear, completely cutting off any possible route of escape, was a convoy of 4 massive, fully armored black SUVs. They moved with terrifying military-like precision. The heavy doors opened simultaneously. A dozen large men in immaculate tailored dark suits stepped out. They were the elite corporate crisis management and litigation team from my firm. And stepping out of the lead vehicle was Vance, the CEO of my company. He had arrived, and he brought the absolute, unyielding wrath of a multi-billion-dollar corporate empire with him. The arrogant shouting from my family died instantly in their throats. Roxanne visibly took a staggering step backward, her eyes darting frantically between the imposing armored SUVs and Vance's cold, predatory gaze. She suddenly realized with horrifying clarity that she was swimming with actual leviathans. Vance walked smoothly past the rented moving van. 2 of our top corporate litigators walked precisely 1 step behind him. I gave a subtle nod to the security guard. The heavy steel gate slowly hummed open. I stepped out onto the public road and stood shoulder to shoulder with Vance. We formed an unbreakable wall of corporate dominance. Ethan, Vance said, his voice dripping with absolute authority, I see the local pest problem has inexplicably multiplied. It appears so, sir, I replied smoothly. My father desperately tried to muster his bravado. He pointed a shaking finger at Vance. Who the hell do you think you are? Are you this boy's boss? You need to tell your arrogant employee to hand over the keys before my lawyer sues him for everything he is worth. Vance did not even look at my father. He turned his cold gaze directly onto Roxanne. You are the legal counsel representing these individuals? He asked politely, though it sounded like a loaded threat. Roxanne swallowed hard, clutching her briefcase. Yes, I represent the Bennett family in a civil dispute regarding the rightful occupation of this residential asset. Vance simply snapped his fingers once. The lead corporate litigator stepped forward, clicked open his leather briefcase, and pulled out a stack of legally bound documents as thick as a metropolitan phone book. He handed the massive stack directly into Roxanne's shaking hands. Miss Thorne, Vance said smoothly. I am Vance, CEO of Vanguard Holdings. What you are currently holding is the finalized master deed, the approved commercial zoning permits, and the highly confidential corporate equity structure for the Oak Ridge Valley Commercial Development Project. Roxanne's hands were trembling so violently that the papers rustled loudly. Her eyes widened in pure, unfiltered horror as she scanned the bold legal text. I strongly suggest you read those documents carefully before you speak another word. Vance continued, his voice dropping to a lethal quiet calm. Because you have made a catastrophic, career-ending error. This house is not a simple personal residential asset. It is the designated primary on-site management facility for a 50-acre commercial development. The entire valley surrounding this house, including the very road your clients are currently blocking, is private corporate property owned entirely and exclusively by Vanguard Holdings. Connor let out a high-pitched, nervous laugh. What is he talking about, Ethan? Stop with the fake legal mumbo-jumbo. It's just a lake house. Shut up, Connor, Roxanne hissed violently. The bright color was rapidly draining from her face, leaving her looking ghost pale and on the verge of physical collapse. Furthermore, Vance said, turning his piercing gaze to my parents who physically recoiled. Ethan Bennett is not merely an employee, he is the lead project director of this multi-million-dollar development, and he personally holds a 20% equity stake in this specific corporate subsidiary. The residential deed he filed was a mere legal formality. By attempting to lay claim to this property, by repeatedly trespassing, and by threatening to tie it up in court, you are not threatening a family member. You are actively, illegally threatening a massive corporate initiative. The silence that followed was absolute and deafening. My mother's mouth opened and closed repeatedly like a fish suffocating on dry land. For 35 agonizing years, they had treated me like a useless wallet, an invisible stepping stone meant only to facilitate Connor's supposed greatness. They truly thought I was just a guy with a decent salary. They had absolutely no idea that I was sitting on a throne of corporate equity, wielding financial and legal power they could not even begin to comprehend. Our lead corporate litigator spoke up, his voice utterly unyielding. Because your clients have repeatedly harassed a senior corporate executive, trespassed on a secure commercial site, and threatened frivolous litigation to extort corporate assets, my team has already drafted a comprehensive countersuit. If you and your clients do not withdraw from this property in exactly 60 seconds, Vanguard Holdings will sue Robert, Helen, and Connor Bennett for commercial interference, criminal trespassing, and attempted corporate extortion. We will legally seize Connor Bennett's remaining business assets. We will place a massive financial lien on Robert and Helen Bennett's primary residence. We will bankrupt them, and we will take the house they sleep in. The litigator took one aggressive step closer to Roxanne. And as for you, Miss Thorne, if you file one single solitary piece of paperwork regarding this matter in any court in this state, we will immediately report you to the State Bar Association for gross professional misconduct. We will bury your pathetic small practice in so many legal injunctions, you will be forced to sell your car just to pay the filing fees to defend yourself. Roxanne dropped her briefcase. It hit the pavement with a loud clatter. She looked at Connor, her eyes wide with unadulterated terror. I am officially dropping you as clients. She practically screamed, throwing her hands in the air. Consider our legal representation permanently terminated. Do not ever contact my office again. She spun around, sprinting to her red convertible. She started the engine with a roar, aggressively navigated around the armored SUVs, and sped away, leaving my family completely abandoned, utterly humiliated, and entirely defenseless. Connor stood completely frozen on the grass, his mouth hanging open. Mia looked like she was about to vomit. My father's false bravado had completely shattered into a million pieces, leaving behind nothing but a terrified, weak old man who finally realized he had picked a fight with a god. I stepped forward. You wanted to use the law against me, Robert? I asked, my voice echoing with years of suppressed anger. You wanted to play the legal game and steal what is mine. Welcome to the major leagues. Now, pack up your pathetic camping tents and get off my corporate property before I have the security team physically restrain you for criminal extortion. Update 2. The immediate aftermath was the most immensely satisfying display of cowardice I have ever witnessed. The very second Roxanne's car disappeared, the crushing reality crashed down upon my parents. They were staring directly down the barrel of a multi-million-dollar corporate legal team that had just explicitly threatened to take their home and their retirement. In the blink of an eye, the unbreakable family loyalty they constantly preached evaporated. Ethan, please. My mother suddenly sobbed, taking a desperate step toward me. Real tears were finally falling. We didn't know, Connor lied to us. He told us he had a legal right to be here. We would never try to steal from your company. Please don't take our house. Connor whipped his head around in horrified shock. Mom, what the hell are you doing? You literally told me to fight him for it. You said he owed me this house. Shut your mouth, Connor. My father roared, his face turning a dangerous shade of purple. But this time, his fury was aimed entirely at his precious golden child. You are a complete fool. You almost cost us our only home with your stupid, entitled schemes. We should never have bailed you out. My father quickly turned back to me, attempting a sickeningly sweet smile. Ethan, son, you have to understand. We don't understand these complex corporate structures. Let's just go inside, have coffee, and talk about how we can fix this as a family. I looked at them with freezing disgust. The moment they realized I possessed the legal capacity to completely destroy their comfortable lives, they instantly threw their beloved golden child directly under the bus. "Do not ever call me son again," I said, cutting through their pathetic apologies. "And there will be no coffee. You have exactly 30 seconds to move your vehicles, or my security team will impound them." "Ethan, you can't do this," Connor yelled, panic bleeding into his voice. "Mia is already threatening a divorce over the debt we took on for that lawyer. If you sue me, I'll lose custody of the kids. I will literally have nothing left." "Then you finally have exactly what you earned in this life, Connor," I replied coldly. "Nothing." I turned my back and walked back through the heavy steel gates. The next morning, I went aggressively on the offensive. Julian and I systematically filed formal, permanent restraining orders against Robert, Helen, Connor, and Mia. We presented the high-definition security footage, the audio recordings of their extortion threats, and sworn statements from the corporate security team. The judge took one look at the evidence, shook his head in disgust, and granted the permanent restraining orders immediately. The fallout for Connor was absolutely catastrophic. Without my parents' ability to bail him out financially, his fragile finances collapsed. Within 2 agonizing months, Mia filed for a highly contentious divorce, citing his reckless behavior and the massive hidden credit card debt he had accumulated to pay Roxanne's retainer fee. She took primary custody of the kids, leaving Connor completely isolated, living in a cheap rented motel room, forced to sell his prized oversized truck just to pay his aggressive divorce lawyer. My parents tried repeatedly to send me handwritten letters begging for financial help, to cover Connor's mounting legal fees. I returned every single letter unopened, marked forcefully with a red stamp, "Return to sender." 6 months later, the Oak Ridge Valley Commercial Development Project officially broke ground. It was a massive, unprecedented success. To celebrate the milestone, I decided to host a lavish housewarming party at my lake house. I did not invite a single blood relative. Instead, my home was filled entirely with the people who had actually supported me. Julian was there, laughing loudly on my custom cedar deck. Vance made a rare personal appearance, shaking my hand warmly. It was a beautiful evening of genuine warmth and profound, uninterrupted peace. As the sun began to slowly set, painting the calm surface of the lake in brilliant shades of orange and deep purple, my personal encrypted phone buzzed softly in my pocket. I stepped away from the loud music and walked out to the quiet edge of the upper balcony. It was an unknown number, but I instantly recognized the area code from my hometown. Guided by a morbid curiosity, I answered it. "Ethan, is that you?" It was Aunt Beatrice, the supposed sweet, gentle family peacekeeper who had bombarded me with text messages calling me a monster 6 months ago. "What do you want, Beatrice?" I asked, my voice completely flat, automatically hitting the record button out of pure ingrained habit. "Ethan, please don't hang up," she pleaded, her voice trembling with theatrical distress. "I know the family is broken. Your parents won't even speak to Connor anymore. He's living in a terrible motel. But Ethan, I desperately need your help. My landlord is aggressively raising my rent next month, and I simply can't afford it. You have that massive beautiful house. Can't you find it in your heart to let your poor aging aunt stay in the guest room just for a little while until I get back on my feet?" I stood in the cool evening air and let out a slow, dark, humorless chuckle. "You want to live in the exact same house you aggressively demanded I hand over to Connor 6 months ago? I was only trying to keep the family peace," Beatrice cried defensively, pivoting instantly to play the victim. "Connor promised me. Connor said it would be better for the entire family if he had the space." "Wait," I interrupted sharply, my eyes narrowing as I stared out at the dark water. "Connor promised you what, exactly?" There was a long, terrified silence on the other end of the line. I could hear her ragged breathing. "Beatrice," I warned, my voice dropping to a lethal whisper, "tell me the absolute truth right now, or I will block this number forever." She finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. "Connor promised me that if I helped convince your parents to force you out of the house, he would let me live in the guest house rent-free for the rest of my life. I can't afford a decent nursing home, Ethan. I just wanted a nice, safe place to live. I helped him plan it so I wouldn't end up on the street." The final, sickening piece of the puzzle clicked perfectly into place. The sweet, caring, innocent Aunt Beatrice was not a peacekeeper at all. She was the hidden architect. She was the one who had intentionally manipulated Connor's endless greed, stoking the fire of his entitlement so she could secretly secure a luxurious, free retirement for herself on my dime. "You are truly incredible, Beatrice," I said, feeling absolutely zero pity for the crying woman on the phone. "You coldly orchestrated the theft of my home, the destruction of my peace, and the manipulation of my parents entirely for your own selfish retirement plan. Listen to me very carefully. You will never, ever step foot on my property. I will not pay a single cent toward your rent, and quite frankly, I will not even attend your funeral when the time comes. You reap exactly what you sow. Do not ever call this number again. I hung up the phone. I permanently blocked the number. I stood completely alone on the balcony, the cool evening breeze coming off the lake, listening to the joyful sound of laughter and clinking glasses coming from inside my home. My true family. The greatest lesson I took away from this exhausting nightmare is that you absolutely cannot heal in the exact same toxic environment that broke you in the first place. You have to be incredibly willing to walk away from toxic people, even if society constantly tells you that you owe them your life just because they are family. Your success is your own, your peace is your own. Protect it with everything you have. Top comments. User 1. The absolute whiplash of your parents throwing Connor under the bus the millisecond they realized their own house was on the line is pure cinema. They created that monster, and the moment he wasn't useful, they abandoned him. Perfection. User 2. Aunt Beatrice being the puppet master all along just to score a free retirement home in your guest house is the most unhinged plot twist I've ever read. Good on you for recording that call and cutting her off forever. Enjoy your peace. User 3. The lawyer trying to use verbal agreement against a multi-billion-dollar corporate litigation team is hilarious. She really thought she was Elle Woods until the CEO pulled out a binder the size of a phone book. Well played, OP. Dad spent $55,000 to prove I wasn't his to steal my trust. Now he wants $4,200 a month support. I showed his old affidavit. Case dismissed. You have no son. My father spent $55,000 on high-powered attorneys to legally prove I was illegitimate, allowing him to remove me from my grandfather's trust. 11 years later, he sued me for $4,200 a month in support since he was my father. My name is Lucas. I'm 36 years old and a biotech researcher based in Boston. And, until this month, I assumed the file on my childhood was closed. I assumed the ink had dried and the wounds had healed sufficiently to allow me to forget about them. I was mistaken. The past does not die. It simply waits for you to earn enough money to be worth haunting. I was sitting in my lab, waiting for a centrifuge to spin down, when security contacted my floor. A process server in the lobby asked for me by name. I assumed it was a subpoena for some patent issue or another. When you work in biotechnology, this is an unavoidable risk. Pharmaceutical corporations are constantly suing each other for intellectual property. Sometimes the researchers are brought into it as witnesses. However, when I stepped down to the lobby and opened the large manila envelope, I did not detect business letterhead. I didn't see anything about patents, research, or any of the professional complexities I'd become accustomed to dealing with. I observed the seal of the Connecticut Superior Court. My father, Charles, who publicly and legally rejected me when I was 26 years old, was filing a petition under the state's filial duty laws. He claimed indigence. He blamed a series of failed venture capital investments, failing health, and growing medical expenses. And he insisted that I, his biological son, pay for his assisted living facility and offer a monthly stipend to cover his expenditures. To grasp the utter boldness of this action, you must first understand our history. You need to grasp who Charles truly was. Charles was not a parent. He was the portfolio manager. And I was simply an underperforming asset in his portfolio. I grew up in Darien, Connecticut, in a house that felt more like a museum than a home, with me as the sole bumbling tourist. Everything was in immaculate condition. Everything was pricey. Everything was intended to impress visitors, not to make a youngster feel safe or cherished. The furniture was not intended for sitting. The artwork was the kind that you weren't supposed to touch. And my father was the type of man you didn't want to disappoint. My mother died when I was 7. Cancer. It happened so quickly that I hardly had time to process what was going on before she was gone. For a month, she read me bedtime tales and made me hot cocoa on frigid mornings. The following month, I attended her funeral dressed in a little black suit. I couldn't understand why everyone was crying and why my mother was resting in a box that was being buried. I recall the day they told me she wasn't going home from the hospital. Charles sat me down in his study, the same room where he would eventually blackmail me for my fortune, and described death to me as if it were a commercial transaction. Matter of fact, clinical, with no warmth or comfort, only information conveyed. Then we moved on. I cried for several weeks. I cried at night, but no one could hear me. I cried in the school restrooms between courses. I cried whenever I saw something that reminded me of her, which was frequently because everything reminded me of her. And Charles' reaction to my mourning was irritation. He told me to get myself together. He told me that crying would not bring her back and that I should start acting like a man, despite the fact that I was 7 years old and had just lost the only person who had ever made me feel safe. After that, it was just me and Charles, a 7-year-old boy and a man who viewed parenting as dog breeding. Charles was fascinated with legacy, bloodlines, and good stock. He talked about family in the same manner that others talk about racehorses, genetics, breeding, and potential. If I received a B on my report card, I was faulty. If I did not make varsity, I was a bad investment. If I exhibited any signs of weakness, sensitivity, or typical childhood emotion, he treated me as if I were a defective product from the factory. I learned early on to keep my sentiments hidden around him. I learned to perform competently, regardless of how I felt. I discovered that love in our household was conditional, and that the restrictions were never explicitly mentioned but were always viciously enforced. But the major schism in our relationship didn't occur until I was 26. When my grandfather died, the truth about my father became clear, much like a photograph developing in a dark room. My grandpa, on my father's side, was a steel mogul. Old money is the type of wealth that funds libraries and names hospital wings. He was a difficult man with a heavy conscience about how his fortune had accumulated, and he spent his later years attempting to make good with it. He supported organizations he believed in through philanthropy, charitable trusts, and anonymous donations. He was also the only person who provided me with genuine warmth during my childhood. When Charles was cold and aloof, my grandfather took me fishing. When Charles condemned everything I did, my grandfather told me he was proud of me. When Charles made me feel like a disappointment, grandfather made me feel like I was important. Before he died, grandfather established a generation-skipping trust. It is a legal system intended to transfer income directly to grandchildren while avoiding the middle generation. It's partly for tax reasons, as skipping a generation saves on estate taxes, but I believe grandfather did it because he understood exactly who his son was. He knew Charles would spend any money he received and leave nothing for the future. The trust was considerable, in the high seven figures, and it was specifically allocated for me. Charles was outraged when he discovered out. He had spent his entire adult life waiting for his father's death, so that he might inherit the family riches. He planned his budget around that anticipation. He had made promises to others based on money that he believed would be his. The old man then had the audacity to skip right over him and give everything to his grandson. I was 26, just out of graduate school, and still grieving the loss of the only person in my family who had ever made me feel loved. 1 week after the burial, Charles invited me to his study. The place smelled like old leather and fine furniture polish. It was dark, and the shelves were stacked with books that I doubt Charles had read. They were there for show, just like everything else in the home. When I walked in, he was seated behind his enormous desk, not looking at me, shuffling papers as if I were a last-minute appointment. "We need to talk about trust," he stated frankly. "How about it? You're not going to accept it." He said it as a statement, not a question. "You will sign a disclaimer of interest and return the monies to the general estate, to me." I remember standing there very perplexed. Why should I do that? Grandpa wanted me to have it. He set everything up just for me. Charles looked up from his desk. He stood up slowly, reminding me of how physically intimidating he could be. He was a towering man with steely eyes and a jaw that appeared to have been chiseled from rock. He moved around the desk and peered down at me with a contemptuous, calculated face. "Because if you don't," he continued calmly, "I'll erase your mother's memories." He walked back to his desk and slid a manila folder across the polished wood toward me. I opened it with shaking hands, and inside were grainy photographs of my mother with another man, embracing and kissing, taken with a long lens the year before I was born. The images were intimate and damning. "She was unfaithful, Lucas." Charles' voice was cold and clinical. "I've known for years that you aren't my biological son. You're the offspring of her tennis instructor. I raised you out of charity, out of respect for the vows I made, even though she broke hers. But I'll be damned if I let my father's money go to a stranger's blood." I felt the air leave the room. My lungs stopped working. My heart stopped beating. Everything stopped except for the ringing in my ears and the photographs in front of my eyes. "You're lying," I whispered. "Try me." Charles' lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. "If you claim that trust, I will file a lawsuit contesting paternity and drag her name through the mud in every tabloid in New England." I was young, heartbroken, and worshipped my mother's memory because she was the only parent who had ever shown me genuine love. Every person who remembers her, every friend she had, every colleague, will know what kind of woman she truly was. Is that what you want? To protect your bank account at the expense of her dignity? The thought of her being publicly shamed, even posthumously, made me physically ill, and I could taste bile in the back of my throat. I looked at this man, who had raised me with nothing but cold indifference for 19 years, and I realized something in that moment. He didn't care about me. He had never cared about me. I was a line item in his budget, an obligation he had fulfilled with minimal investment. The only thing he cared about was the ledger, the money. "Fine," I said, my voice shaking, "keep the money. I don't want it. I don't want anything from you ever again." But Charles wasn't satisfied with a handshake agreement. He wanted legal armor, documentation, and assurance that I couldn't change my mind and come back for what was rightfully mine. Charles's lawyers drafted an affidavit, a sworn statement signed under oath, declaring that he had reason to believe I was not his biological issue. The document stated that our familial bond was hereby severed for the purposes of the estate and all future legal relations. In exchange for me signing a disclaimer on the trust, he agreed not to sue the estate for fraud related to my mother's alleged infidelity. I packed a single bag, got in my car, and drove away from Darien, Connecticut, that same night. I didn't look in the rearview mirror or say goodbye, I just left. I moved to Boston with almost nothing. I had a graduate degree, a small amount of savings, and no family support. The first few months were difficult. I scrubbed toilets in office buildings at night, worked the early morning shift at a coffee shop before classes, and ate ramen, peanut butter sandwiches, and whatever was on sale at the discount grocery store. There were nights when I sat alone in my tiny apartment, a studio barely big enough for a bed and a desk, and wondered if I had made a terrible mistake. I could have fought, challenged the affidavit, taken Charles to court, exposed his lies, and possibly gotten my inheritance back. But every time I thought about it, I remembered years of litigation, depositions, discovery, expert witnesses, seeing Charles's face across a courtroom, hearing his voice, having to speak to him and about him, and constantly being reminded of everything he had taken from me. I thought about the impact it would have on my mental health, my ability to focus on my work, and my chance to create something new. So I kept moving forward, one day at a time, one shift at a time, one exam at a time. I built a career in genomics through sheer stubbornness. I was good at what I did, and I was willing to put in hours that others were not. I stayed late in the lab when everyone else went home. I read papers on weekends. I published research that was noticed by people who mattered, and my life gradually began to take shape. It wasn't easy. There were setbacks, disappointments, and times when I wanted to give up, but I didn't have that option. I had burned my bridges with Charles, and there was no safety net waiting to catch me if I fell. Success was the only way forward, so I walked it. I met my wife, Hannah, at a conference 4 years after I left Connecticut. She was brilliant and funny, and she laughed at my terrible jokes. Our first date was coffee, which turned into dinner, which turned into talking until 3 a.m. She didn't come from a wealthy family, and she didn't care about pedigrees, bloodlines, or any of the things Charles had spent his life obsessing over. She only cared about who I was as a person. We married 3 years later in a small ceremony attended by coworkers. I didn't invite my grandfather's old friends, who had known me as a child, because that chapter was closed. I was building something new, a life that was rich in ways Charles couldn't understand. But doubts are like weeds. They grow in the darkness. About 14 months after I left Connecticut, I purchased a commercial DNA testing kit, not for the ancestry results or the health information, but because I needed to know if Charles had been telling the truth about my mother or if he had simply created the most devastating lie he could think of to trick me into giving up my inheritance. I spat in the tube, mailed it, and waited. When the results came back 4 weeks later, I sat alone in my tiny Boston apartment and opened the email with shaking hands. The DNA matched me with the first cousin on Charles' side of the family. The genetic markers were undeniable, and the science was clear. Charles was my biological father. He had lied about my mother's faithfulness, about my conception, to the lawyers, and to me. He had fabricated an elaborate deception and used my love for my deceased mother as a weapon against me, all to steal an inheritance that was legally and rightfully mine. I stared at the computer screen for hours. I went through every emotion you can imagine: rage, grief, vindication, despair. The desire to fly back to Connecticut and confront him was almost overwhelming, but then I realized something. Going back would entail lawyers, court battles, seeing his face and hearing his voice, and allowing him back into my life. I didn't want the money, I wanted the silence, so I printed out the DNA results and put them in a safe deposit box. I closed the lid, turned the key, and walked away, letting Charles keep his stolen millions. I figured he'd die alone on a pile of gold, surrounded by expensive things and devoid of anyone who truly cared about him. After I left, he poured the trust funds into speculative tech startups that imploded spectacularly. I didn't expect him to lose everything, and it turned out that Charles' business genius was mostly luck and inheritance. Without his father's guidance and resources, he was just another mediocre investor with expensive tastes and poor judgment. He made leverage bets on real estate developments that went bankrupt when the market shifted, and he invested in ventures based on connections, hunches, and country club recommendations rather than actual due diligence. The thing about old money is that it creates an illusion of competence. When you're born wealthy, people assume you're intelligent. Charles had spent his entire life assuming he was a financial genius because his investments had always worked out. However, His investments had always worked because he was investing his father's money using his father's connections in his father's network. They invite you into deals, trust your judgment, and give you opportunities that others must fight for. Charles had sold the Darien house, according to whispers from old Connecticut contacts who occasionally reached out to gossip. Once that was gone, once he had chased away everyone who knew what they were doing and surrounded himself with sickons who told him what he wanted to hear, the outcome was predictable. Charles had moved to a smaller place, he had stopped attending club events, and he had been seen at restaurants he would never have visited before, eating meals he would never have ordered. When I heard these things, I didn't feel satisfied, vindicated, or anything. He was a stranger. Charles, who had spent his entire life obsessed with wealth and legacy, was now facing the prospect of public assistance, government programs, and the kind of safety net he had always looked down on. His problems were his problems, and I had my own life to live. At the age of 74, Charles was broke, and his health was failing. Most people are unaware of the existence of filial responsibility laws, as I was until I was served with that lawsuit. However, Connecticut, along with about 28 other states, has statutes in place that can require adult children to pay for the support of indigent parents. It is likely that one of his lawyers informed him of these laws. Most people have never heard of them, and most lawyers have never filed a case under them, but they still exist in the legal code, waiting to be weaponized by someone who is desperate enough to try. The laws are old, dating back to Elizabeth and poor laws from centuries ago, and they are rarely enforced in modern times. And there I was, his biological son, now a successful biotech executive with a nice salary, a house in the suburbs, and a life that looked from the outside like it could absorb a monthly payment of $4,200. He was playing the biology card after denying it for a lifetime, and the audacity of it took my breath away. Dana Carver, a clever lady who specialized in intricate family issues, was my lawyer. It was almost impressive in its depravity that this man would claim fatherhood when it was profitable after officially stating I wasn't his kid when it was profitable. She had a reputation for being absolutely ruthless in court, the kind of lawyer that other lawyers warned their clients about. Her office was downtown, all glass and steel and expensive artwork, but she dressed like she was ready for a street fight. No nonsense suits, practical shoes, the kind of woman who seemed to enjoy winning more than she did getting paid. When I sat in her office and told her the whole story from the beginning, she didn't frown, she didn't express sympathy, outrage, or any of the other emotions that a normal person might feel when hearing about a father who blackmailed his own son out of millions of dollars. Instead, she smiled. The kind of smile you might see on a shark just before it bites. The kind of smile that made you glad she was on your side. Let me make sure I understand this correctly, she said, tapping her pen against her legal pad. He's suing you based on biological paternity, and he claims that because I'm his son, Connecticut law requires me to support him now that he's indigent. And you have the DNA test proving you are his biological son. I do. I paused. But I also have this. I slid a photocopy across her desk. It was the 11-year-old affidavit, in which Charles swore under penalty of perjury that I was not his biological issue. It was the document he used to steal my inheritance and end our legal relationship. Dana Carver picked it up. She read it slowly, her eyes moving across each line like she was savoring a fine meal, and when she finished, she read it again. Her smile widened with each paragraph, and she looked like the cat that had eaten the canary and was already planning what to eat next. "Oh, this is beautiful," she said when she finally set it down. "This is really stunning. Your father is unaware that he has committed litigation suicide. Can we win?" I asked. Dana Carver looked me dead in the eye, her expression full of confidence. "Lucas, we're not only going to win, we're going to make case law, and this case will be taught in law schools." The court date was set for a gray Tuesday in November, the kind of day where the sky looks like concrete and the air bites at your face as you walk from the parking lot to the courthouse. The trees were bare, dead leaves scattered across the sidewalk, and everything looked cold and final. I wore my best suit, navy blue and well-fitted, the kind of suit you wear when you want to project success without being flashy. When Charles was wheeled into the courtroom, I almost didn't recognize him because he was withered and shrunken. For 11 years, I had carried the weight of what Charles had done to me like a chain attached to my ankle, and now I was about to let it go. The broad shoulders, I remembered, had curved inward, and the commanding presence had diminished to something almost pitiable. He was in a wheelchair, pushed by a home health aide who looked like she would rather be anywhere else, but the arrogance remained, as evidenced by the set of his jaw and the way he held his chin up even as his body failed him. Charles didn't look at me when he walked in. He was wearing an expensive suit from a bygone era, hanging off his gaunt frame like a costume from a play he was no longer cast in. He looked like a king in exile, waiting for the throne while sitting in the gutter. Charles' lawyer was the first to take the stand. Whitaker, who had been on the bench for 27 years and had seen every kind of human dysfunction, had a stern expression on his face, as if he had already decided this would be a waste of his time. Victor Hale, a bottom feeder in an expensive suit who clearly specialized in whatever cases paid the bills, launched into his opening argument with theatrical sincerity. He had the appearance of a man who had stopped believing in his clients a long time ago but still needed to make his mortgage payments. He painted Charles as a devoted father who had fallen on hard times through no fault of his own, a man who had sacrificed everything to raise his son, only to be abandoned in his hour of need by an ungrateful child, who had achieved success, and turned his back on the man who made it all possible. "Your Honor," Victor Hale said, gesturing toward Charles' wheelchair with practiced sympathy, "the statute is plain. The defendant has significant financial resources. His father is impoverished and in declining health. The biological link between them is undeniable. We recently submitted a paternity test ordered by my customer, which confirmed a 99.8% genetic match. We are only asking for the statutory assistance required under Connecticut law. We are simply trying to keep an old man off the streets." It was a compelling narrative. And if you knew nothing about our history, you might have felt sorry for the old man in the wheelchair, wondering what kind of son would abandon his elderly father to poverty. Then it was Dana Carver's turn, and she didn't use the podium. Dana Carver stood right next to me, her hand resting on my shoulder in a gesture of solidarity that I knew was calculated for the judge's benefit. "Your Honor," Dana Carver said, her voice cool and clear. "We do not dispute the plaintiff's current financial status. We studied his paperwork and accept that he became impoverished as a result of his own poor decisions. We also do not question the accuracy of the DNA test he submitted. The genetic science is clear." She paused. The courtroom was silent. However, we moved for immediate dismissal based on the doctrine of judicial estoppel. Judge Harold Whitaker raised an eyebrow. "Explained, Counselor. Judicial estoppel prevents a party from taking a position in a legal proceeding that is directly contrary to a position they successfully took in an earlier proceeding." Dana Carver turned to face Charles Bennett as she spoke. "Essentially, Your Honor, you cannot tell one court that the sky is blue in order to win a case, and then tell another court that the sky is green in order to win a different case. The law does not permit such fundamental inconsistency." She walked to the bench and handed a document to the bailiff. In an affidavit sworn under oath and filed with the probate court, Charles Bennett claimed that Lucas Bennett was not his biological son, and he used a calculated campaign of emotional manipulation and legal maneuvering to coerce my client into disclaiming a multi-million-dollar inheritance. Dana Carver's voice grew sharper after 11 years. The courtroom fell silent, and I noticed Charles Bennett's face for the first time since he had entered. He looked at me, his eyes wide, his mouth slightly open, as if he had not expected this. And his lawyer, who was frantically flipping through his own papers, appeared confused and alarmed. Victor Hale had obviously not been informed about the affidavit. Charles Bennett had hired him to file a simple support petition, probably assuring him that it would be straightforward. He had neglected to mention the inconvenient paperwork from over a decade earlier. "This is Exhibit A," Dana Carver said, holding up the document. "An affidavit of non-paternity signed by the plaintiff dated September 3, 2013. In this document, Charles Bennett states under oath, and I quote, 'I have irrefutable evidence that Lucas Bennett is not of my bio.'" Dana Carver turned back to face the judge. He used this sworn statement to secure sole control of his father's trust fund, presenting it to the probate court as evidence that my client had no claim to the inheritance. The court accepted his representation, and the trust was dispersed according to his wishes. "So, Your Honor, we've got a predicament. Either Charles Bennett committed perjury and fraud 11 years ago by telling the probate court that my client was not his son, or he is lying to this court today by claiming my client is his son. It can't be both ways. The law prohibits him from being a father when it is profitable and a stranger when it is convenient. He made his decision over a decade ago. He signed the documents. He made oaths. He cashed checks. He cannot disable the bell, because the money ran out." Judge Harold Whitaker picked up the old affidavit. He read it slowly, his expression unreadable. Then he picked up the new DNA test that Charles Bennett had submitted. He looked back and forth between the two documents like a man comparing a receipt to a bill and finding the numbers didn't match. "Mr. Victor Hale," the judge said, his voice dropping to a dangerous register, "did your client notify you of this prior affidavit?" Victor Hale's face had turned a sickening gray, and he glanced at Charles Bennett with a dawning terror, as if he had suddenly discovered he had stepped into quicksand. "No, Your Honor," Victor Hale replied. "I was not notified about this material. I was not made aware of these previous procedures. Mr. Bennett." Judge Harold Whitaker addressed my father directly. "Did you sign this affidavit?" Charles Bennett shuffled in his wheelchair, looking older than he had only minutes before. The arrogance was crumbling, revealing something desperate and caged beneath. I was unhappy at the time, Charles Bennett admitted, his voice hoarse and shaky. I had doubts about my late wife. I believed things that proved to be incorrect. The DNA evidence shows that I was wrong. I am his father. That is what matters. He owes me. You swore on oath, Judge Harold Whitaker said sharply. You utilized this document to benefit yourself at the detriment of your son. You stood in front of the probate court and told them this man was not your child. And as a result of that sworn statement, you obtained money that was rightly his. You don't get to reverse a formal severance just because the funds run out. But I'm his father. Charles Bennett's voice rose, cracking with what could have been desperation or wrath. I raised him. I fed him. I provided a roof over his head for 19 years. That has to count for something. It counts for nothing, the judge's voice cut through the courtroom like a hammer. Because you sold that right. You exchanged your fatherhood for a trust fund. You cannot now claim the relationship that you openly, legally, and under oath repudiated. Dana Carver stepped forward again. Your Honor, I would also like to point out that the plaintiff has just stated on the record that he is my client's biological father. This constitutes an acknowledgement that his 2013 affidavit was untrue. He has essentially confessed in open court to committing fraud against his late father's estate and perjury in the prior probate proceeding. She paused to let that sink in. While the statute of limitations for the original fraud may have passed, his submission of this current lawsuit constitutes a frivolous abuse of the court system. He is attempting to use the courts to perpetuate the same scheme he began over a decade ago, simply inverting the lie to suit his current. The petition for filial support is dismissed with prejudice. The judge said, Mr. Bennett, you are legally prohibited from claiming paternity for the goal of financial gain after earlier denying paternity for the same reason. In the eyes of this court, based on your own sworn statement from 2013, you have no son. The gavel came down. The sound echoed through the courtroom like a gunshot. Furthermore, Judge Harold Whitaker added, leaning forward over the bench, I am sanctioning the plaintiff to pay all legal fees incurred by the defendant in responding to this frivolous action. And, Mr. Victor Hale, please get your client out of my courtroom before I decide to forward this affidavit to the district attorney for a review of potential perjury charges. I don't care if he is old or sick. Fraud is fraud. I rose up, my legs feeling odd, as if they belonged to someone else. Dana Carver shook my hand and mentioned phoning her office to handle the fee collection, but I could barely hear her. I walked toward the exit without looking back at Charles Bennett. I could hear him behind me, his voice rising in a panicked, desperate cadence as he shouted at his lawyer, demanding to know how this had happened, insisting there had to be something they could do, and threatening to file appeals, complaints, and lawsuits against everyone involved. But it all sounded distant, muffled, like noise from a television playing in another room. I pushed through the courthouse doors and walked out into the gray November afternoon. The cold air hit my face, and I breathed it in deeply. It tasted like freedom. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a text from an unknown number. Lucas Bennett, I know you have money. You can't let me starve. I'm your flesh and blood. I looked at the message for a long time. I felt a familiar twinge somewhere in my chest. The old conditioned response. The trained need to please him, to prove my worth, to earn the approval he had never given freely. But then I remembered the affidavit. I thought about the lies he told about my mother, the photos he used to blackmail me, the accusations of infidelity that DNA had proven false, and the 11 years of silence while he spent money that should have been mine, never once reaching out or checking to see if I was alive or dead. I typed my response slowly. Ply, according to the affidavit you signed, I'm the son of a tennis instructor, and you should ask him for money. I hit send, then blocked the number. The story didn't end quietly, because Charles Bennett hadn't just sued me, he had exposed himself. Court transcripts are public record in Connecticut. Within a week, the details of the hearing were circulating through the tight-knit, gossipy world of New England old money. The country club said that Charles Bennett had spent his entire life trying to impress, that he had committed fraud against his own father's estate to disinherit his son, and that he had signed documents swearing I wasn't his child, only to demand money from me because I was. Charles Bennett's remaining friends abandoned him, and the country club he had been a member of for 37 years revoked his membership. Within a month, everyone in Charles Bennett's world knew exactly what he had done, and the word fraud spread like wildfire through high society. Charles Bennett's last investment partner filed a lawsuit against him 18 days after the trial, accusing him of misrepresenting assets in a 6-year-old deal. The lawsuit named specific instances where Charles Bennett inflated numbers to secure funding. Although the case was civil, the discovery process revealed emails that were forwarded to the state attorney general's office. Charles Bennett ended up in a state-run care facility with fluorescent lighting, linoleum floors, and meals on plastic trays, the kind of place funded by the same taxpayer programs he had spent his entire life voting against. 4 months after the trial, I received a call from Dana Carver, who informed me that the fee sanctions had been processed, and Charles Bennett's remaining assets, a small investment account he had attempted to conceal, had been liquidated to cover my legal costs. The check was already in the mail. Pale. $29,500. It wasn't the millions he had stolen from me, but it covered what I had spent defending myself against his nonsense, plus a little extra, which I donated to a scholarship fund for first-generation college students, kids trying to make something of themselves without the support of their families. A few months later, a package arrived at my house from a lawyer handling Charles Bennett's affairs. The facility had limited storage, and Charles Bennett had been forced to surrender most of his personal effects. Someone had decided to send me a box of items, most of which were junk, old papers, and random trinkets. At the bottom of the box was a photo album, which I opened. The album was full of photos of me, learning to ride a bike, graduating, and winning a science fair. For about 15 seconds, I wondered if he had cared after all. Then I turned one of the photos over, and it was a picture of me at 10 years old holding a first-place trophy. On the back, in Charles Bennett's handwriting, the investment cost to date was $58,000. ROI pending. I flipped through more photos. Same stuff. Dollar amounts. Cost calculations. Performance notes. He didn't keep them because he loved me. He kept them as receipts. That night, I took the album to the fireplace, built a fire, fed the photos in one by one, and watched them burn. A week later, I received a letter with no return address, but I recognized the handwriting. The announcement went out in the company newsletter and was picked up by a few industry publications, so my name was in the news for all the right reasons. Charles Bennett had somehow gotten access to a pen and paper, and the letter was 4 pages of rambling accusations. I had stolen his legacy, I had turned everyone against him, and I had abandoned him when he needed me the most. He demanded that I visit him, apologize, and acknowledge everything he had sacrificed for my upbringing. At the bottom, he wrote, "You owe me. You'll always owe me. I made you." I read the entire thing, then went to my home office, took out the DNA results I had kept in my files for over a decade, and made 4 copies. I mailed one to the lawyer who had sent me the box of Charles Bennett's belongings, along with a note explaining what it was and requesting that it be added to any official records. I mailed one to the district attorney's office that had received the referral from Judge Harold Whitaker in case they ever decided to pursue the perjury angle, and I kept the 3rd copy. Then I took Charles Bennett's letter, folded it neatly, and mailed it back to him with a single post-it note attached, which read, "Per your 2013 affidavit, I'm not your son. Please refer any future correspondence to the tennis instructor." I never heard from him again. My ex-wife left our autistic son 12 years ago. His painting sold for $4.2 million. She sued for the cash. Son whispered, "Let me handle it." Case dismissed. 12 years ago, my ex-wife disappeared, leaving me with her autistic son. She came back with a lawyer grinning after his painting went for $4.2 million. "Let her take it," I replied. And Caleb muttered, "Let me handle it." The Allen County Courthouse smelled like old paper and floor wax. Like a loose panel in an elevator cab, the air conditioner rattled. With her spine straight, and wearing a cream blazer, Vanessa sat 4 rows ahead of everyone else without ever looking back. Young Tyler Grant, her lawyer, started speaking in her ear as if he were the only one in the room. Malcolm Pierce, my attorney, leaned in. "Listen to me, Jack. She has the option to file for control. The biological mother is her. She can contend that Caleb lacks the financial management skills." I had a constricted throat. After 12 years of ignoring it, this is what's happening today. I was sick of battling and afraid of losing Caleb in public, so I said let her take it. Malcolm blinked. "Jack." My forearm was touched by Caleb's hand. Light. Steady. He avoided glancing at Vanessa. He gazed at the grain of wood on the bench as if it were a guide. His voice was flat and calm, the way strangers misinterpret it. He leaned forward. "Let me take care of it." That whisper took me back to the evening Vanessa left our small Fort Wayne ranch house as if she were leaving a lousy film and entering a better one. It was the end of October. The siding was pushed by the wind. The porch roof tickled with rain. I had just returned from a downtown assignment at a hotel that was stuck on an old Otis unit that still smelled of sweat and machine oil. At the time, Caleb was 5. Just routines, no words. Same volume, same PBS station. Cut 2 similar slices off of a peanut butter sandwich. On the coffee table, toy vehicles were arranged in a solemn march, bumper to bumper, red to blue. Vanessa arrived late, wearing perfume first with a pricey floral arrangement that was inappropriate for our kitchen. The main door gave a forceful slap. Caleb gave a startled jerk. Ears to hands. Rocking got underway quickly and tightly. His single hiccup signaled the beginning of panic. Vanessa. I muttered. Simple. Jack, I'm in my own home. She kicked off her heels and snapped. One thudded hollowly against the baseboard. I have finished tiptoeing. I collapsed onto the carpet next to Caleb and sang the 4-note melody that normally made him feel better. His shoulder came into contact with mine. He stammered and then attempted to emulate my breathing. Vanessa observed us as if she had intervened in a mess. Observe you, she remarked. You're becoming him. That statement struck a deeper chord than it should have, since I was already making my world smaller to accommodate Caleb's demands because someone had to. What is the true purpose of this? I inquired. She grabbed her handbag from the counter. The jingling of the keys was too loud. She said, I met someone, as if to announce that she had secured a better position. My mouth became parched. Who? She responded. It doesn't matter. Before her voice grew softer and more practiced. He is steady. In Naples, he has a place. The sun. A genuine life. A real life, I said again. Vanessa's gaze flickered. My age is 38. This is not going to keep me stuck in Fort Wayne for the rest of my life. Without intending to, I pointed and said, This is your son. With enormous eyes, Caleb peered at her through his fingers, attempting to interpret her tone. The words seemed to burn Vanessa, and she winced. She repeated, He's my son, but it seemed as though she was merely trying the term out. Caleb got up and grabbed my hand. An anchor was what he needed. I handed it to him. Vanessa ignored him. She remarked, You take him. You're skilled at being a martyr. I declared, I'm not a martyr. I trembled when I spoke. I'm a husband. I am a father. Vanessa came to a halt. She walked down the corridor, brushing by us. Heel clicks. The squeak of a closet door. Slam the drawer. The zipper of a suitcase. The living room wall was washed by headlights outside. At the curb was a black SUV. The window was marred by rain, as if the glass were crying. I said, You called him already. She didn't dispute it. She returned holding her phone and a small luggage. Her expression was fixed, as if she had reconciled with herself and abandoned the rest of us. With his lips pushed firmly together, Caleb stood in the hallway holding his crimson blanket. He made a small sound that sounded more like a query. He was at a loss for words than a cry. Vanessa didn't utter his name, didn't kneel, and didn't even touch his hair. The cold air rushed in as she stopped at the front door. She glanced back for a time, and I waited for anything. I apologize. A pledge. Even a falsehood. Instead, she said, You'll be fine, Jack. You always find a solution. She then ventured out into the rain. There was a loud thunk as the SUV door closed. The taillights flowed crimson down the street until they vanished, and tires hissed on the wet pavement. As if nothing had happened, the TV continued to chirp about letters and colors as I stood at the doorway with Caleb. I had trembling hands. Caleb shivered all over against my chest. I listened to the furnace come to life while I sat at the kitchen table that evening. I noticed that every box now belonged to me when I looked at the schedule on the refrigerator: therapy Monday, preschool Thursday. At the time, I had no idea that Caleb would discover serenity and paint. I had no idea that a painting could fetch $4.2 million in the future. All I knew was that a boy had witnessed the departure of a mother. 12 years later, Vanessa returned with a smile that suggested she had misplaced a luggage rather than a child. I made an effort to maintain normalcy following our first encounter with Malcolm. I made nice triangles out of Caleb's sandwich. I arranged his brushes neatly. Only the steady hum of the refrigerator and the gentle rustle of paper from Malcolm's folder could be heard in the still kitchen. Eyes down, Caleb chewed slowly. Then, without raising his gaze, he spoke. He said, We ought to see her once more. My stomach fell. You don't have to, Caleb. His eyes were as level as a level on a construction site as he raised them. Yes, he said. Once again, a public setting, then a more intimate one, like a secret reserved for me. Raising Caleb required me to pick up a new language early on, one that is composed of routines, rhythms, and subtle gestures that most people overlook. At 6:18 a.m., the morning began, sharp. Not 6, not 6:20. When I put on the kettle, the microwave's clock had to read 6:18, else Caleb's shoulders would rise around his ears as if he were preparing for an impact. The kettle began to sing. The furnace made a clicking sound. My bread was precisely 2 shades darker than pale when I toasted it. I cut the sandwich from corner to corner, cleaned the knife, and then made another cut. Triangles. Triangles are always present. Even if I made a small mistake, Caleb didn't yell. He stopped. His breathing would become labored. Like he was looking for a way out of his own flesh, His gaze flitted to the window. I thus gained knowledge. I made adjustments. I decelerated. For us, love looked like that. Make quiet modifications. Nobody cheered. The hardest place was the grocery store. Coliseum Boulevard's mire. Buzzing fluorescent lights that resemble irate insects. The wheels of the cart screech. The sound of scanners punching holes in the air. With his hands clamped over his ears, Caleb would rock, his chest trembling softly. People gazed. A few muttered. "Have you tried discipline?" A woman once asked, leaning over. I gave her a smile as if she had just offered me gum at a funeral. We made it through those years. One restless night at a time, one appointment, one receipt. Mondays are therapy days. Acronyms flew like darts during school sessions. IEP. OPP. I nodded as if I fully understood. A shoebox at the door was filled with piles of bills. My hands became rougher. Years of carrying cables and repairing doors that wouldn't open caused knuckles to break. Vanessa didn't give a call. Not on the birthday of Caleb. Not when his first tooth fell out. Not when he stood there grinning like he had climbed Everest after learning how to tie his shoes at the age of 12. In 12 years, she only sent one card. No address for return. In sloppy handwriting, only Mom. After studying it for a while, Caleb put it under a pile of papers and didn't bring it up again. The only thing that made him quiet at last was paint. One afternoon, I saw him sitting cross-legged on the pavement in the garage with a cheap watercolor set I had purchased on bargain strung out like tools. He wasn't painting images as children do. No homes. Not a tree. The fissure that ran like a lightning bolt from the floor up toward the breaker box was a corner of the garage wall that he painted. He painted it with patience and care, as if he were recording something significant. The paper shuddered softly under the brush. With a steady tick, water trickled into a plastic cup. The scent of damp cardboard and grease filled the garage. I stood in the doorway and observed without interjecting. Painting became a regular part of the routine after that. The same stool, same light, after school and before supper. Caleb arranged the brushes according to size. Without saying a word, he would correct one that wasn't in place. The outside world vanished while he painted. The phone might ring or the TV might be on. He remained unflinching. His topic remained peculiar. Details, close-ups, the digits on a utility meter, a stain on a continent-shaped ceiling tile, a rusty latch on a shed. He was not having hallucinations. He had them on tape. Teachers took notice. I nodded when a Northside High Art teacher drew me aside and said, "Your son sees differently." That was something I had known for years. I assumed the call from the Chicago gallery was a joke. The woman on the line spoke quickly and cautiously, as if she was worried that I would end the call. An auction was mentioned by her. Curiosity. Collectors. As she spoke nonsensical numbers, I leaned against the kitchen counter and listened to the hum of the refrigerator. $4.2 million. I took a firm seat. Caleb continued to paint. He remained the same despite the money. It made him quieter, if anything. He questioned me about the location of money and the decision makers. He wanted to know how signatures operated. He questioned why people got into arguments over something they didn't create. Then Vanessa returned. Her lawyer's letters, which had a little toner odor, came thick and formal. While Caleb painted in the adjacent room, water running and brush whispering, Malcolm Pierce read them at my table. Malcolm stated, "They're going to argue guardianship." Heat crawled up my neck as I thought. They'll say Caleb's vulnerable. He's not a child. Malcolm softly replied, "I know, but the court may not." Caleb didn't paint that evening. With a pile of old folders that I hadn't opened in years, he sat at the kitchen table, medical bills, therapy notes, and school records. Sorting them by year, he smoothed each page as if it were important. "Dad," he replied without raising his head, "does someone leave their rights behind as well?" My chest became constricted. "It depends." "On what?" When I asked if they would return, I later regretted my statement. As if he had just verified a measurement, Caleb nodded. "If money is for care, who decides what care is?" He later inquired. I didn't have a suitable response. Over the following few days, I became aware of little details. Caleb requested copies of the correspondence. He asked me to define terms like consent and fiduciary. "Who kept originals?" he inquired. I once caught him using a ruler to measure a picture of Vanessa before neatly writing a date in block letters on the back. Either curiosity or anxiety, I told myself. Long after I had gone to bed one night, I heard a chair scraping the tile. I padded over to the kitchen. The range hood was the only source of light, shining like the moon. Caleb sat with papers all around him. As he stacked them, he could hear their whispers. "Caleb," I murmured. "It's late." His eyes were clear when he looked up. "I understand." A solitary, Vaguely typed document was on the table. "I want an independent financial advocate," he added, sliding it in my direction. My lips dried up as I said, "Not your lawyer, not hers." "Why?" "So no one thinks you told me what to do," I said, glancing first at the paper and then at my son, the teenager I had carried through grocery stores, and who could hardly speak above a whisper, but who was now thinking 3 steps ahead of adults. "What do you have planned?" I inquired. He thought about that. Then he gave a single shake of his head. "I'm not planning," he remarked. "Getting ready." Vanessa recommended the location. Neutral ground. She texted Caleb, as if she were negotiating a public ceasefire. We met at Lori's family diner off Lima Road, the kind of establishment with coffee that seemed to have been reheated since the Clinton administration and vinyl booths. As we entered, the bell above the door began to chime. The plates clinked. Someone was called Patty by a waitress. Vanessa had already arrived. When she noticed us, she got up and smoothed her cream blazer, her hair looking flawless, the effortless way that money can buy. Before she did, I could smell her perfume, which was sweet and pricey and didn't go with the scent of burnt toast and bacon grease. She whispered, "Jack," as if we were old pals. She looked to Caleb and grinned broadly as she said, "Hello." "Hey, my love." Caleb remained silent. As usual, he slid into the booth next to me and placed his sketchbook on the table, aligning it with the edge. His gaze shifted to the ketchup bottle, the napkin holder, and the hefty, silver keys that Vanessa had dropped on the table. The black fob had an unfamiliar luxury insignia. A few moments later, her attorney showed up, radiant and full of confidence. "Hayes, Andrew." He shook my hand too hard as he introduced himself. His watch was brighter than the overhead lights, and his clothing was crisp. "Mister." He sat next to Vanessa, their shoulders touching, and said, "Thank you for meeting with us, Callahan." She remained where she was. Opening a leather folder, Andrew started speaking as if he were reading from a pamphlet. "Cooperation is our aim. And what's best for Caleb?" Caleb's pen shifted. "Start from scratch. Take a moment. Scratch once more." Vanessa bent over. Her voice trembled just enough to sound genuine as she replied, "I know I made mistakes. I was a young person. I was afraid." My jaw tensed as I said, I didn't understand what Caleb needed. She went on, "But I've grown." She took a small red car out of her purse and placed it gently on the table, saying, "I want to be a part of my son's life now that I have resources and stability." She remarked, her eyes gleaming, "I remember you love these." I felt something tighten inside of me. For a while, Caleb gazed at the toy. Then he raised his head. He remarked, "I never had a red car." There was silence at the table. Vanessa's laughter was too rapid. "Oh, well, kids change," Caleb remarked. "I had blue." 4. Andrew cleared his throat, saying, "You left before I got red." "Caleb, we know that feelings are strong, but we're here to talk about money." Vanessa concluded, nodding, "The sale proceeds are substantial, and managing that kind of money can be overwhelming." Caleb's pen continued to move. Now he was sketching. Not the diner. Not us. He sketched Vanessa's face, but there was a problem. The grin was too broad. The eyes were a little out of alignment. Not mean. Simply untrue. I observed her observing him. Her face briefly showed signs of annoyance before she covered them up. She turned to face me and said, "Jack, you've done an amazing job. Really. However, don't you believe that you need assistance now?" Beneath the worry, I heard the suggestion that I was out of date and worn out. Andrew gave a nod. In situations like this, guardians are frequently appointed by the courts to protect the individual. Caleb calmly retorted, "I don't need protecting." Andrew gave a thin smile. Caleb stopped drawing and said, "That's not for you to decide." After taking another look at Vanessa's keys, he glanced at her ring before turning back to his sketchbook. "Mom," he said. In his mouth, the word sounded unfamiliar. "Are you looking for truth or money?" Vanessa blinked. "I want what's best for you." Caleb responded, "That's not an answer." Arriving with coffee, the waitress placed the mugs too firmly. It sloshed. With his palms flat on the table, Caleb steadied himself after flinching. Andrew reclined. Caleb nodded and said, "Let's not make this a philosophical exercise." "All right." He shut his sketchbook. It was the last sound. Soon after, we departed. Unsure of where to put her arms, Vanessa gave Caleb a rigid hug. He did not return the hug. The wind sliced through the air outside. Automobiles sped by. Vanessa grinned as if she had won something as she stood by her SUV. "Consider what we talked about," she said. That evening, I discovered Caleb at the kitchen table once more, saying, "We can make this easy." There was a slight buzzing of the overhead light. The papers were arranged in tidy rows. Block letters are used for names, dates, and notes. I rubbed my temples and said, Caleb, you owe her nothing. I know, he replied. So why go see her? He moved a folder in my direction. Copies of letters written by Vanessa's lawyer with handwritten annotations in the margins, dates circled, and words underlined were found inside. Caleb remarked, She talks a lot. I swallowed. Talkers forget what they say. What are you doing? He looked into my eyes and listened. Malcolm called a few days later. He stated, They're pushing for private mediation. Quick. When I told Caleb that they wanted signatures, he shook his head. On his laptop, he typed something and printed it out. In the quiet house, the machine whirred softly. He handed me the page and declared, I want a public hearing. Open court. My heart was racing. That's dangerous, Caleb. He gave one nod. Yes. After giving it some thought, he looked at me as he had when he was younger and needed me to explain everything. Everyone will then understand why. Vanessa agreed to the hearing in an email the following morning. Her self-assurance was evident on the screen. Caleb asked me to get one painting out of the garage that night. A tiny piece with gray tones, sharp lines, a picture of a wall, a lock, and a shadow that is slightly out of frame, not the largest, not the one with color. He said, Bring this. Just this. I gazed at it, feeling uneasy. Why this one? Caleb took a moment to respond. He carefully squared the corners of his folder, packed it, and slipped it into his backpack. I didn't get any sleep the night before the hearing because, as he put it, finally, they think they've already won. Every pop and creak sounded like a warning as I lay on the couch and listened to the house settle. The refrigerator was humming. The ticking of the clock above the stove was too loud. When it's going to rain, my hands hurt in that deep way that starts in the bones and reminds you of how long you've been using them. By the time I was 60, I had dedicated my entire life to repairing devices that allow people to safely ascend and descend. Errors are not forgiven by elevators. You gain patience. Checks and double checks are lessons you acquire. With my son's future at stake, I'm still standing on the precipice of an open court. It seemed like the riskiest position I had ever accepted. Malcolm's voice was low as he called late. They're offering mediation once more, Jack. Quiet settlement. Divide the control. Exposure would be prevented. Exposure? I said it again. Do you mean daytime? He let out a sigh. Hearings in public can be chaotic. Judges are people. Even more so for juries. I hung up and looked at the ceiling, remembering how Andrew Hayes spoke as if the room were his, how Caleb had sat motionless, taking in everything, and how Vanessa had smiled in the diner. I heard Caleb's door open at around midnight. Gentle treads. He padded into the kitchen, careful like he always was at night. I watched from the couch as he turned on the under-cabinet light, just bright enough to work. He set his backpack on the table and opened it. Papers came out straight and aligned. He laid the small painting beside them, the one with the lock. I pushed myself up, joints protesting, and joined him. You should be sleeping. I said I will. He said. After. After what? He didn't look at me. He checked his list, crossing something off with a neat, deliberate line. Caleb, I said gently, I need to know what you're doing if this goes bad. He stopped slowly. He turned to face me. Dad, he said, and there was no rush in his voice. You fix elevators. I blinked. Yeah, you always told me. He continued, the most dangerous part is when people think it's safe. I swallowed. That's true. They think it's safe, he said, because they don't see what's behind the wall. He tapped the painting lightly. Once, I do. The next morning, Vanessa's email came in early. We can still resolve this privately, she wrote. For Caleb's sake, 60/40. No spectacle. My finger hovered over the reply button. 60/40 sounded like peace. It sounded like rest. It sounded like not having to sit in a room full of strangers while my life got dissected. I looked at Caleb. He was tying his shoes, pulling each lace to the same tension, focused and calm. She's offering to settle, I said. He nodded. I know. How do you know? She's rushing. He said people rush when time stops helping them. I exhaled. If I don't sign, this gets ugly. It's already ugly, he said, matter of fact. Then he looked up at me. Please don't sign. I didn't. The courthouse steps were cold under my palms as we waited to go in. Reporters hovered at a distance. Local news, a couple of freelancers. I hated that part, hated that Caleb's face might end up on a screen with words like autistic teen and millions slapped on it like bait. Vanessa arrived in a tailored gray suit, flanked by Andrew. She gave me a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes. Jack, she said. Last chance. Caleb stood beside me, backpack on his shoulders, painting wrapped carefully in brown paper under his arm. Inside, the courtroom smelled like dust and lemon cleaner. The judge's bench loomed high. The murmur of voices ebbed and flowed like water. Malcolm leaned close. Once this starts, we can't control the narrative. I know, I said. Vanessa took her seat and crossed her legs. She looked relaxed, confident, like someone who believed the system had always worked for her. The judge called the case. Voices hushed. Chairs scraped. Andrew spoke first, smooth as glass. He talked about concern, about protection, about Caleb's limitations, about Vanessa's regret and growth. He painted her as a mother returning to right a wrong. Vanessa dabbed at her eyes, not enough to smudge makeup, just enough to sell it. My turn came, and my mouth felt full of cotton. Malcolm did most of the talking, but the judge asked me directly. Mr. Callahan, why did you agree to an open hearing? I glanced at Caleb. He nodded once. Because, I said, voice rough, this isn't just about money. It's about what happened when my wife left and who stayed. Vanessa shifted. The judge turned to Caleb. Young man, do you understand what's happening here? Caleb stood. The room seemed to lean toward him. Yes, he said. Andrew rose immediately. Your Honor, given Caleb's condition, we question whether, I understand, Caleb said again, calmly. The judge raised a hand. I'll decide who speaks. Caleb took a breath. He didn't rush. He didn't perform. He simply opened his folder. He started with dates. Simple. Clear. When Vanessa left. When she didn't return calls. When she missed meetings. When Jack signed a loan. Each page made a quiet sound as he set it on the table. Paper on wood. Steady. Andrew tried to interrupt. The judge shut him down. Then Caleb unwrapped the painting. The paper crinkled softly. The room leaned in. He held it up, not dramatic, not high, just enough for the judge to see. This is why I paint, Caleb said. I don't paint feelings. I paint facts. Vanessa frowned. That lock, Caleb continued, pointing, is on a rental property in Naples. The serial number is visible. It was replaced without a permit. Andrew scoffed. Relevance. Caleb didn't look at him. The date I painted it, he said, matches the date the previous tenant reported an illegal lockout. A murmur rippled through the room. I felt my pulse in my ears. I hadn't known. Not this. Caleb set the painting down and looked at the judge. I put the money in a trust before today, he said. With an independent advocate. It's legal. It's documented. Vanessa's face drained of color. I didn't do this to hurt anyone, Caleb said. I did it so no one could take what they didn't earn. The judge leaned forward. Vanessa stood suddenly. This is manipulation, she said. Voice sharp. Now the mask slipping. He's being coached. Caleb turned to her. His voice didn't change. You taught me to watch carefully, he said. You just forgot I was watching. The room went still. Outside, after the ruling, after the judge confirmed the trust and denied Vanessa's claim, Vanessa followed us down the steps. This isn't over, she hissed, close enough that I could smell her perfume again. Caleb stopped. He turned slow and deliberate. You said that? He said evenly, in front of witnesses. She froze. I put my hand on his shoulder. For the first time, I felt like I was the one being held steady. The judge didn't rule that day. That was the part no one tells you about, how justice can pause mid-breath and leave everyone suspended. We were told to return the following week. Additional documentation requested. Clarifications. Time for review. Vanessa's lawyer objected loudly. The judge shut him down with a look that could have stopped a freight elevator. Outside, the courthouse steps buzzed with voices. Reporters leaned in. Cameras clicked. Malcolm whispered something about procedure, but I barely heard him. My head rang like I'd stepped off a noisy job site. Vanessa didn't speak to me this time. She walked fast, heels sharp against the concrete. Andrew Hayes half a step behind her. Her smile was gone. In the car, Caleb buckled his seatbelt with the same careful pull he always used. Click, pause, tug, secure. You okay? I inquired. Yes, he said. I waited. He usually added more when he was ready. They are afraid now, he said finally. Who we the ones who talked the most. The week that followed felt longer than the 12 years before it. Malcolm called daily. Vanessa's side filed motions, requests, objections. Each envelope that arrived made my stomach tighten. At night, my hands shook when I poured coffee. I snapped at a neighbor for letting his dog bark too long and apologized 10 minutes later. Caleb stayed steady. He painted less. When he did, it was smaller pieces. Details again. Numbers, edges, shadows. I didn't ask what they meant. On the morning of the ruling, the courthouse was packed. Word had gotten out. A millionaire teenager. An abandoned child. A mother's claim. People love simple villains and heroes, even when life refuses to be simple. We sat on the same wooden bench. The air conditioner rattled louder than before. Or maybe I was just listening harder. Vanessa entered last. She wore black this time. No smile. Her eyes scanned the room, measuring exits. Andrew whispered fast, flipping pages. His confidence looked thinner now, stretched too tight. The judge took the bench. The room rose, then settled. This court has reviewed the evidence, the judge began, voice level. The documentation presented by the minor, Caleb Calloway, is thorough. My heart thudded. The trust established, prior to the initial hearing, complies with state law. It is independently managed. There is no legal basis to dissolve it. Vanessa's head snapped up. Furthermore, the judge continued, the court finds no grounds for guardianship over the minor's finances by the petitioner. A murmur swept the room. Vanessa stood. Your Honor. The judge raised a hand. Sit down. She did, slowly. Her face was rigid now, all softness gone. This court also notes, the judge said, eyes on Vanessa, that abandonment is not erased by regret expressed after financial gain becomes apparent. That landed like a dropped weight. I'm denying the petition in full. For a moment, no one moved. Then sound rushed back in, gasps, whispers, the scrape of chairs. A reporter's pen scratched furiously. Caleb exhaled just once. I realized he'd been holding his breath. Vanessa didn't cry. She stood, gathering her purse with shaking hands, and turned toward Caleb. Her voice cut through the noise, sharp and brittle. You think you've won, she said. You don't know what you've done. Caleb looked at her. Really looked. Then he spoke, clear and calm, every word measured. I know exactly what I've done, he said. I made sure the truth stayed where everyone could see it. The room felt quiet again. Vanessa's mouth opened, then closed. For the first time since I'd known her, she seemed unsure what to say. She left without another word. Outside, the cameras swarmed. Malcolm tried to shield us, but Caleb stopped him. It's okay, Caleb said. A reporter called out, Caleb, why did you do this? He thought about it. The wind tugged at his jacket. The courthouse flag snapped overhead, because he said money should follow responsibility. That was it. No speech. No drama. We walked away. At home that night, the house felt different. Quieter, lighter, like a machine finally running without grinding. We sat on the porch as the sun dipped behind the trees. Cicadas buzzed. A neighbor's lawn mower droned in the distance. Normal sounds. Good sounds. I was scared. I admitted, staring at my hands. I almost signed. Caleb nodded. I know. I didn't want to lose you, I said. You didn't, he said simply. He looked out at the yard, then back at me. You stayed, he added. That mattered. I swallowed hard. Later, as he headed inside, Caleb paused at the door. Dad, yeah, madam, thank you for letting me handle it. I watched him go, thinking about all the times I'd carried him through noise and chaos, believing I was the strong one. Turns out strength doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it waits. The house settled into its old rhythms again, the kind you only notice after a storm passes. Morning light crept through the kitchen blinds. The coffee maker gurgled and clicked. I stood at the counter, rubbing sleep from my eyes, while Caleb sat at the table, lining up his mug with the edge like always. Same routines, same quiet, but something underneath had shifted. The money stayed where it belonged, behind layers of signatures and safeguards I barely understood. Malcolm handled the paperwork. An independent advocate took over the numbers. I didn't ask Caleb for details. I trusted him the way he trusted me. All those years when I said I've got you. Vanessa didn't call. Weeks passed. Then months. A letter arrived once. No apology, just a notice of address change in Florida. I slid it into a drawer and didn't mention it. Caleb never asked. One afternoon, I found him in the garage again, painting. The brush whispered against the paper. Water ticked in the cup. The familiar smells. Oil, dust, cardboard wrapped around us like an old coat. He wasn't painting locks or numbers this time. He painted the porch light at dusk, the way it cast a soft circle on the concrete. Different, I said. He nodded. It's quieter. He began setting aside a portion of the money for a legal advocacy group that helped families like ours, parents raising kids with autism who couldn't afford lawyers when things went sideways. He asked me to read the mission statement, asked my opinion, asked not told. On a cool evening, we sat on the porch steps, cicadas buzzing like static in the trees. My knees HHD. Caleb rocked gently, Content. I used to think, I said, that protecting you meant keeping the world away. He thought about that. You taught me how to stand in it. That stayed with me. For 12 years, I believed I was the only one paying attention, watching schedules, watching signs, watching for cracks. Turns out Caleb had been watching, too. Quietly, carefully, learning which details mattered and which people showed you who they were when they thought no one noticed. Justice didn't come with fireworks. It came with paperwork and patience, and a boy who refused to be rushed into someone else's story. If this story made you stop and think about who stays, about what responsibility really looks like, share it with someone who's carried more than they were supposed to. Parents faked numbers to steal my business for Golden Brother. Grandma exposed his embezzlement. I walked out as their empire collapsed. They went to jail. Hello. Reddit. Here's what no one tells you about growing up as the disappointment in a privileged family. You get very comfortable with being invisible. The poor are not invisible, the rich are. You attend holidays, smile when it's appropriate, and accept that your parents will never gaze at you the same way they do at your golden kid sibling. I, a 31-year-old man, have spent the last 7 years manufacturing handmade furniture in a workshop in Red Bank, New Jersey. High-end items included tables that cost more than some people pay for vehicles, seats that took 4 months to create, and work where every joint was critical and every finish had to be flawless. The type of handiwork that demanded time, precision, and true expertise. Last month, I delivered a conference table to a hedge fund in Greenwich. The guy paid $32,000 without blinking. His wife burst into tears when she saw it. Actual tears. Meanwhile, my folks thought I was doing arts and crafts. My parents despised it. Every Thanksgiving for the past 6 years, Dad has asked when I'd get serious. Every birthday, Mom received job postings for property management companies. They managed a commercial real estate firm in Bergen County that had been in the family for 32 years. Carter, my older brother, worked there as the VP of acquisitions. My younger sister, Avery, oversaw investor relations. Carter was the golden child, literally. Mom kept a framed photo of him shaking hands with the governor in the main room. My shot was taken in the hallway bathroom. I was the guy who worked with his hands, like a peasant. 5 days before Christmas, I drove up to the family estate in Saddle River. Large colonial circular driveway. I wanted to arrive early this year. Help with the setup. Maybe I can finally prove that I belong at the table rather than being tolerated there. Stupid, right? Despite everything, I maintained my belief that family was important. Our housekeeper of 19 years opened the door. She was the only person in the home who seemed pleased to see me. Mr. Callahan, it's good to see you. Hey, they are upstairs. She stopped, looked behind her, and then spoke quietly. Yeah. Inside, Mom and Avery had spreadsheets covering the coffee table as if they were planning a hostile takeover. Hey, I am here. Mom hardly looked up. Leave your coat in the hallway. Do not touch the decorations. The staging company is returning tomorrow. Avery looked up briefly. Okay, good. You arrived early. Remember when he would help set up? Every time the furniture is moved, it is done incorrectly. Scratched Mom's antique credenza. I was treated dismissively and condescendingly, as if I were a child incapable of performing fundamental chores. When I went upstairs to use the bathroom, things started to become odd. My former room, which I had stayed in since I was 8, had someone else's luggage outside the door. It turned out to be for one of Mom's investment friends, who was staying over. When I walked in, I saw that every personal item I had left there was gone. Photos, books, and tools were pushed into plastic storage boxes and placed in the corner like garbage, waiting for pickup. Mom, I shouted out. No response. I proceeded to Dad's office to inquire about my room. The door was halfway open. Then I heard my name and froze. Slides after dessert. Dad's voice is calm and businesslike. Keep it short. There's no arguing. I squeezed up against the wall, scarcely breathing. Carter's voice. Put the wage chart on the screen shortly after Dad finishes his introduction. He cannot say no in front of everyone. Fragments. That's all I have. But bits were sufficient. Mom. When he comes in, we collapse his shop into ours. Control the client list. I stepped back, my heart hammering. I went to the printing room at the end of the corridor, and there it was, a stack of handouts in the tray, still warm. Callahan's professional progression. I grabbed one up and flipped through it. Charts comparing furniture manufacturer incomes to corporate roles. My name appears in bullet points, and the intervention method is in the header. They'd even created a presentation titled Objection Handling. They had even assigned tasks. Mom was supposed to comfort me after I regained consciousness. Avery would treat social media optics as if I were a public relations issue to be addressed, $52,000. That's what they assumed I made. I made $165,000 last year, but they never asked, verified, or assumed. I took one photo, then another as evidence. I went out of the house without saying anything. I got into my pickup and drove, not sobbing, panicking, or planning. The security gate closed behind me, as seen in the rearview mirror. 20 years of attempting to prove myself to people who had already decided I was not worth their time. Done. By the time I arrived at a rest break on the Garden State Parkway, I had already made 3 judgments. First, I was heading to the supper. Second, I planned to let them unleash their trap. Third, I planned to detonate it in their faces in front of everybody. They want a show, so I'll give them one. I contacted Mason, my best friend from college who had helped me set up my studio. He answered promptly. Hey, what's up? I recently discovered my entire family's plan to embarrass me around Christmas dinner. The entire package included a PowerPoint presentation and printed handouts. The stillness was long. Are you joking? I have photographs. Where are you now? Parkway Rest Station. I'm heading back to Red Bank. What are you planning to do? Show up. Let them think they have me cornered. Then blow it up in front of everyone. However, I am in need of ammunition. Real numbers. Proof that everything people believe about me is incorrect. Mason was silent for a second. Come to my place. We will prepare your counterattack. Mason resided in Asbury Park in a converted warehouse loft that he had personally restored. When I arrived, he already had coffee boiling and his laptop open. Talk, he said, passing me a mug. He eventually said, those complete jerks. All right, you're going to that dinner, but you're going prepared. That's the plan. Thanks for coming. What do you need? Financial statements, tax returns, a customer list, anything that demonstrates I'm not the failure they believe I am. They intend to ambush me with bogus numbers. I will bury them alongside real ones. Mason nodded slowly. We can assemble a packet tonight. Print everything. You walk in with receipts. Literally, we spent the next 4 hours putting everything together. Tax returns reflect a $165,000 income. Bank documents demonstrating constant deposits, client comments saved over the years, images of completed works in clients' homes, and a portfolio demonstrating that I was not joking about in business. I was running it successfully without their assistance, money, or approval. Mason looked up their company's public filings. Dude, their accounts receivable are a disaster. They've been losing clients for 3 years. He whistled. Your brother didn't just steal from them, he torpedoed the entire operation while doing so. Mason even assisted me with rehearsals. What to say when they started their presentation, how to time the reveal for maximum impact, where to stand so everyone could see me when I pulled out my packet. This is solid, Mason stated after studying the final packet. They display their bogus numbers. You display your genuine ones in front of everyone. Checkmate. Perfect. I explained that once we concluded, I made the call I had been putting off. The one who could change everything. Hello, Grandma. It's Callahan. Callahan, this is a surprise. Her tone was friendly but cautious. Is everything all right? Not precisely. I need to tell you something, and I need you to listen to me. I told her everything. The presentation, the fabricated wage figures, and the plot to coerce me into the company. When I finished, she was silent for a long time. Your father contacted me yesterday and asked for a large loan, she finally said. When I probed him on why, he became evasive. Now I understand. Her voice became sharp. Carter has been stealing from them, hasn't he? That's what this is all about. My stomach sank. How did you know? I have had suspicions for months. When Raymond discussed business, the figures never added up. She paused. To make up for their losses, they plan to ambush you and seize your business. Appalling. I'm going to dinner, Grandma. I'm going to let them try their little intervention, and then I'll reveal everything in front of the entire family. Another pause. Okay, good. And I will be there to back you up. Will you? Absolutely. It's time they were held accountable. Her voice sounded like iron. Do not answer any calls from them before dinner. Let them believe everything is normal. And, Callahan, don't hold back. I will not. We hung up. I had my ammo. I had an ally. Now I only had to wait. I spent Christmas Eve in my workshop, finishing a commission and trying to be calm. My phone constantly buzzed. Both Mom and Dad are phoning. I ignored it all. Let them ponder. Allow them to sweat. That evening, I went back up to Saddle River, parked in the circular driveway, and stepped inside as if nothing had happened. The house was full. Aunts, uncles, cousins, family, and acquaintances all dressed up. The annual Callahan Christmas dinner is in full swing. Mom noticed me first. Relief flooded her face. Callahan, you arrived. We were concerned when you did not answer your phone. Work became a priority. You understand how it is. She did not know. She had never asked. Dinner was the typical performance. The food is expensive. Fake laughing. Dad is holding court at the head of the table. Carter was making sure everyone knew about his latest agreement. Avery mentions an investor. And I sat silently waiting. After dessert, Dad stood up and clinked his drink. If I could get everyone's attention. Before we head into the living room, I'd like to share something unique. A presentation about our family's future. Here we go. Everyone moved to the living room, where a projector had already been put up. I picked a seat in the back. My grandmother caught my gaze from across the room and gave me a slight nod. Dad went into his speech. The company's legacy, the value of family unity, and the need for everyone to participate. Carter then stepped forward with the clicker. As many of you are aware, Callahan has been considering alternate employment choices. He grinned at me patronizingly. We've compiled some material to assist him see the big picture. The first slide emerged. Callahan career trajectory charts display furniture maker wages, national averages, and my name in bullet points. $52,000 in large red letters. As you can see, Carter said, the potential for this type of employment is incredibly restricted. Meanwhile, our family business provides real growth opportunities, advantages, and stability. I stood up and said, that's an interesting number. Where did you obtain that? Carter blinked. Industry averages and standard research. Really? Because according to my tax filings, I earned $165,000 last year. I removed the envelope from my jacket. Want to see? The room became silent. You could hear ice settling in cups. I have bank statements, too. Customer testimonials. Photos of items I've created that have sold for more than some people's cars. I stepped to the front, ensuring that everyone could see me. But please continue. Please tell everyone more about my failing hobbies. Dad stepped forward. Callahan, now is not the time, is it? You prepared a whole presentation, printed handouts, and even created a slide titled Objection Handling. I held up my phone. I have photographs of everything in the printer tray. Do you want me to share them with everyone in the room? Mom's face turned white. Avery's jaw fell. Here's what's occurring, I said, turning to face the gathering family. Every aunt, uncle, cousin, and family acquaintance looked at me with wide eyes. The corporation is out of money. They're losing money. Instead of acknowledging it, they intend to embarrass me into joining so they can use my business to bail themselves out. The aunts gasped, and the cousins murmured. One of my uncles whispered, Jesus Christ. Beneath his breath. That's not true, Avery exclaimed. Really? I gazed at her. So the company is doing nicely. No cash flow issues. No investor concerns. Dad did not call Grandma yesterday and ask for a loan. Silence. Dead. Devastating silence. My grandmother stood up. Everyone in the room turned to look at her. It is worse than that. Her voice sliced through the room like a razor. I knew for months that something was awry with the company's finances. Raymond called me recently, asking for a large loan. When I questioned him, he admitted that there had been abnormalities. She stared directly at Carter. 3 years of abnormalities. Carter's face turned pale, and his hand holding the clicker began to shake. Your golden child has been embezzling, she added, her voice echoing around the room. Rather than deal with it honestly, they chose to draw Callahan into their mess, exploiting his clean reputation, stealing his client list, and incorporating his respectable firm into their failing one. On Christmas Eve, the room erupted, with everyone talking at the same time and accusations flying. One of my aunts stood up and began gathering her belongings. My cousin took out his phone and probably texted everyone who wasn't present. My uncle, who had always agreed with my parents on everything, stood up. Raymond, tell me right now, is this true about Carter? Dad could not even look at him. My uncle grabbed his coat. For 32 years, I defended you to my wife. 32 years. He walked out. His wife followed. Then, 2 more cousins. Dad attempted to restore control. This is a family company. We should not be discussing this. You made it a family affair by preparing to humiliate your son in front of everyone. My granny snapped. You should feel ashamed. All of you, Carter, Avery, and especially Raymond. This boy created something tangible while you were busy coddling a thief. I looked at my parents, brother, and sister, the people who had spent years making me feel worthless. People who assumed I would simply accept their scraps. I built something real, I said quietly. But everybody heard it. Without your assistance, approval, or respect, you thought you could simply accept it because you needed a bailout. Mom began crying. Dad's face turned red with humiliation. Carter appeared to want the floor to swallow him. I went for the door. Callahan, please wait. Mom reached for my arm. I pulled away. Don't. We are done here. I stepped outside into the cold December night, the sound of chaos still emanating from the house behind me. Got in my truck and drove. 2.5 hours later, I arrived at a cabin driveway in the Poconos. My phone constantly buzzed. Mom, Dad, Avery, and Carter. I ignored it all. Let them panic. Allow them to try damage control. The truth had finally emerged, and it was spreading like wildfire throughout the family. I received one text from my grandmother. I am proud of you. They are still reeling. Half of the guests departed within 20 minutes. Your father attempted to save the evening, but no one was having it. Call me tomorrow. One from the housekeeper. Mr. Callahan. I packed your belongings safely. They will be in the garage when you are ready. Well done tonight. They needed to hear it. Christmas morning in the Poconos felt like waking up in another life. My phone seemed possessed. I scrolled through messages while drinking coffee, each one more satisfying than the last. Father, your mother is devastated. This stunt reflects negatively on your judgment. We need to talk about this as a family. Avery, you have always been selfish, but this is the next level. You humiliated us in front of all. Pathetic. Carter, do you really think you're special now? All you did was embarrass your family. This is not over, little brother. Not even close. That last one had me laughing. Still posturing. He still believed he had leverage. I deleted it without replying. My grandmother. Half of the family called me last night. The majority are disgusted with your parents. Several cousins want to order furniture from you. Your aunt claims she was always aware that Raymond was a fraud. Well done. I remained in the Poconos through New Year's. Make use of the available time to plan. I developed a growth strategy. I sketched designs for new pieces and even wrote proposals for a gallery show in New York. For the first time in years, I was able to think about the future without being weighed down by my family's disapproval. You're going to need assistance, Mason said one afternoon as we worked at the cabin table. You cannot meet the demand alone. Not after what happened on Christmas. Word is going to spread. People are going to want pieces from the guy who told off his entire family. I understand. I am thinking about hiring someone. If the gallery works out, there may be 3 people. Are you scared? Terrified, but also prepared. For the first time in my life, I feel prepared. Back in Red Bank on January 2nd, my workshop felt unique, fresh eyes. There are 23 new inquiries waiting. A gallery in Tribeca wanted to talk about representation, and I had lunch planned with my grandmother on the 8th. The older Callahan would have been concerned about seeing family. The new Callahan is really looking forward to it. January 8th, steakhouse in Montclair, upscale and quiet. She was already seated when I arrived, sharp-eyed and direct as usual. She rose to hug me. Callahan, you look good. Thank you, Grandma. We got through small talk quickly. Then she sat down with her menu and looked directly at me. I owe you an apology, she explained. For what? For not saying anything sooner. I knew how they treated you. I saw it for years. Should have intervened rather than waited. You were not part of their plan. No, but I made it possible with my silence. She sipped her iced tea. That's it for now. I made it clear to your parents that their actions were unacceptable. Inform your extended family that you own a legitimate, profitable business. How did they take it? She smiled slightly. Your mother cried. Your father became defensive. I told them to be quiet and listen once. I laughed. I'm updating my will, she explained. You will receive 45% of my estate. Your siblings divided the remaining 55%. Not recompense for their cruelty. You have simply proven yourself. Grandma, you don't have to. I am not asking for permission. I am informing you. She looked at me, as if proud. You remind me of myself when I was your age. Everyone had opinions on what I should do. I ignored them and established my own accounting practice. Best decision I've ever made. I didn't realize that. Your family does not mention it. It does not fit their narrative. She paused. I'm also investing in your business, not in charity. A legitimate business decision. 18% equity in exchange for capital to grow. I stared at her. You are completely serious. I have reviewed your website. I called 3 of your buyers myself. Your numbers are excellent. The growth potential is significant. You are a sound investment. She smiled. And I expect quarterly reports. I'm an active investor. We discussed details over lunch. Her investment would allow me to hire 3 people, upgrade equipment, and lease a suitable showroom space. She said one more thing as we finished. Your mother will attempt to make contact. Apologies and manipulation. Whatever you decide, remember that you do not owe them forgiveness simply because they are family. You owe yourself respect. I'll remember that. She squeezed my hand. Good day, man. The next 3 weeks were explosive. I hired 3 guys who were both skilled and hungry, set up proper workflows, organized inventory, and implemented systems for tracking commissions versus gallery pieces. Mid-January, my phone rang. Dad, I almost didn't respond, but I was curious. Hello, Callahan. It's your dad. I understand. A long pause. I'm calling because we need to talk about what happened over Christmas. How about it? You humiliated us in front of our whole family. You made accusations. I told you the truth. I cut in. There is a difference. Callahan, I understand you're upset, but you need to think about this practically. We're dealing with investor concerns and cash flow issues. Dad, why did you really want me to join the family business? Silence. I'm not stupid, I explained. You aren't offering this out of concern. What is really going on with Carter? More silence, then careful. The company is undergoing an audit. We are currently investigating some accounting irregularities. Irregularities. That's what we refer to as 3 years of embezzlement. We don't know for certain. Grandma does. And so does everyone else. I let it hang there. You intend to humiliate me into joining a company that is losing money because your golden boy stole from you, and you are too proud to admit it. That is not what this is about. Yes, it is. And the answer is still no. Handle your own messes. I hung up. February provided momentum. Following our successful initial meeting, the gallery and Tribeca scheduled an exhibition. My 3 guys stepped forward, 13-hour days with perfect joints and flawless finishes. Then reality struck. Manhattan client called to renegotiate $14,500 dining table price after delivery. The finish is not what I expected. $9,000 seems reasonable. I have the signed specifications sheet. Take 8, or I'll dispute the charge. Hung up. I called a lawyer. Certified letter threatening a breach of contract lawsuit. Client paid in full within a week, with a written apology. Running a business entailed fighting for what you had earned. 3 weeks before the solo show, things turned ugly. Carter arrived at my workshop unannounced. He just walked in as if he owned the place. I was just finishing up a walnut credenza when I heard the door open. I looked up, and there he was. Same smug expression, same expensive suit, same golden child energy radiating from him like a disease. Nice setup, he said, looking around. Quaint. Get out. Relax. I'm here to discuss business. He picked up one of my chisels and examined it as if he knew what he was looking for. He did not. The auditors completed their preliminary report. Dad is in full panic mode. Mom is on Xanax. Avery refuses to stop crying. It's still not my problem. He walked past my workbench, running his finger along the edge of a piece that I had been working on for 6 weeks, 900 hours of work. Be careful, I said, that is worth more than your car. His jaw tightened. It was the first time I had received a genuine reaction from him. Here is the thing, little brother. He set down the chisel and looked at me. It doesn't need to be ugly. Family cares for family. You bring me in as a 50/50 partner, and we're even. I handle operations. You do a little woodworking. I actually laughed. Are you serious? Dead serious. I have business experience. You do not have any connections. I can take this operation to a new level. You stole millions from the family company, and now you want half of my business? His expression hardened. I did not steal anything. There were cash flow issues. Accounting with a twist. Things became complicated. The auditors hold a different opinion. The auditors don't have the full picture. He moved closer. I'm offering you a lifeline here. Take it. Get out of my workshop. Think carefully, Callahan. You make me an enemy. Things become difficult. I know people, investors, and clients. I can make phone calls that will bury your little hobby in a week. Are you threatening me? I am giving you options. He smiled. The same patronizing smile as Christmas. 50/50. Final offer. I don't hire thieves and certainly don't make them partners. His smile vanished. You're going to regret this. Get out now. He left. But something told me it wasn't over. 4 days later, it began. A client called to cancel his commission. He stated that he had heard concerns about my business practices. Then, another cancellation. Then an unfavorable review appeared online. Someone I'd never worked with claimed that I had delivered damaged goods. The fake reviews became creative. One person claimed I showed up to a delivery drunk. Another stated I'd made a pass at some guy's wife. All of these accounts were created within 72 hours of Carter's visit. All with no history, no other reviews, And no credibility among anyone paying attention. But they appeared on Google. That's what mattered to him. I called Mason. Carter's going scorched earth, I said. Cancellations, fake reviews. He's trying to destroy my reputation. Document everything, screenshots, timestamps, the works. Already on it. Then the call started. Middle of the night, blocked numbers, heavy breathing, then disconnect 3, 4 times a night. I started sleeping with my phone on silent. A week later, I came to my workshop and found the lock tampered with. Nothing taken, but tools moved around. A message. I'm watching. That's when I called the police. An officer sat across from me, taking notes. And you believe your brother is responsible? I know he is. He threatened me 3 weeks ago. Demanded I give him half my business. When I refused, this started. Do you have proof? I showed him everything. The text messages, the fake review from an account created the day after our confrontation, the phone records, the security footage from across the street showing a figure matching Carter's build near my shop at 2 a.m. We can file a report, he said, but without direct evidence linking him to the break-in attempt. What about harassment, the calls, the business interference? He looked at me seriously. You might want to consider a restraining order given the pattern. I filed the next day. A temporary restraining order against Carter Callahan. Had to go to court, present evidence, explain why I feared for my safety and livelihood. The judge reviewed everything, the threatening visit, the systematic harassment, the attempted break-in. Granted, she said, Mr. Carter Callahan is to maintain a distance of 600 feet from the petitioner and his place of business, no contact of any kind. When Carter got served, he lost it, called me from a burner phone screaming about betrayal, about how I destroyed the family, about how he'd make me pay. I recorded the whole thing, filed a violation report the same day. The burner phone call lasted 4 minutes. He called me every name in the book, threatened to burn down my workshop, said he had friends who could make problems disappear. I let him run his mouth, every word recorded, every threat documented. He was so busy being angry. He forgot I'd been the quiet one my whole life. The quiet one who listened. The quiet one who remembered everything. Second court appearance. The judge wasn't happy. Mr. Callahan, she said, looking at Carter, you were explicitly ordered to have no contact with your brother. You violated that order within 24 hours. Your Honor, this is a family matter. It's a legal matter now. You're facing contempt charges. I'm extending the restraining order to 3 years and adding criminal penalties for any further violation. Carter's lawyer tried to argue. The judge shut him down. Carter's lawyer looked like he wanted to disappear, probably wondering how he'd explain this to his other clients. Walking out of that courthouse, I felt something I hadn't expected. Not triumph, not satisfaction, just clarity. I'd drawn a line, defended it, and won. The solo show at Forge and Grain was everything I'd worked for. High-end space in a converted warehouse. Professional lighting that made each piece glow. My collection occupied the entire main room. Each piece spotlit perfectly against exposed brick walls. 7 years of work. 7 years of being told I was wasting my life. All of it validated in one room. I arrived early to set up. My 3 employees were already there, arranging pieces, checking sightlines, making sure everything was flawless. We'd been working toward this for months. You ready? One asked. As I'll ever be. Guests started arriving at 7. Gallery owners from Manhattan. Collectors who'd flown in from as far as San Francisco. Design bloggers with cameras. Interior designers scouting for talent. The room filled fast. The energy electric with possibility. I worked it naturally. Talking about process, explaining techniques, connecting with buyers who understood what real craftsmanship meant. A collector from San Francisco bought 3 pieces on the spot. Paid asking price without negotiating. I've been looking for someone who still does real joinery, he said. Everyone else is just gluing IKEA parts together and calling it bespoke. We shook hands. That one sale covered my operating costs for 4 months. At 7:30, my grandmother walked in. Alone. She caught my eye and smiled. I walked over. Where's the rest of the family? I asked. Your father and mother decided not to attend. Too embarrassed after Carter's court appearance. Avery stayed with them. She looked around at the crowd. Carter is prohibited from being within 600 feet of you anyway, thanks to that restraining order. I heard he tried to show up and had to be turned away. I hadn't known that. Security must have handled it before I noticed. The show looks spectacular, my grandmother said. I'm very proud of you. Thanks for coming. And thanks for backing me up at Christmas. I wouldn't have missed either. She squeezed my hand. Your work speaks for itself. You don't need their approval. You never did. The show ran until 11. By the time we closed, I had orders totaling $74,000, not including the gallery's commission. 3 interior designers wanted to carry my work exclusively in their showrooms. 2 private clients wanted custom home offices designed from the ground up. April bled into May. Carter's case went public. Criminal charges filed. Not just the restraining order violations, but the embezzlement, too. Turned out the auditors had found everything. 3 years of falsified records, shell companies, funneled contracts, the whole operation laid bare in court filings that became public record. I watched it unfold from a distance. The family firm hemorrhaging clients faster than they could count. Civil lawsuits from investors piling up. The perfect family image destroyed. And everyone knew exactly why. My cousin sent me the news article. Bergen County real estate exec charged with embezzlement. Carter's mugshot. Dad's company named $3.6 million in diverted funds. The golden child had been stealing for years, and they tried to use me to cover it up. Summer brought more commissions than I could handle. We hired 5 more people and started turning down projects. The brownstone job in Brooklyn led to referrals. The referrals led to magazine features. The features led to more referrals. Success compounding on success built on skill, not manipulation. Late June. Mom called. First time in 6 months. First time since I'd exposed them in front of everyone at Christmas dinner. I'd wondered how long it would take before desperation outweighed pride. I let it ring twice before answering. Hello, Callahan. It's Mom. Her voice was different. Smaller, fragile in a way I'd never heard before. The woman who'd spent years dismissing everything I'd built now sounded like she was barely holding it together. Can we talk about what? Everything. What happened at Christmas? What your father and I did. What we didn't do. The years we wasted treating you like you were less than. She paused, and I could hear her trying not to cry. I'm calling to ask for help. Help with what? The company? The lawsuits? Carter's legal fees? Everything's falling apart. Her voice cracked. We made mistakes, Callahan. Terrible mistakes, but we're still family. That has to count for something. You planned to humiliate me and steal my business in front of everyone we know. That's not a mistake. That's a strategy. We were desperate. We were scared. We didn't know what else to do. So, after years of calling it a hobby, a phase, a sandbox, now suddenly it's valuable enough to steal. Silence. Callahan, please. I know we don't deserve it, but we need you. Your father is barely functioning. Avery is overwhelmed. Carter is facing prison. She paused. We've discussed it as a family. You bring Carter in as a partner after his legal issues resolve. 50 over 50. He needs something to come back to. He can handle operations while you do your woodworking. I almost laughed. The audacity was almost impressive. Even after everything, the harassment, the threats, the restraining order, the criminal charges, they still wanted me to save him. Let me understand this. You want me to give half my company to the brother who threatened me? The brother who harassed my clients, the brother who tried to break into my workshop, the brother I had to get a restraining order against, the golden child who destroyed everything. He's still your brother. He needs a fresh start. And frankly, you owe this family something. I owe you nothing. And I have a 3-year restraining order that says he can't come within 600 feet of me or my business. So, even if I wanted to, which I don't, it would literally be illegal. We can work around that. Get it modified. No, Callahan. I smiled. Actually smiled. Not angry. Not bitter. Just done. I don't hire thieves and certainly don't make them partners. The silence stretched. When she spoke again, her voice was hollow. I don't know what else to say. There's nothing to say. You made your choices. Now you live with them. I'm not your bailout. I'm not Carter's safety net. I'm the son you discarded. And I built something real without you. Can we at least meet? Talk in person? No. We are done here. I hung up. 2.5 hours later, Avery texted. You're tearing this family apart. I hope you're happy. I screenshot it. Added it to my collection. Then went back to work on a commission for a restaurant in the Hamptons. $26,000 cash on delivery. Yeah, I was pretty happy. Dad called, asked if we could meet. His voice sounded different, defeated, broken in a way I'd never heard before. The man who'd always been in control, always had an angle, always knew how to work a room. That man was gone. I agreed. A quiet diner in Montclair, neutral territory, the kind of place where nobody would recognize us, no family reputation to maintain, no image to protect, just 2 people who needed to have a conversation that was years overdue. He walked in looking like he'd aged 10 years, suit wrinkled, tie crooked. The man who'd always been immaculately put together, who'd lectured me about presentation and professionalism, now looked like he'd been sleeping in his car. He sat down heavily, like the weight of everything that had happened was physically crushing him. "Thank you for meeting me," he said. "You wanted to talk?" He nodded, ordered coffee, took a long breath. "Carter took a plea deal last week. 20 months federal minimum security. The family firm filed for bankruptcy. We're liquidating assets, selling the estate. Everything's gone." He looked at me. "I built that company for 32 years. Sacrificed everything for it. Sacrificed my relationship with you, and it's gone. Carter destroyed all of it, and I let him. I didn't say anything. Just waited. You were right," he continued, "about all of it. I was wrong to try to control you. Wrong to mock what you built. Wrong to plan that Christmas ambush. Wrong to protect Carter when he came after you. I was wrong about everything. Why are you telling me this now? Because I need you to know that you were right to leave. You built something real, something sustainable, something that matters." He met my eyes. "I'm proud of you, Callahan. I should have said that years ago. I'm saying it now." I watched him grovel. "Felt nothing at all. I don't need you to save me," he continued. "I don't need you to join anything or fix anything. I just need you to know that I was wrong and you were right. And I'm sorry I couldn't see it sooner." We sat there in silence. "Good to know," I said. "Doesn't change anything. We're still done. I understand. Keep your apology. I don't need it. I moved on a long time ago." He nodded. "I figured you'd say that." He stood to leave, turned back. "You know what the worst part is?" he asked. "What?" "I had 2 sons. One who had the courage to build something real and one who didn't. I destroyed my relationship with the first trying to control him. The second destroyed everything trying to please me and then blamed everyone else when it fell apart." He shook his head. "I picked the wrong horse, and I lost everything because of it." He walked out. Not vindication, not satisfaction, not even triumph, though I'd earned that peace. I didn't need their approval anymore. I'd already won. "You stole my life." My sister screamed, lunged at my pregnant stomach with the cake knife. Husband took her side. 62 guests filmed it. She's in jail. My sister stabbed my baby shower cake 53 times, screaming, "You ruined my life," and lunging at my stomach. While my husband supported her, my mother held me. My due date is 4 weeks, and she has my house key. As Ava, I never imagined typing this from a hotel room at 7.5 months pregnant. Everything I knew about my family changed after she lunged at me, so I must explain. Naturally, I screamed when Pierce cut me with his buttercream frosted knife. I remember less fear. My husband Cole's look. No horror. His nod indicated comprehension. Maya, my best friend, blocked us and pushed Pierce. A knife fell to the event hall floor. 62 frozen guests recorded everything on their phones. My mother-in-law Lorraine wept. My mother, Vivian, who had held my arm so tight I would bruise the next day, told me, "Ava, you need to calm down," as my cousin Tessa called the police. Pierce destroyed a $420 cake and tried to stab her pregnant sister, not me. I shakily said, "Let go of me," and she slowly released me, as if I might do something violent. My hand instinctively went to my belly as I stumbled backward, and the baby kicked, probably sensing my anxiety. Finally, Cole moved. He approached Pierce, who was crying on the floor with mascara on her face, and put his hand on her shoulder. "It's okay," he whispered. "Just breathe." I watched him. He looked at me with a colder than angry look. "Ava tried to stab me, but she planned not to. I'm 700 months pregnant, Cole." Maya took my hand. "We leave now. Come on." I couldn't move. My mother, kneeling beside Pierce, stroked her hair as I watched Cole, who hadn't asked if I was okay, and my sister, who was looking up at me with red-rimmed eyes and a triumphant face. Pierce said, "This is what you do. Take everything rightfully mine." The sirens were distant. Someone called the police. "Good. I don't understand," I said, looking around at all these people I thought loved me. Cole said, "Maybe you should have considered that earlier." I wanted to scream, but Maya was pulling me toward the door, so I let her because my legs were weak. We drove to her apartment quietly, except for my ragged breathing. Maya made me tea when I asked. Pierce was not my choice. With Cole, any of this? Her expression was careful as she sat across from me. "Pierce has been odd lately. She broke her promise to attend your appointment last month and posted cryptic messages on social media about arrogant people. I thought her post was about me, but I assumed you two fought." She gestured helplessly. "Nobody expects her to do what she did." Pierce wrote 4 hours before the baby shower. "Some people will smile in your face while stealing everything you want." I browsed her recent posts, all of which speculated about betrayal. One from 3 weeks ago said, When your own family chooses someone else over you, that's when you know who people really are. Ava. Maya spoke gently. I looked back at the past few months. Pierce was distant. She skipped my gender reveal party due to work. She was short on the phone, but we were lifelong friends. No, I said last. Her behavior is odd, but I assume she was stressed about work. She has been pursuing partnership at her firm for years. Finally, Cole, the phone buzzed. The message chilled me. Staying with my brother tonight. Delay going home. Do not visit my home. We bought our house 4 years ago. He was called immediately. It rang 5 times before he answered. Cole. What's up? Why tell me not to come home? Your sister is upset. We host them. You allowed them in after that. Someone must prevent her. She tried stabbing me. Her intent was not to harm you. She was overrun. The other end was silent for a long time. Pierce may be right. Maybe we should discuss your secrets. He hung up. As I stared at my phone, I wondered what universe I had entered, where my husband, mother, and sister had all turned against me. Maya watched me with wide eyes. I swear, I don't understand his talk, Maya. She believed me. I saw it in her expression. That made no sense. Okay, she said, being practical. We must change your locks first if your mother has a key and they're at your house. I quietly said Pierce has a key I gave her years ago for emergencies, and Cole has his, so all 4 can access your house anytime. You're due in 4 weeks. Maya said, say no to Spiral. I could tell she was worried too. Let's assess the situation and get an explanation. I checked my text thread with Cole from the past few weeks. Everything seemed normal. He sent me a photo of a Target onesie he bought 3 days earlier with 4 heart emojis. We discussed baby names and whether his parents should visit the week or month after birth. I switched to Pierce's thread. Our last call was 6 days ago. She texted for shower setup help. I thanked the event planner and said she had it under control. She thumbed up. There was a strange gap before. I scrolled up for our last real conversation a month ago. I was invited to lunch but couldn't because Cole was taking me to the doctor. She said, of course he is. I thought it was normal. It felt heavy. Scrolling back, I continued. 3 months ago, she asked me about her lease renewal and whether she should move or stay in her apartment. I told her to build equity. She said, easy to say. When I asked what she meant, she said she was stressed about money. I changed the topic. 4 months ago, she called me crying at 1:30 a.m. Did you know? Maya, I said slowly. Probably been building for a while. Not seeing it. See what though? We must figure that out. My mother's phone buzzed again. You must reconsider your actions. Your sister is damaged. She told me everything, and I'm disgusted. I raised you better. Called her immediately. She answered first ring. What are you talking about, Mom? Cole said, don't act innocent, Ava. What's real? Mom, please. Confused. Pierce thinks I did what? Long silence. Cole has been your sister's crush since college. You knew. You always knew. You married him anyway. Tilted world. Dizzy. Pierce never mentioned Cole until after we started dating. Ava, she told me everything tonight. She introduced you at that party and how she had been building up the courage to ask him out for months. It was true. She hadn't introduced us. We started talking while getting drinks. You called her the following week to tell her you were seeing him, and took him despite knowing how she felt. Pierce was across the room talking to someone else. That didn't happen, Mom. I didn't know she knew Cole or liked him. She says she told you several times. You always did this. She took what she wanted. He was her college boyfriend before Cole. You got the job she interviewed for. My head spun. Which college boyfriend? What job? Mom. I don't get this. College Pierce and I dated different people, worked in different fields, and never applied for the same apartments. Ava has proof. I saw it. Send them to me. I need to know what she means. Don't deny it. You stole your sister's husband. I thought I was going insane. Cole chose me, Mom. We fell in love. That's not theft. It just happened. Everything else. After college, I worked at Meridian Tech for 2 years before switching careers. Pierce interviewed there first. You learned about the job from her and applied and were accepted behind her back. My mom, I found work on a board. Pierce interviewed there without my knowledge, but she ended up at a law firm, as she always wanted. She's doing better at Meridian than me. She remembers differently. Cole left. To think. He said. Where's he? No idea. Maybe his brother's house, he told you. Pierce, where is she? She sleeps in your guest room. My guest room? I spent hours imagining rocking my daughter to sleep in the nursery with the crib and dress her full of baby clothes. Get her out of my house. I told my mother. Harder than ever. Get her out now, or I'm calling the police and filing assault charges. I'm save the worder. You wouldn't, Mom. I was pregnant when she tried to stab me. I would dare. Your sister and daughter. Why side with her? My mother said quietly. Pierce has struggled for so long and you've always had it easy. After she hung up, I started crying. The baby kicked frantically and Maya hugged me and gave me her shoulder to cry. This is insane. I sobbed. I don't know why my family thinks I'm a villain. We'll figure it out, Maya said. You must breathe for the baby first. She was right. I forced myself to breathe deeply, calm down, and think clearly. Okay, I said, wiping my face. Pierce's supposed proof. Nodded and found Nolan's number. He replied after 2 rings. Hi, Ava, has Cole joined you? No, he promised to stay with you tonight. Was he absent? He's gone. Last week, Cole lied about his destination. Did Cole mention me recently, Nolan, marriage problems? Nothing. What's up? I summarized the baby shower disaster. His silence lasted long after I finished. That's crazy, he said. It was all happening without my knowledge. Cole seemed fine when I saw him. Normal. Excited for the baby. Ever mention Pierce liking him in college? Your sister? Never. I barely knew her then. Cole never told me we didn't hang out much in college because I went to a different school. This is serious. Yes, of course. Are you okay, Ava? Where are you staying? I support Maya. I'm fine. Very confused. Maya made me eat after we hang up. I couldn't taste it, but the baby needed fuel. She took out her laptop. Okay, she said. Be methodical as Pierce's claims are examined one by one. I found old social media photos of Derek, my college boyfriend. After a year of dating, we realized we wanted different things. I found photos of us together, checked the dates, and looked for Pierce with Derek. Nothing. Pierce was always with Mitchell in our college photos. They dated intermittently for 3 years. Maya asks if Derek and Mitchell were the same. Mitchell was tall and blonde, while Derek, shorter and darker, had dark hair. We addressed the apartment claim. I had never rented Pierce's ideal apartment. We moved cities after college. She went to law school in New York, while I stayed in Boston. I moved to the same city 4 years later for work, but the Meridian Tech job was harder to verify. My old emails contained the job posting I applied to, dated 3 weeks before my interview. I had to ask a current employee if Pierce had interviewed there after almost 8 years. Maya asks, what about Cole? I closed my eyes and tried to remember. Pierce invited me last minute to Haley's birthday party in an apartment after my breakup with Derek. I felt awkward standing by the drinks table because I didn't know anyone. Pierce came over to check on me after over an hour of talking about music. She seemed surprised when she heard us and said, "Oh, you two met." Then introduced us. Ava, Cole, my little sister. Did her tone suggest she wanted me to avoid him? I disagreed. She seemed happy we got along. Cole requested my number from Haley the following week and started texting. Our first date was 6 days after the party. Pierce asked why I was smiling at my phone so much, so I told her. Maya asks what she thought. I said party Cole. She said, "Oh, that's nice," and asked about our date. Normal conversation. She seemed happy. She didn't mention him again until 4 months into our relationship, when I asked if she wanted to hang out. Law school kept her busy. Sitting there, we tried to figure out if Pierce had been hiding her feelings for 8 years and was now revealing them, or if she had another reason for creating this narrative. Maya slowly asked, "What if Pierce is projecting something else onto you?" It made sense, but it didn't explain why Cole and my mother believed her story right away. A stranger texted me around midnight. It shocked me to see a screenshot of a text conversation between Ava and Cole, who were listed at the top. Ava told Cole that Pierce had always been jealous of her and had never succeeded or had a boyfriend. Cole complained, "That was harsh, wasn't it?" Answering, Ava wrote, "Always the disappointing daughter. I can't help being better at life than her." Scanning more screenshots made my hands shake. I kept criticizing Pierce in messages about how I knew she liked Cole but pursued him to prove I could. She deliberately applied for jobs to show her who was better. I told Maya these are fake, never sent these messages. They're fake, but if you don't know, they look real. Same unknown number texted again. This has plagued me for 8 years. Avoid Cole. Pierce, your true self, called. The phone went to voicemail. These are fake. I texted. You know they're fake. Why are you doing this? As she typed, 3 dots appeared and disappeared. Finally, Mom found your college journal. No more denial. An old college journal. I kept journals then, but I never wrote anything like that because I never felt that. Where could my mother have found an old journal? What journal? I texted back. One you left at Mom's house years ago in your old bedroom closet was found last month while cleaning my childhood home. I left boxes of old stuff in my closet that my mother kept saying she'd donate but never did. She was silent when I called Mom and texted her. I told Maya this was planned. Pierce fabricated screenshots. My handwriting is on a journal that says bad things. Someone is setting me up. Could someone have forged your journal handwriting? Why would they? How does this end? Cole called. Where are you? I asked immediately. Are you okay? He said he was in a hotel and sounded tired. While driving, I thought. Ava, I need your honesty. Pierce may have told you, but did you keep a college journal about sabotaging your sister? No, Cole. Your mom showed me pages, so I never. Your handwritten pages match Pierce's. I saw real journal entries, Ava. Cole, show me those pages. Can you send me photos? Why? Please deny it more convincingly so I can figure out what's going on. Pierce sent me authentic-looking screenshots. I'm your wife, and Pierce is your sister, whom you've been torturing for years without telling me. Maybe I know you less than I thought. Cole, send me the photos. I agreed, even though the implication made me sick. If this is true, we have serious problems, and I need to know if I can trust you with our daughter. Several photos arrived a minute later. My handwriting was similar, but the spiral notebook page read, I saw her practicing what she'd say. Pierce thinks she'll ask Cole out at Haley's party. It was sad. I'll consult him first. Increasing his liking for me will be easy. She's terrible at talking to guys. This is going to be fun. Another photo showed entries. Hired at Meridian. Pierce will be furious. Haley told me she interviewed there last week. I doubt she knows I applied. Everything is invisible to her. More photos and handwritten entries saying things I would never think or write. Looking at them, my mind raced. The handwriting was too similar to be random. They either practiced copying my handwriting until they got it right. Maya, I whispered, what if these are real journal entries but not about what they seem? Imagine someone replacing names and words on my journal pages. What if I wrote about someone else and swapped Pierce and Cole's names? I found it a sophomore year photo of Klein and me in our dorm. Zooming in on the desk in the background revealed my spiral notebook, journal, and what I wrote about that semester. Sorority sister Sienna was very competitive with me. My journal detailed how I was tired of competing with her. She would flirt with a guy I liked at the next party and brag about my better grades. Who would rename Sienna entries Pierce? Why would they have my old journals? Cole, I called to ask you something. Your mom found these journal pages last month while going through your old stuff. When did Pierce first accuse you? She called 3 weeks ago, crying, saying she needed to tell me something she'd kept for years. Pierce was eating Sunday dinners at your parents', and mentioned several times that she and your mom were getting closer. I wasn't invited because I was too pregnant and tired to drive across town. Cole. Pierce may have started this. Fake screenshots, because I never sent those messages. Real journal entries, altered to make them about her. Ava, that accusation is detailed. Please stay away from the house as my beliefs are shifting and I need time to decide. I'm 7.5 months pregnant and don't know where to go. If even half of Pierce's claims are true, I can't keep you until we figure this out. We'll deal with her lying later, but I'm reviewing damning evidence. I wanted to scream, throw my phone, and make him understand, but his voice told me he'd decided. He preferred Pierce's account to mine. I need a locksmith, I said after hanging up. We'll change my locks first thing tomorrow morning. What about Cole's key? Maya asks. He can ring the doorbell to come home. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Pierce's face as she lunged at me with the knife. I heard my mother say, maybe it was time I experienced consequences. At 6:45 a.m. I called a 24-hour locksmith, who said he could be there by 9:30. I then called my doctor and explained that I was under extreme stress and wanted to make sure the baby was okay. She told me to come in at 12:30. At 9, Maya and I drove to my house. Cole's car wasn't there, but my mother's was. Pierce said, it's my house, too, or it should be. If she hadn't stolen Cole, she's going to have to accept the reality of what she's done. I used my key to open the front door and heard voices from the kitchen. My mother and Pierce can't keep living there. Once the baby comes, we'll make sure Cole understands his options. His options. What did that mean? I entered the kitchen and they both jumped. What are you doing here? My mother demanded. I live here. Pierce stood up from the kitchen table, looking terrible. She had puffy eyes and messy hair, but her expression was calculating. Did Cole tell you to stay away? My mother asked. And he has concerns about your mental state. I laughed. It sounded slightly off to me. My mental state, right? Not the mental state of the person who stabbed a cake 53 times and tried to attack a pregnant woman. Pierce said. You're twisting what happened. There are 62 witnesses and probably 38 videos of what happened. I'm not twisting anything. You're the one who caused all of this. She replied. Pierce screamed. The sound echoed through the house. Everything I wanted, you took. Now you're sitting here playing victim like you don't know what you did. I didn't steal anything. Cole and I fell in love. That's life. You knew I was going to ask him out. I told you. No, you didn't. Pierce, you never told me you liked Cole until last night. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through something, then turned it toward me. She showed me the text thread from before Haley's party. Pierce told Ava about a guy she liked who was going to the party. Ava asked who it was, and Pierce said it was a secret, but she was planning to make a move. Ava then sent a message, good luck, I hope it works out for you. Except I never sent that message. This is fake, too, I said. Just like the other screenshots, the interface was slightly off and the timestamp didn't make sense. It was sent at 3:00 inches the morning, which wasn't when we'd been texting about the party. I opened my phone and opened my real text thread with Pierce from 8 years ago. We talked about the party, but you never mentioned a guy. You asked if I was bringing a date, and I said no because I just broke up with Derek. Pierce's face went red. You deleted the real messages to cover your tracks. Pierce shrieked. This is what you do. You manipulate and lie and make everyone think you're perfect, when really you're. She stopped abruptly, breathing hard. I'm what? I asked quietly, what am I, Pierce? She looked at my mother, then at me. You're a thief. You've always been a thief. The locksmith rang the doorbell. All three of us froze. I said, that's a locksmith. I'm changing the locks. Both of you need to leave. You can't kick me out, my mother said. Cole said we could stay here. Cole can't invite people to stay in my house without asking me, especially those who assault. Pierce said, I didn't assault you. I had a panic attack and lost control for a moment. Tell the police. Oh, wait. I will, because I'm filing a report this afternoon. You wouldn't, my mother said. Watch me. I opened the door for the locksmith and explained what I needed. My mother and Pierce gathered their things in icy silence. Before they left, Pierce turned to me one last time and said, this isn't over, Cole knows the truth now. Everyone knows you can change the locks, but not what you've done. I cried on my couch while the locksmith worked, which I appreciated. After he left, I went to my doctor's appointment. The baby was fine, heartbeat strong, movement normal, but my blood pressure was high, and the doctor warned me that stress could cause early labor. Is there any way you can remove yourself from the stressful situation? She asked. I laughed. Not really. The stressful situation is my entire family. As I left the doctor's office, an unknown number called. Hello, Ava. The city police department's officer, Sofia Ramirez, called about the incident at your baby shower yesterday. Multiple witnesses have filed reports, and we'd like to take your statement. Finally, something going right. I spent an hour at the police station giving my statement and showing them the videos people sent me. Officer Ramirez listened carefully, taking notes. This sounds like harassment, possibly stalking, definitely assault. We're going to contact your sister and ask her to come in for questioning. Let me give you the information for filing a restraining order. When I returned to Maya's apartment, I found her on her laptop, frowning at the screen. What's wrong? I asked. I've been researching Pierce, her social media, her professional profiles, etc. My friend who works at Pierce's law firm told me she was fired 3 months ago for performance issues, including making mistakes and missing deadlines. Is she working anywhere now? I asked. I can't find any indication that she is, but she's been posting on social media like everything's normal, acting like she's still at the firm. Maya searched further and found some concerning posts in a landlord-tenant forum. Someone with Pierce's apartment's address posted about a tenant who hadn't paid rent in 4 months. My sister was unemployed, potentially evicted, and spiraling, and she blamed me for all her problems. Another thing. Maya said. I found this post from 5 months ago on a forum about creative writing. Someone with a username that matches Pierce's asked for advice on how to forge someone's handwriting. They got some detailed responses. 5 months ago, months before my mother supposedly found the journal. I said slowly. She's been planning this for months. It looks like it. But why? I thought about everything I'd learned, the job loss, the financial problems, the obsession with Cole she'd apparently had for 8 years, real or imagined, and the narrative she'd created where I was the villain who'd ruined her life. I said it's easier than accepting that her life didn't turn out the way she wanted. If it's my fault, she's not responsible, she's a victim. Cole's phone buzzed. Ava, what the hell? The police called me asking about yesterday. Good. Your sister-in-law committed assault, and I'm pressing charges. Cole, I'm charging your sister because she tried to stab me and our baby, and I'm learning she's been planning this breakdown for months. What's up? I told him everything. Maya had found, the job loss, the rent, the forum post about forging handwriting. After a long silence, he said, Ava, the text screenshots are fake. The journal entries were doctored. I can prove it. I have the original journals, and I have my actual text history with Pierce. She's created an elaborate lie, and you believed her over me because I saw evidence. You saw what she wanted you to see. Did you ever ask me about any of this before deciding I was guilty? Did you ever let me defend myself? She's been so upset, Ava, so broken. Why would she put herself through that if it wasn't true? She's having a breakdown and blames me. She even got Mom on her side. Your mom saw the journal and confirmed it was your handwriting. I'm sure it was mine, but the entries weren't about Pierce. They were about someone else, and someone changed the names. I can prove that, too, if you listen to me. He sighed. Ava, this is so complicated, and you have to admit it's convenient that you have explanations for everything. It's not convenient. It's the truth. I need more time to process this, but can you please drop Pierce's charges? She's your sister. This will tear the family apart. It's already torn apart, Cole, and I'm not dropping the charges. She's dangerous right now, and I need to protect myself and our baby. What about protecting your family? The family that held me down while she came at me with a knife? He didn't have an answer. That evening, I went back to my house with its new locks and walked through each room. I sat in the nursery rocking chair and called my dad, who lived in Florida and had been divorced for 14 years. The living room still had the pregnancy pillow I'd been using on the couch, and the kitchen still had the meal prep containers I'd filled before the baby shower. Everything looked normal, but nothing was. I told him about the baby shower after a few weeks of talking to him. Dad, something's happened, I said, and he listened without interrupting. Your mother always babied Pierce, he said. Even when we were married, Pierce was sensitive. Pierce needed more support than you. I tried to tell Vivian she was creating problems by treating you two so differently, but she wouldn't listen. Do you think Pierce believes what she's saying about me? I think Pierce has spent her whole life being told the world is unfair to her. When her life doesn't go as planned, she needs someone to blame. You're an easy target because you've been successful. I'm not that successful, Dad. I have an okay job, a nice house, and a good marriage, or so I thought. Compared to Pierce, you're living the dream, and she can't handle it. After we hung up, I made dinner and tried to relax, but I kept thinking about Cole, how quickly he believed Pierce's story, and how he told me to stay away from my own house. Around 9:45 p.m., he called again. Ava, I've been thinking about everything you said, and, after 20 minutes, he arrived at the door, looking exhausted and with bloodshot eyes. Seeing me, he changed his face and said, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Ava, I should have talked to you first before believing anything, before taking Pierce's side. I let him in and showed him everything at the kitchen table. My college journals were about Sienna, not Pierce. Pierce's text threads showed she'd never mentioned having feelings for Cole. His face went pale as I showed him Maya's research on Pierce's job loss and potential eviction in the forum post about forging handwriting. Oh my God, he said. Oh my God, Ava. She made it all up. Cole put his head in his hands. I think she's having a breakdown. Her life is falling apart, and she's blamed me instead of dealing with her problems. Your mom believes her. My mom has always treated Pierce like she's fragile. I let your sister attack you and took her side. What kind of husband does that? A scared one? I don't know, Cole. I'm too tired to analyze it right now. Can you forgive me? I looked at him. Really looked at him. This man I'd loved for 8 years. I said honestly. Maybe eventually. But right now, I don't even know if I can trust you. His eyes filled with tears. That's fair. That's more than fair. I'll do whatever it takes to make this right. You can start by supporting me and charging Pierce and talking to my mother. He nodded. I'll talk to her tomorrow. But Ava, even if Pierce made up most of this, do you think she still has feelings for me? I thought about it. Maybe she convinced herself she had feelings for you 8 years ago, and it grew in her mind until it became this huge tragedy. I never gave her any indication. I know this isn't about you, Cole. It's about her and whatever's broken in her right now. He stayed that night and took the couch, but having him in the house made me feel safer. The next morning, he called my mother. He laid out the evidence, explaining that the text messages were fake, the journal entries were doctored, and that Pierce had been planning this for months. When he hung up, he looked shaken. "She didn't believe me," he said. "She said I was being manipulated by you, that you'd faked all this new evidence to cover your tracks." Of course, she did. She said she's hiring a lawyer for Pierce if the police charge her with assault. Good for her. Over the next few days, things changed. One of Pierce's former co-workers called me and said, "I saw what happened. I just wanted you to know that Pierce has been talking about you at work for months." They were horrified and offered support. The police charged Pierce with assault and issued a restraining order to keep her away from me. Cole returned home, and we began COOS counseling. The therapist said we had a long road ahead, but she thought we could work through it if we were both committed. 3 weeks after the baby shower, Cole was there. My dad flew up from Florida, and Maya stayed with me. My daughter, Nora, was born at 6:52 a.m., weighing 7 pounds 11 ounces. I didn't miss my mother or Pierce, but I didn't expect the letter 8 weeks later. It was from Pierce. The envelope was thick, and inside were several pages in her handwriting. "I know you'll never forgive me, and you shouldn't, but I need you to understand what happened, even if it doesn't excuse what I did." She confessed everything. To creating fake screenshots and doctoring journal entries, she used a light box to trace over pages from my journals, changing keywords and names to convince our mother I'd been terrible to her for years. "When I lost my job," she wrote, "I spiraled. I started drinking too much. I couldn't sleep and kept thinking about how easy everything seemed for you. You got a good job, bought a house, and had a baby. Meanwhile, I was failing at my career, drowning in debt, and so lonely I'd go days without talking to anyone. The worst part was that I knew it was my fault. I'd made bad decisions, been too proud to ask for help, and pushed away everyone who tried to help me. Admitting that felt impossible, so I made you the villain. If everything bad in my life was because of what you'd done to me, then I didn't have to face my own failures. That's scary." I started to believe my own lies. The fake screenshots felt real. The altered journal entries felt like they captured a truth, even if they weren't. I told myself I was exposing something that had always been there. Then I showed Mom the evidence. I cried to her about how you'd ruined my life, and she believed me because she's always seen me as fragile and needed protecting. Cole was harder to convince, but once I got Mom on board, it was easier. He saw how upset we both were and some evidence. He'd never distrusted your family before, so why would he start? The baby shower was never supposed to go that far. I was going to make a scene, cry, accuse you publicly, and make you feel the humiliation I felt every day when I logged into my bank account and saw I couldn't pay rent. I picked up the cake knife and stabbed it, understanding the symbolism, destroying something sweet and celebratory like you had destroyed my chances at happiness. Then I saw your stomach, your pregnant stomach, the ultimate proof that you had everything I wanted. I'm checking myself into a psychiatric facility tomorrow for at least 75 days, maybe longer. I wanted to hurt you, to make you feel physical pain to match my emotional pain. I hope Cole can forgive himself for believing me. He's a good man in an impossible situation. I'll figure out why I threw away my relationship with my little sister because I couldn't handle my life falling apart. I'm sorry these words are inadequate, but they're all I have. I hope you and Nora have a beautiful life. The life I pretended you stole from me, but that you earned by being a better person than I ever was. Pierce." I read the letter 3 times and showed it to Cole. "What do you want to do with this?" he asked. "I don't know. Part of me is angry that she thinks a letter can fix this, but part of me is glad she's getting help. Do you want to forgive her eventually?" "I don't know either." My mother sent flowers to the hospital with a card that said, "Congratulations on the baby." Nothing else. I put the letter in a drawer because Nora might want to read it and understand what happened with her aunt. Or I might throw it away and never talk about it again. 8 weeks after Nora was born, Cole and I were sitting in our living room late at night with Nora asleep in her bassinet. We were exhausted but happy. "Can I ask you something?" Cole said, "and I need you to be completely honest." "Okay, do you regret how everything happened, meeting me at that party, everything that came after?" I looked at him, at this man who had failed me when I needed him most but was trying so hard to make it right, at our daughter, sleeping peacefully, unaware of the drama that had surrounded her birth. I said, "No, I don't regret anything, not meeting you, not marrying you, not having Nora. What I regret is that Pierce couldn't be happy for me and that my mother chose sides instead of helping both her daughters. But the actual life I've built, I don't regret anything." He took my hand. "I love you, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure you never doubt that I'm on your side." "I know," I said, and surprisingly, I meant it. 4 months later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. When I answered, it was Pierce. "Please note that I'm testifying against myself. The court will hear that I premeditated everything and that you deserve my full protection." You're calling me why? I requested. Because I'm learning in therapy that amends go beyond apologizing. I'm changing my behavior because it's right, not because it'll solve my problem. Is Nora well? I hesitated. She's perfect. Thank you. I am. Goodbye, Ava. Pierce, goodbye. Cole asked. Do you think she means it? I hung up and looked at him. I think she's trying. As I rocked Nora to sleep that night, I thought about how quickly life can change. Trusted people can become strangers. Our stories can become more real than reality. But I also considered my supporters. Maya let me stay without hesitation. My dad flew to Nora's birth, friends who helped. Cole, who had failed but was improving daily. I realized that your real family is the one you built, the one who showed up when things got tough and believed you despite damaging evidence. Nora drifted off with her tiny hand around my finger. I looked down at her and thought about the story she'd be told about her aunt's breakdown and her dramatic birth. I wanted her to know she was wanted, loved, and that her parents had chosen one another and her over and over again, regardless of family. I kept 4 copies of my house keys in the drawer after changing the locks, one for me, one for Cole, and one for emergencies. Pierce wouldn't have my house key again, and I was okay with my mother never having full access to my life because sometimes the strongest thing you can do is close a door, lock it, and build. Nora yawned after opening her eyes and staring at me. I smiled. I guarantee your safety. I whispered. Mom left my kids in a storm to watch a dog. I paid a $395 Uber and removed them from my will. Years later, Dad had a heart attack. Not my problem. I spent 11 hours lost in a snowstorm. I gave Mom a call. Are you able to pick up the children from school? She let out a sigh. I'm observing the grooming of your sister's dog. Make an Uber call. Yes, I did. An Uber for $395. I removed them from my residence, my phone, and my life insurance that evening. I responded, my name is Jack Sullivan, and I'm 41 years old. 4 years after the night, I sat in my truck on the side of I-7, watching the world be engulfed in snow. Mom texted me, your dad had a heart attack. During a slack period in the precinct, my mom texted me, and my phone lighted up. Dad suffered a heart attack. No, hello. Regarding my children, there is no doubt. Just a crisis served cold, like if I were the family's go-to person once more. I have to take you back to the beginning to see how we got there. From the street, my modest home outside of Denver, where I grew up, appeared to be normal. A plastic pumpkin in the fall, fresh mulch in the spring, and Christmas lights that flickered as if we were making a concerted effort to celebrate. We had roles inside. Gallagher, my father, put in a lot of overtime maintaining school district infrastructure. He was the type of person who made quiet repairs and waited until it was too late to voice his complaints. Evelyn, my mother, was a manager who never left the house, but her approach to management was to provide the greatest resources to the person who made the most noise. Then there was Monroe, my sister. The rest of us were supposed to revolve around Monroe, who was the son. I don't say it because I'm envious of the attention I received as a child. I say that because as we grew older, that dynamic persisted. The cost only increased. One of my earliest recollections is opening a box on Christmas morning and discovering socks and an old paperback book that my mother thought you might enjoy. Monroe pulled out an electric guitar. Not a small novice either. An actual one. Amp and everything. I was 10 when my mom said, she has talent, Jack. She needs encouragement. Dad's eyes moved to me for a half second, the way you look at a dog you feel sorry for, and then he cleared his throat and added, pretty cool, huh? Grasping those socks, I recall thinking, so, I'm not talented. I'm just present. I also made the honor roll in middle school and took the paper home as if it were important. Monroe might try out for a dancing team, Mom was discussing over the phone with one of her friends. I kept the paper in my palm till it started to perspire. That's nice, honey. Put it on the fridge. She murmured, covering the phone, but she never did. After being kicked off the dance team a week later, Monroe sobbed uncontrollably. To lift her spirits, Mom brought her to the shopping and got her a brand new outfit. I received the message in silence. Monroe's disappointment was an emergency, whereas my achievement was expected and dull. The third scene that keeps returning to mind is when Dad's truck broke down when I was 17. In order to travel to work at 4:45 a.m., he had to borrow someone's vehicle. Mom frowned at me as if I had said something offensive, and I responded, Jack, you can ride the bus to school. Why can't Monroe ride the bus? Mom asked. Monroe is in rehearsal. Don't begin. I had never felt it in my bones before. Our family's principles did not include fairness. It was the kind of tranquility that comes from allowing one person to win. In my life, Just one adult recognized it for what it was. My dad's father, Grandpa Walter, was a traditional Denver man with a soft voice and hands that always had the fragrance of coffee and motor oil. Sometimes he would come get me and we would sit at a diner off Colfax. He would listen to me in a way that made me feel as though I wasn't bothering him. I didn't fully understand Grandpa Walter's statement when he said, "Your mama loves you, kid. But she's got a blind spot the size of the Rockies. Don't let that blind spot become your whole sky." After Mom had chastised me for making things harder by asking why Monroe had a new phone while I didn't, I sensed that someone was at last turning on the lights. In addition to wanting to be the kind of man who could stand between chaos and the people I loved, I became a police officer because I needed structure. After 3 years of community college and security work, I joined the Denver Police Department. I was transformed by the peace. It made me angry with foolishness and composed in emergency situations. I saw trends as a result. It helped me realize that if you allow someone to cross a line repeatedly, they will continue to do so. On the opposite side, they construct a house and claim it as their own. At the age of 31, I wed my wife, Claire. She is stable. She poses straightforward queries. Guilt trips don't impress her. When my family learned she didn't automatically conform to my mom's view of reality, they all thought she was chilly. We now have 2 children. Lily is 8 years old, and Noah is 10. When they tell you everything they're thinking without realizing it can shatter your heart, they're in that stage where their backpacks appear too large for their bodies. My mom liked being grandma in public when they were babies. She would share photos. She would talk to her friends about how much work it took to help us. However, the assistance was primarily symbolic, such as arriving with a casserole and departing before the dishes were finished. Meanwhile, Monroe remained Monroe. She changed occupations frequently. She dated men who didn't encourage her to pursue her goals. 3 times, she returned to live with my parents. She sobbed because no one came to her aid. My mother dedicated her entire life to being there for Monroe, and I emerged as the reliable one. As usual, everything began modestly. "Your mom's stressing about the phone bill. Can you just add us to your plan? It'll save money," Dad once requested over the phone, and I complied. At first, it was around $210 a month, and I assured myself that it would only last. Then there was this little loan of $750 for Monroe's auto repair. The shop discovered more problems, which cost an additional $1,100. After that, Mom asked whether I could pay the $1,450 insurance deductible for Dad's dental work. "Jack, your sister is behind on rent." This one time, it was $1,800. Family supports family, and it always arrived wrapped in the same paper. Don't act that way. You are aware of the difficulties. They were always dealing with difficult situations. Hard things never happened to me in their minds, for some reason. I served as a resource, a useful tool, and a solid platform on which they could place issues. Claire was the first to notice. Claire asked, "Are we funding her life?" One evening after I sent $950 to pay Monroe's past due power bill, I responded, "It's not like that." She didn't speak louder. She merely gazed at me. "What is it like, then?" I couldn't think of a clear response. I had a disorganized one. Hope, habit, and guilt. I still have that little guy inside of me that wants to be treated equally by being helpful. I wasn't just sending money, which is the hardest part. Like police officers, I had also made an effort to be responsible by considering the consequences of each given situation. I didn't include my mother in the deed or do anything particularly dramatic when we purchased our Denver home. However, I did make decisions that, in retrospect, seemed to be an attempt to demonstrate my trustworthiness. Through my job, I added my parents to a life insurance policy as contingent beneficiaries. It would belong to Claire and the children if they were gone. At the time, that seemed natural. In small ways, I also granted my mother access. In case of an emergency, she had an extra key. Because she lived closer to the school than we did at the time, she was included on an old school pickup contact form when Noah was in 1st grade. She also persuaded me to add her name as an authorized user on one of my emergency credit cards, which, I subsequently found out, was intended for Monroe emergencies. Every time I resisted, my mother pretended that I was personally disparaging her. I informed her one afternoon that we needed to fix our heater before winter arrived, so I couldn't lend Monroe any more money. Mom's tone became acerbic. "Your sister simply freezes, then? Or she budgets," I said. It was beautiful how she laughed. "You're so inflexible, Jack. You are not built like everyone else." Her justification for everything was the statement, "Not everyone is built like you." It implied that while Monroe was sensitive and imaginative, she shouldn't be expected to plan, save, or assume responsibilities. My capacity for responsibility, meanwhile, turned into a justification for receiving less attention. The snowstorm then arrived. You are aware of how quickly the weather may change if you live in Colorado. Every car is suddenly a vanished concept, and one moment there is a blue sky and dry pavement, and the next there is a white wall. I had been in the mountains that day for a mandatory training session. Just a long day of classroom activities and scenarios, no glamour. It's the kind of thing that leaves your brain feeling exhausted. The snow began to fall more heavily than expected on the return trip to Denver. It was all right at first. Then things worsened, then it became foolish. The flow of traffic slowed. In the distance, brake lights turned into a crimson ribbon. As if it harbored a personal grudge against every person on the road, the wind blew snow sideways. My display indicated that the temperature was falling and the roads were becoming glossy when I was still around 90 minutes away from home. My grip on the wheel was firm, and I could sense the nagging panic that comes when you think you could lose control. Then it took place. Up ahead, a semi jackknifed. Automobiles came to a halt. Behind them, other vehicles came to a stop. I rolled forward for about 8 feet before coming to a stop. We didn't move again after that. People remained composed at first. The engines sat idle. The warning lights blinked. Someone emerged and gestured with their arms as if they could control the weather. It continued to snow for about 3 hours. The sky became heavy and dark. The signal on my phone became erratic. I told Claire over the phone that I would get home even though I was stuck. She spoke in a strained voice. In an hour, Jack, Noah's school will close. Lily's as well. I know if you're not. I gazed at the car queue. I am aware. We began making calls. Claire couldn't abandon her employment commitment. We needed her work, and it was one of those circumstances where quitting would jeopardize everything. Friends, we tried. One was not in the city. Her own street had not been plowed, so she was unable to reach the school. Another seemed terrified but said she would try, so I gave my mother a call. It made sense. On a typical day, she lived 20 minutes away from the school. Family constantly talks about emergencies like these, don't they? I didn't even engage in small talk when she answered on the third ring. I'm stopped on I-7, Mom. It's not good. I need you to come get Lily and Noah from school. A pause occurred. Not the kind where she is contemplating. The kind where you interrupted her because she was irritated. She let out a sigh. Jack. Mom. This is not a choice. I'm not going anywhere. I am literally stuck. One more, louder sigh. Monroe's dog is with me at the groomer. I gave a blink. What? Monroe asked me to help her because she had to go to work. I'm awaiting Daisy's completion. I said, Mom, maintaining my composure the way I do when I'm trying not to blow up. My children will be waiting for someone at school. We have a snowstorm here. She uttered a small sound, like to a tongue click. Make an Uber call. I gazed at my windshield, where a gradual barrier of snow was forming around the edges. Do you mean me? Don't speak to me that way, Jack. Her voice suddenly became quite authoritative. Right now, Monroe needs me. Something moved in my chest. Not precisely anger. Something like clarity. Something colder. I said, my kids need you. She moaned once again as if I were making her carry a bulky bag. Your grandkids. Make an Uber call. I'm not able to do everything. Then she spoke the bit that still shakes my palms when I remember it. It's only school pickup, anyway. You're exaggerating the situation. Before I said anything that would have sparked a yelling altercation in front of random people on the highway, I hung up. With numb fingertips, I launched the Uber app. The cost of searches was absurd. The schools were located on the other side of town. The city was being engulfed by the storm. There weren't many drivers. $395 was the least expensive option. My stomach dropped as I gazed at that number. Groceries were that. It was a utility bill. That was money that could have been saved for our children. However, I had no other option. I clicked, confirm. 11 hours. I watched others run their heaters till they became anxious about gas, someone throw out granola bars, and a man in a Subaru come out and start pushing other cars like he was trying to be a movie hero while I sat there for that long, inching forward a few feet every now and again. Eventually, the state troopers began removing individuals from the highway in small groups. Although I'm a police officer, I wasn't on duty at the time. I was just another person standing in line, helpless and frigid. When Claire came home, she texted me. They were taken by Uber. They're secure. Noah was in tears. While traveling, Lily slept off. I didn't cry as I sat in my truck, but I could feel the hope that had been inside of me for my mother finally fading. It was late when I arrived home. The children had already put on their jammies. Claire was worn out and enraged in that subdued manner that comes when she's trying to keep herself together. My ribs ached from the hard hug Noah gave me as he ran up. I embraced him and repeated, "I'm here. I'm here." Lily said, "Dad, I thought you weren't coming." She leaned on me as if I were the wall supporting her after snow made a big noise. Claire and I sat at the table once the children had gone to sleep. At last, the only sound in the home was the heater clicking on and off. Claire moved her phone over the table. My mother's Facebook post from earlier that day was displayed on the screen. An image shows Monroe's dog wearing a small bow on her head after being newly groomed. Caption, "Running errands on a snowy day with my friend Daisy. Anything for my child." I was at a loss for words. I nodded slowly as Claire remarked, "Jack, this is who she is." After that, I got up, went to our office, and opened my laptop. I wasn't angry when I did it. I approached it as though I were preparing a report. I removed them from my residence, my phone, and my life insurance that evening. I changed the beneficiaries to Claire and the children after logging into my benefits site. In the event that something happened to all of them, it was placed in a trust under the supervision of Claire's brother, a certified public accountant who is not susceptible to emotional manipulation. I deleted Monroe and my parents off my plan by going to the phone carrier's website. There was no justification because I paid for their gadgets. I then gave them a planned cutoff date to conclude their lines. The following morning, I changed the locks and asked Claire's handy dad to come install a deadbolt that I had been putting off. I also checked everything that had my mother's name on it, just in case. Everything: emergency contacts, doctor forms, school pickup contacts, etc. I felt as though I could finally breathe after finishing and reclined in my chair. The outcry came quickly. Mom called. Upset. Her voice rose as I said, "What did you do?" After her phone stopped working. "I removed you from my plan." "How could you do that to us?" I responded, "You told me to call an Uber in a blizzard for your grandkids." One day, after a brief period of silence, she said, "Don't start with that." I repeated one day, and it revealed everything to me. Monroe gave me a lengthy text about how I was acting like a cop, punishing my mother, and believing that I was superior to everyone else. Dad never sent a text. Silence is just another way of picking the loudest person, and that was Dad's style. But it was Grandpa Walter who called. "You okay?" he asked after I explained what had transpired. The post, the dog sitter, and the Uber. He remained silent for a considerable amount of time. I remarked, "I feel like I'm betraying them," and he responded, "You're not betraying them. That's a hard lesson, kid. You're refusing to bankroll disrespect." He said, "Now do it right. Paperwork, boundaries, no arguing." Grandpa Walter assisted me in the same calm, practical manner that he always did. As if he had been waiting for this time, he approached carrying a folder. Because he didn't trust my mom's turmoil, he had saved copies of family documents over the years. We went over everything as if it were proof while seated at my kitchen table. Bank statements that showed transfers were printed out. We retrieved previous texts in which Mom made a single promise and then inquired again 2 weeks later. We created a spreadsheet using the funds I had contributed. $1,800 there, $1,100 there, and $750 here. $1,450 for $150 for a veterinarian emergency that was actually Monroe's request for a new cage. Shaming somebody was not the goal. My goal was to stop gaslighting myself. Everything was brought to light at a family gathering a month later. My dad's modest retirement supper at a Lakewood eatery. Mom demanded that we all go. She presented it as a new beginning. Claire had no desire to leave. Grandpa Walter added, "Sometimes you show up once to make it clear you're not the villain in their story." Despite my reluctance, we went. Everyone's faces appear softer than they should because of the poor lighting in the restaurant. For the hostess, Mom pretended that we were a single, happy family while sporting a lovely blouse. Dramatic and late, Monroe talked about how difficult her week had been. She gave Mom a hug as if they had been reunited from the war. Mom did what she normally does, which is to recount reality. As soon as we sat down, everyone gently chuckled as if it were a joke when she lifted her glass and said, "I just want to say how proud I am of this family. Gallagher worked so hard. Monroe is doing her best. And Jack, well, Jack is Jack." Claire's hand touched my knee beneath the table. Just there, without squeezing. Steady. "And I just want to say it's been difficult lately because some people have been making choices that hurt the family." Mom looked at me and turned to the table, saying loudly. I glanced at my dad as Monroe let out a loud sigh and remarked, "We don't even have phones right now because someone decided to go on a power trip." His gaze was fixed on his plate. According to Mom, Jack believes he can punish people just because he wears a badge. He interrupted us due to a miscommunication. My stomach returned to that icy calm after hearing it presented that way in public, as if I were unstable. I'll say this to you who are watching before the match. You understand how easy it is to start yelling if you've ever been in the situation where your family is retelling the story in a way that makes you sound like a monster. I didn't shout. It wasn't a misunderstanding, I said, setting down my fork. Mom's grin stopped. Not tonight, Jack. I replied, actually, tonight is perfect since you brought it up. Monroe rolled her eyes. I turned slightly, so I was speaking to the table and reality instead of just Mom. I claimed to have been stuck in a snowstorm on I-7 for 11 hours. I requested that Mom pick up my children from school over the phone. She informed me that she was going to call an Uber and watch Monroe's dog get groomed. Mom's mouth dropped open. I continued. I made an Uber call. The price was $395. When their grandma made a dog appointment and their dad was unable to reach them, my kids sat there in fear. Mom's face turned red. You make it sound, Jack. I said, it sounds like how it was. And that's when it hit me that I'm not your son when it counts. I'm the answer for you. Sitting next to me, Grandpa Walter cleared his throat. He rarely spoke up in public, but when he did, it was impactful. Mom looked at him as if he had betrayed her when he said, Evelyn, you did choose the dog. I was on the phone with Jack that day, too. Don't rewrite it. Grandpa Walter glanced at her and said, no. Monroe yelled, Grandpa, stay out of it. The folder he had brought, which he had insisted we bring just in case, was then tapped. He did not brandish it as a weapon. Calmly, he opened it and slid a page in my dad's direction. The spreadsheet contained dates, amounts, notes, and 96 distinct transfers over several years, adding up to a sum that made my stomach turn when I saw it all in one location. Dad glanced at it. He clenched his jaw. Mom looked at it as if it were a slight. What is this? This is what I've been doing. Monroe scoffed quietly, as he was being treated like a bother. You weren't asked to. Mom interrupted quickly. Still composed, I said, we are your parents, and I was your son. However, you sighed as if I were bothering you when I once asked for assistance with your grandchildren. When Dad did speak, it was in a low voice. You ought to have left, Evelyn. Mom ran over to him. Don't begin, Gallagher. He flinched, and that flinch also revealed to me the dynamics of their marriage. I'm not punishing anyone. I'm protecting my wife and my kids. That's my job. That's my responsibility, I said, turning to face my father. Mom's eyes filled with tears, but not in a gentle way, rather, they were filled with rage. What the heck? To you, we are now dead. After saying, you made yourselves unavailable when it mattered. I'm just making the paperwork match the reality. We departed without much fanfare. Our share was paid. Happy retirement, we whispered to Dad. Like people leaving a courtroom, we stepped out into the chilly air. The fallout was just what you would anticipate. Long texts, angry calls, and family members. Someone I hardly spoke to messaged me about forgiveness out of the blue. I didn't protest when my mom's sister told me, your mother is heartbroken. The secret was that I always said the same thing when someone tried to get me involved in a debate. This cannot be discussed. Mom tried to directly guilt Claire. We're not discussing this. Monroe humorously posted ambiguous statements about toxic people and blood isn't always family online. Dad called once late at night, and his voice sounded exhausted. I asked, Dad, are you okay? Jack replied, your mom, she's upset. I said, you can talk to me, but I'm not funding Monroe's life anymore, and Mom isn't entitled to my resources. He paused and said, I'm fine. That was Dad jargon for, I don't want to admit I'm not fine. He didn't argue or agree, just said, okay, as if he were setting down a heavy box but still wanted credit for carrying it. I coached Noah's Little League, Claire and I stopped fighting over money, because there was no longer a mystery drain. I established a proper emergency fund, I set up college accounts, I slept better, and Grandpa Walter remained close. Over the next 4 years, my life became quieter in the best way possible. He would say, peace feels weird when you're not used to it, huh? As he joined me for coffee in the garage while I fixed little things around the house. He was correct. Peace felt like waiting for the next blow, like the quiet before a storm, but then it became normal. Then the text arrived. When my phone buzzed on a Tuesday afternoon while I was finishing a report at my desk at the precinct, I saw my mom's name. For a moment, my body reacted as it always did, that old automatic readiness to jump. Then I read the words and felt a different kind of heaviness because In spite of everything, he's still my dad. So, your dad had a heart attack. I went outside into the quiet hallway and called Claire to let her know. She didn't tell me what to do, just said, "Whatever you decide, I'm with you." I stared at my mother's message for a full minute, watching the typing bubble come and go as if she expected instant access. 4 years prior, I had been stuck and powerless, and Mom had sighed as if my children were a bother. I looked at her text and typed, "I'm sorry to hear that, but she had an emergency now and wanted the dependable son back. I'm hoping he gets better. Please provide the room number and hospital. When Dad is stable, I will speak with him directly. I have nothing else to do." I hit send, and Monroe shot back, "Wow, cold. Please ask Monroe for rides or errands." I didn't answer after everything we've done for you because that was the trap. After I got the information, I called the hospital, inquired about visitation, and eventually got Dad on the phone. His voice was weak. "Hey, kiddo." My throat tightened. "How are you feeling?" "Tired." When he said that Mom told him I was still angry, I kept it simple and said, "I'm not doing that right now." I came over once, sat by his bed, and before I left, he said in a whisper, "I should have gone to get your kids. I'm checking on you. I apologize." That night at home, Claire asked if I regretted my boundaries, and I reflected on the $395 Uber and the dog groomer. It didn't erase the past, but it was the first time he'd owned it. I said, "No." I felt bad about waiting so long. Stepdaughter humiliated me. Wife laughed, "We just want your money." I found secret accounts. In court, their abuse lies fell apart. Divorced. On a Monday, I buried my first wife. I buried my pride on a Saturday 3 years later. Sitting at the head of my own dinner table with individuals who should have been my family, my new stepdaughter looked me in the eye and told me exactly how much I was valued by her and her mother. That's how it felt. I should tell you how we ended up at that table in the first place before I tell you what she said, the words that made me feel something deep inside. I'm Daniel Thompson, and I've spent my whole life in Cedar Falls, Iowa. After losing my first wife, Lauren, to ovarian cancer, I worked as a maintenance supervisor at the John Deere factory for 56 years in the same little Midwest town, went fishing on the weekends, attended church potlucks, and did my best to lead an honest life. In her sleep, she passed away softly. The house felt both too loud and too quiet, so I stayed up for 4 days following. I so believed that perhaps God was giving me another chance when Margaret appeared 3 years after Lauren's death. She had a youthful, humorous, and energetic quality that I hadn't experienced in years. She also brought Delilah, her teenage daughter, who was already halfway grown. I reasoned that I could intervene and assist them both. I just wanted to create something that felt like home again, not try to replace anyone. To be honest, I thought we were doing fine for a while. But then that supper on Saturday arrived. One of those brittle Iowa evenings in early March, when the temperature is just warm enough for the snow to melt yet cold enough for the wind to break your lips. Until the entire house smelled of warmth, I had spent the majority of the afternoon preparing a roast the way my mother used to, slowly, with onions and rosemary. Margaret's sister drove in from Waterloo, along with my brothers and a few others from First Lutheran. I even used the china plates Lauren used to adore to arrange the meal. I assured myself that it wasn't odd. Families ultimately blend, I told myself. Delilah arrived 35 minutes late. She didn't express regret. She didn't even remove her headphones. Wearing boots and a crop top that appeared too flimsy for the cold, she simply walked in. Margaret gave her a smile as if she were a famous person entering a chat show. I also made an effort to be patient. I bent my head as we sat down and held hands in prayer. Delilah let out a deep sigh through her nostrils, the kind of sigh that comes from kids who seem to work hard at being polite. She didn't repeat what I said. She didn't raise her head. She merely gave her phone a sly smile. I ought to have moved on. However, old Midwest boys like me are founded on politeness. From where we came from, respect is optional. Delilah, honey, would you please put down the phone while we're having dinner? I urged softly. She didn't blink at all. Rather, she crossed her arms, sat back in her chair, and yelled loudly enough for everyone to hear. She remarked, "You're not my dad. You're just an elderly man who fixes tractors and believes he's family if he co-signs a loan." There was silence in the room. My brother's breathing ceased. My churchgoers peered down at their dishes. As if she wished to vanish, Margaret's sister pursed her lips. My ears began to heat up, cool down, and then heat up once again. That statement struck me more forcefully than anything anyone had ever thrown at me or a bar fight I had ever been in. I was about to reply, to say something, anything that could save a semblance of honor. Margaret, however, was quicker. "I told you from the start that she already has a father," she said loudly enough for everyone in the room as she reached across the table and placed a touch on her daughter's arm. You are merely the living, breathing, checking account. I gasped. It took a moment for me to properly comprehend the words, another for me to realize that she meant it, and a third for me to accept the sort of humiliation that men never forget. Not even at 70. Not even as he lay dying. I pushed my chair back slowly. The sound of the legs scraping the hardwood was nasty and harsh. I got to my feet. I didn't yell. Failed to take my coat. Didn't leave abruptly. Men from the Midwest don't do that. We suppress our storms till they become quiet and frigid. The words, "I'm going to get more iced tea," came to mind. Actually, though, all I needed to do was breathe. I entered the kitchen, leaned on the counter, and gazed at the wood grain until it ceased to blur. My older brother Reese intervened behind me a moment later. He touched my shoulder. "Daniel," he murmured. "Are you all right?" I took a while to respond. From the funeral to the months of loneliness to the night I wondered if I would ever feel anything again, Reese had been there for me through it all. He had cautioned me about embracing new things too quickly. He had warned me that I was still getting to know Margaret. Without saying, "I told you so," he was now watching me fall apart. "I'm all right," I said at last. It was a metallic-tasting falsehood. With those weary eyes of an elder brother, he gazed at me. "Are you certain you understand what you're doing with them?" he inquired. "You hardly allow yourself to heal." I was at a loss for words. To be honest, I had no answer. By the time I returned to the table, the talk had turned to safe subjects like gas prices and weather trends, which people used to act as though something horrible hadn't just happened. Delilah stayed out of sight. Margaret smiled at me tightly, as if she thought everything would return to normal immediately. However, normalcy was gone. Not for me. Not after what I'd heard. Dinner was over. People departed. The coats had zippers. Automobiles withdrew. Once more, the house became silent. Margaret cleaned the dishes, clear as throat. Delilah vanished into her room. Under the yellow light of the lamps, I stood in the living room and gazed at the picture of my previous wife that was hung on the wall. Margaret always claimed she didn't mind, but I now believed she detested it. And a movement occurred in my chest. A steady, peaceful voice arose within me. I most definitely wasn't going to be her provider if I couldn't be her father. That night, I went to bed early not because I was depressed or angry, but rather because I was experiencing the clarity that precedes a storm. That night, I hardly slept at all. Anger burns fiercely and quickly, but not because I was upset. I sensed something heavier or colder. A chill that seeps into your bones and remains there. I eventually gave up trying to sleep at 2:40 inches the morning and went downstairs to make coffee. The only sounds in the house were the ticking of the wall clock Lauren had purchased at a flea market 22 years prior and the hum of the ancient refrigerator. I was reminded of how long I had been using my willpower to keep this family together by that ticking sound. I was aware of my next course of action by the time the sun rose. Not yet, not out of retaliation, but out of need. I needed to know exactly what character I was playing if I was going to step back from the one they wouldn't allow me play. In terms of money, I held off on grabbing a folder, my wallet, and my car keys until Margaret drove Delilah to university. I informed Margaret that I needed to go to Menards to get materials. Technically, that was accurate. I simply wasn't purchasing lumber. Rather, I made a direct drive to Blackhawk Credit Union. You know the credit union people by name if you've been in Iowa long enough, especially around Cedar Falls or Waterloo. Since I was 31, I had been banking there. Tellers looked on as I left. Gray observed my children's development. Saw me enter by myself following Lauren's passing. As usual, the place smelled like burnt coffee and printer toner when I walked there. The same old wooden chairs and the crookedly taped retirement planning ads were still there. It was a familiar, stable place where everything made sense. When I approached the counter, the teller gave me a courteous grin. "Daniel, good morning. What are we able to assist with today?" I said, "I have to check my accounts." "Every single one of them?" Her eyebrows raised slightly as she asked. "Each and every one." I sat across from a young man I didn't know in the small office she showed me. The screen lit green over his glasses as he entered my information. "All right," he said. "Let's begin with your checking." "No," I softly interrupted. "Begin with something novel. In the past 3 years, anything opened?" His fingers hesitated just long enough to let me know that he wasn't prepared for that request. Then he scrolled, clicked, and paused. "What?" he muttered. "That's strange." My stomach constricted. "What's strange?" "This place has a number of credit accounts." He squinted, scrolled, and I can't see the history for 3 Capital One cards actually, 4. They all opened online. I gazed at him. "Opened in my name?" "Indeed, sir." "Use your social security number." Something inside my chest became extremely motionless. He continued to scroll. The maximum amount is approximately $31,500. He also gently rotated the screen. They all appear to have been utilized extensively. I bent over. What were the accusations? He produced a lengthy sheet. I was sick to my stomach even before I read it when he gave it to me. The Hyatt Regency Des Moines $742, Sephora $391, Airbnb, Milwaukee $465, Louis Vuitton $2,950, Ticketmaster Rolling Loud 2 tickets, and so on. The worst part is that Delilah Thompson Venmo transfers for $175. I shut my eyes. Now everything made clear. She stated that someone else paid for the hotel weekends she spent with her pals, the brand new luxury pocketbook, and the frequent parcels that arrived for her. My own wife either committed or at least permitted identity theft. His throat was cleared by the youthful banker. Have you yet to submit any fraud claims, sir? No, I muttered. Not just yet. Would you like to begin? I would like a complete transaction history for each account as well as the ability to print all documents associated with those accounts. He gave a brief nod. Give me a few minutes. Of course. I gazed at the dull tiny office wall while the printer chattered in the background. A calendar featuring a tractor, a banner about shielding elders from fraud, and an image of a cornfield were all present. It all seemed unreal. He had an inch-thick stack of documents when he got back. Mr. Thompson, is there anything else I can do for you today? After a moment of hesitation, I posed the inquiry for which I didn't really want an answer. Is anything else questionable? He scrolled and clicked one more before taking a deep breath. I don't believe you opened the joint account, sir. I clenched my jaw. On it, who is it? He took a swallow. Margaret Thompson and you. My entire name? Her entire name. Identical account. Every month, thousands are taken out. Additionally, the account's notes stated that it was made online without my involvement. The room seemed smaller overall. The air felt heavy all of a sudden. I muttered, I'm going to need those documents, too. Naturally. A folder that seemed heavier than bricks was with me when I left the credit union. It contained more than just transactional papers. They were traitors. Disrespectful receipts. Evidence that the woman to whom I had given my heart and my home had been secretly opening my pocketbook. I didn't immediately return home. I drove past the frozen river and the historic brick buildings where Lauren and I used to get ice cream after church as I went down Main Street into downtown Cedar Falls. My body seemed to have to move in order to prevent my thoughts from exploding. After a while, I parked in a student lot close to the university where Delilah kept both my car and hers. The afternoon sun glinted on the frost on the glass, and Clear's throat opened the passenger door and looked in the glove box for reasons I still don't understand. I'm not sure what I anticipated. Forms for registration, perhaps outdated receipts. My palms trembled at what I discovered instead. A tiny box of velvet rings, weathered, old, and navy blue. It took me half a heartbeat to realize what it was. It was the box of engagement rings I had purchased for Lauren 27 years prior to her passing. The box was sacrosanct, even intimate, although the ring had long since been taken off. I stored it in what I believed to be a secure drawer at home. I discovered a folded Polaroid photo inside the lid after Delilah had taken and used it. With a pen-written statement and a peace sign, Delilah holds the empty box up to her face. Fake Instagram proposal photos, hee hee. The moment something cold and hard cemented into place inside of me was that wound. Since credit cards were one thing, another was the disdain at the dinner table. However, this was destroying my memories of the woman I used to adore. This was using something valuable as a prop. As though the glove box could shatter, I carefully closed it. I then spoke softly into the car's empty interior. All right, that's sufficient. I didn't shout. I refrained from crying. Men from the Midwest don't do that. We arrange things. My intellect began to form with complete clarity at that same moment. The following morning, I awoke ahead of my alarm. I had only slept for an hour or so, if that. However, I awoke with a level of concentration that I hadn't experienced since the day I lost Lauren. When a guy realizes he can only move forward and cannot go back, he experiences the same clear, unwavering clarity. The time was 4:45 a.m. The Clearsthroat house was silent and dark. Upstairs, Margaret and Delilah were still asleep. I poured myself a black coffee, walked across the kitchen without turning on a light, and stood by the window. Winter silently enveloped everything outside of Iowa, with frost covering the driveway, the mailbox, and the lawn. The air appeared fragile, as if breathing too deeply would cause the entire universe to shatter. Excellent. I drove out to the university dorm parking lot at 5:15, grabbing my heavy canvas coat that I had owned since my early 30s. The previous evening, I double-checked Delilah's Civic's registration to make sure. I owned the automobile. Completely and legally. That wasn't retaliation. It was merely paperwork. Only a few street lighting illuminated the rows of automobiles when I turned into the student parking. A light layer of white frost blanketed the majority of them. Steam swirled like smoke in the chilly air as it drifted from a nearby maintenance vent. As I got closer to the Civic, my boots crunched on the ice. I inserted the key into the door. In the silence, the lock made a loud click. The headlights were clear and dazzling as they swept across the snow when the engine went over. Delicate patterns of frost curled away from the windshield. With a soft hum, the heater released the first slender puff of warm air. With my hands on the steering wheel, I sat inside and allowed the quiet to envelop me. She had been very clear about how this would upset her, but a true father would have been considering the possibility. Her father wasn't me. The door to the dorm exploded 7 minutes later. With her hair streaming behind her as if she had just rolled out of bed, Delilah ran out in her pajamas. Before she even got to the car, she was yelling, "What are you doing? My car is not yours to take." Calmly, I walked out and shut the door. On the ice, she skidded to a standstill. Her voice cracked as she yelled, "That's my car." "No," I replied, maintaining a steady tone. "I own it. Driven by my insurance, paid for with my money, and registered in my name." She gave a wild shake of her head. "You can't simply accept it. My father is incarcerated. All I have is you." It was the first sincere statement she had made to me in years. But being honest doesn't make cruelty go away. I looked her in the eye. I whispered, "Your real dad's in prison. Additionally, your phony father was just paroled." She was devastated by that. Her lips quivered. A mixture of desperation and anger twisted her expression. She shouted once again after stomping her foot, slipping on the ice, and catching herself. "My life is being ruined by you." "No, I'm leaving it," I said. Somewhere behind us, a car door banged. Margaret's voice was like a siren, cutting through the chilly air. "What on earth are you doing, Daniel?" She was wearing my flannel jacket over her jammies when she came racing across the yard. Her face was contorted in shock and rage, her cheeks flushed from the cold. She yelled, "You can't take her car." "It's not her car," I replied. "She needs it for school." "What does it mean to declare? And I'm done paying for things I'm not allowed to have a say in." She made a demand. I gave her a direct look. Her car insurance was canceled 20 minutes ago, her phone was withdrawn from my plan, and her tuition auto pay was turned off. Delilah let out a gasp. Margaret appeared to have been struck. "She is being punished by you." Margaret let out a scream. "You're acting petty." "No," I replied. "I'm acting just like you said I would. A pulsating checking account. The pulse is still present, though. It's not the checking part." For that, neither of them had a response. Margaret muttered irate threats as she pulled Delilah away. I took the back roads and drove slowly home, allowing the heater to soften the stiffness in my fingers. Something I hadn't felt in months hit me as soon as I pulled into the driveway. Relief. Relief, not triumph, not retaliation. Margaret had already come back by the time I entered. There were open suitcases in the corridor. Clothes fell to the ground. Delilah was crying loudly enough for the neighbors to hear her as she packed. Margaret gestured at me as though I were a snake she had discovered in her pantry. She growled, "You're crazy." I didn't answer when she said, "Until you get your act together. We're staying at my sister's." Nothing more could be said. The picture frames rattled as they slammed the door behind them. The house was truly quiet and serene for the first time since my remarriage. I watched the steam rise from the pot, ate the leftover chili standing up, and warmed it on the stove. I didn't feel victorious. I felt no remorse. I simply felt hollow. However, emptiness can be beneficial. It allows for the truth. At 7:45 p.m., my phone began to buzz. The number is unknown. I was on the verge of leaving it in voicemail, but I felt compelled to answer. I gripped the phone tighter as an older male voice said, "This is Robert Hale from Blackhawk Credit Union." "Robert, good evening. Is everything all right?" A pause fell, a long one. "The accounts you flagged earlier have been reviewed," he said. "Furthermore, some of the information we discovered is not only questionable but possibly illegal." I gasped. "What did you discover?" "I'd prefer to discuss it face to face," he said softly. "However, I need you to visit me at some point this week. Several accounts connected to your social security number have been found. A few were opened under someone else's name, some under Margaret's, and some under yours." Someone else's. Like a chilly wind, the words struck. "Daniel, we think this might qualify as identity fraud," he whispered. "A level that calls for legal action." The air became thicker and the room felt suddenly smaller. I took a swallow. "Okay, Robert. Tomorrow, I'll be here. He added one more thing. Do not yet confront them. Let's deal with this appropriately. I exhaled slowly and deliberately. I said, don't worry. I wasn't upset by then, so I don't intend to confront anyone. Clear's throat. I was unharmed. I was concentrating. Crystal clear. And that is much riskier. I went to the front window after hanging up. Softly, snow floated beneath the streetlights. The Civic sat motionless and silent in my driveway. There was a part of me that wanted to stop there and let life unfold. However, life was not going to end. Not with everything I've just discovered. Now the truth was coming to light, bit by bit. And the only thing left to do was to follow it through to the very end. The following morning, Robert Hale gave me a call. I had known Robert for 27 years, back when he wore the same pair of suspenders every day of the week and his beard was still red rather than gray. He was the kind of Iowan man who had helped you pull your truck out of a snowbank at 6:30 a.m., and whom you trusted without question. Without anticipating gratitude. I didn't waste any time when he said, come in as soon as you can, Daniel. It was a peaceful drive to Blackhawk Credit Union. The sky had that pale gray appearance Iowa gets before the weather turns, and the grass was covered in frost. The warm air smelled of copier ink and burnt coffee when I first entered. Near his office, Robert was waiting for me. He was not grinning. Good morning, he said softly. Let's have a conversation in the rear. I trailed after him into a tiny conference space. On the table was a pile of paper that was thick enough to deflect a bullet. Before he spoke, Robert shut the door. I'm sorry to tell you this, Daniel, but things are worse than we anticipated. He moved the pile in my direction. These charges are more than just illegal ones. These accounts plural were opened in your name using forged signatures. Additionally, we discovered activity on a credit line that was funded using your information but opened in Margaret's name. I skimmed the documents. Where I never wrote my name, it printed. Transactions that I never authorized. I had never signed anything digitally. For what duration has this been occurring? Quietly, I asked. It appears to be at least 18 months. Perhaps longer. He let out a breath. This is identity fraud, Daniel. As clear as day. Each document was like a kick to the gut as I gazed at them. The fact that it wasn't just Margaret was the worst part, the part that made my chest feel empty. Delilah Thompson was listed as a secondary user in a few of the accounts. Robert gently cleared his throat. We'll have to file a formal complaint. A judge will hear it, but I want you to be aware of something. His eyes grew softer as he reclined in his chair. You were 31 when I first met you. I've seen you sign every savings certificate, truck loan, and mortgage. You have never behaved dishonestly, or been late on a payment. You don't deserve this. You're one of Blackhawk County's most honorable men. The final word caused a slight crack in his voice. I gave a nod. My throat was too constricted for me to talk. When I did, my voice was calm, steady, and low. What must I do for you? I was given a pen by him. Sign these, then let the system work. Margaret brought me legal documents 17 days later. She requested a hearing and accused me of abusing her daughter's finances by stopping Delilah's phone, car, and college payments. Allegations of financial strain at home and emotional harm. If it hadn't been so predictable, it would have been absurd. The Blackhawk County Courthouse, a tall beige structure with pillars and chilly marble floors that reverberated with each step, was the venue for the hearing, which was set for Wednesday morning. I showed up early, dressed in my finest jacket, the navy one Lauren had chosen for me. Margaret and Delilah appeared self-assured when they entered. Delilah appeared to be live streaming the entire event as she held her phone. If Margaret hadn't had a smug smile on her face, her red dress might have looked better. Her lawyer strutted over right away, a younger man with gelled hair and an overly expensive-looking briefcase. He offered me a handshake, but I declined. Thompson. We have no doubt that the court will recognize the harm that your actions caused to this young lady. I glanced at Delilah over him. As usual, she rolled her eyes. We filed into the courtroom as the doors opened. Margaret and her attorney were seated on one side. On the other, I sat by myself for a short while. Because another figure entered through the side door and sat down next to me when the judge called the session to order. Wearing his finest church suit, Robert Hale held another bulky folder of papers. Margaret's grin vanished. Her attorney blinked. Who is that? Before I could respond, Robert did. Your Honor, I am here as a witness. The magistrate gave a nod. Mr. Hale, please continue. Robert got up, cleared his throat, and spoke to the whole court. Daniel Thompson and I have been friends for 27 years. Every loan and account he has ever opened with us has been personally supervised by me. This man has never lied, never missed a payment, and never exploited anyone. He took a moment to process what he had said, But he continued to be exploited. Margaret's face lost its hue. Her attorney shifted uneasily. Disapproval. The judge said sharply, overruled. Mr. Hale, go on. Robert lifted a pile of papers after opening the folder. The social security number of Mr. Thompson was used to open these accounts. These are fake signatures. In his name, these credit lines were deducted for travel expenses, luxury goods, hotels, and direct payments to Miss Delilah Thompson. The courtroom echoed with a murmur. Robert had not finished. I also want to show you these screenshots. He displayed pictures from Miss Thompson's open Instagram account. A picture of her holding an engagement ring box that Mr. Thompson purchased for his late wife is shown. An extremely private object that was stolen without consent. Delilah let out a gasp. Margaret put her hand over her mouth. The judge slowly turned to face them. Miss Thompson, she said in a cold voice. Is this accurate? Delilah stumbled. I was unaware that it belonged to his deceased wife. The judge yelled, you stole from a grieving man. Take a seat. Margaret's hands shaking, she reached out to support her daughter. She began frantically whispering something about mistakes, exaggerations, and misunderstandings, but the damage had already been done. The judge focused entirely on Margaret. Thompson, Mrs. You used Mr. Thompson's financial identity unlawfully, opened fraudulent credit lines in his name, and permitted your daughter to profit from these offenses. Then you tried to paint him as violent. Margaret gave a frantic shake of her head. It's beyond me to explain, Your Honor. However, the judge had already read the decision. I determined that Mr. Thompson is completely liable. Mrs. Thompson is liable for all debts incurred under these fraudulent accounts. In addition, I suggest that law enforcement look into this issue further. Literally, Margaret's knees gave way. Gasping for air, she fell into the chair behind her. She swatted away her lawyer's attempt to steady her. Delilah's hands trembled as she gazed at the ground. I didn't flinch or smile as I watched it happen. I didn't have to. The work was being done by the truth. You did good, Daniel. Robert whispered as he leaned in my direction. Perhaps, perhaps not. However, it was a feeling I hadn't experienced in a very long time. Liberty. Margaret attempted to come up to me after the judge dismissed the hearing. Daniel, hold on. However, I simply walked past her and shook my head. I had had enough of her. The only thing she was losing now was what she had taken. Nor was it retaliation. Justice was served. The air felt different, lighter, and cleaner when I left the courthouse that morning. It was as if the chilly Iowa wind had finally lifted my burdens rather than pushing them through me. For a while, I stood atop the courthouse steps and gazed out at the silent streets of Waterloo's downtown, where I could see cars passing the old brick buildings and the frozen river beyond. I didn't feel like a man holding something together with both hands for the first time in a long time. I felt like a man who could let go at last. Robert gave me a gentle pat on the back. Daniel, do you need anything? You give me a call. Do you hear? Hey, I said. He gave me that little, comforting smile that older Midwestern men use in place of genuine emotion, nodded once, and turned to go to his truck. I allowed the early March air to prickle my cheeks as I stood there for a little while longer. It was a pleasant, sincere reminder that I was still alive and well. The absence of Margaret and Delilah changed the atmosphere in the house. Quieter, initially almost too quiet. There were no slamming doors, no footsteps upstairs, and no perfume cloud in the hallway that made me sneeze. Only the faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional roar of the furnace. For a month or so, I kept expecting to see Delilah's purse thrown on the counter like she owned the place or hear Margaret's voice floating downstairs. However, the quiet eventually grew softer, cozier, and more comfortable. I became aware that the silence was the same as the one I had experienced with Lauren. The kind that accommodated peace rather than anarchy. I resumed cooking actual meals instead of just standing over the sink eating sandwiches or microwave leftovers. I rehung the picture frames that had rattled when Margaret slammed the door on her way out and fixed the loose drawer in the kitchen. In the evenings, I went for leisurely walks around the neighborhood, cleaned the garage, and sharpened my tools. I did something I hadn't done in years one Saturday morning. I told myself that I was just browsing when I drove out to Hawkeye Downs Auto Auction in Cedar Rapids, not specifically looking for anything. However, I knew exactly what I was looking for, and I did. There was a dark forest green, regular cab 1999 Ford F-150 nestled between two shiny Dodges and a rusted Chevy. When I was a child, my dad's car was the same year, model, and color. The paint had faded. There was a chip in the windshield. Years of carrying tools or lumber scratched the bed. Or perhaps it's just time. The seat, however, Made that recognizable sigh when I opened the driver's door and slid inside, the same sigh my father's truck used to make when he settled in after a long day at the shop. The vinyl smelled like old gasoline and plastic that had been exposed to the sun. It was as though I was sitting in a memory that I was unaware I needed to relive. When I began to bid, the auctioneer arched an eyebrow. "Daniel, are you certain you want that old thing?" "Yes," I said quietly. "I'm positive." I paid a lot less than I thought I would for the truck. The radio was playing an old country song that I hadn't heard since Lauren was alive, and I drove it home with the window cracked. The chipped paint was perfectly exposed to the sun. The world seemed straightforward once more for a short while. After about a month, I began working as a volunteer for a group of First Lutheran elderly people who repaired homes for seniors and widows who were unable to do it themselves. Simple tasks like gutters, porch rails, loose steps, and broken fence posts are what a good community takes on. I had something solid to pour myself into because of it. Something that reminded me of who I was before everything became complicated with Margaret and Delilah, something that wasn't suffering or loss. And the group always grinned when I pulled up in that old F-150. Someone might reminisce or say, "That's a real truck." I would give a nod. I do, too. After fixing a widow's broken screen door one afternoon, I sat in the truck and came to a straightforward but significant realization. I had lost my anger. Not even a tiny bit. Not to Margaret, not to Delilah, not even to myself. There was nothing but silence now that the storm had passed. Good silence. Then I received a letter in late May, just as the humidity was beginning to creep in and the cornfields were turning bright green. A genuine letter, envelope, handwritten name, and Cedar Falls postmark from Delilah, not a text or an email. Before I opened it, I held it for a long time. I touched the seal with my thumb. I couldn't quite put my finger on the tightness in my chest. I eventually took the folded paper out. She wrote in a messier style than I remembered. "Daniel, I graduated last week." It read. "I assumed you would be there when I crossed the stage. You weren't. And I realized why. For the first time, I believed that you owed me things. A life I didn't earn, money, and a car. Mom always said that no matter what, you would supply. I trusted her. However, she never revealed your true identity to me, a quiet, kind man who put in more effort than we ever deserved. I'm not pleading for pardon. I'm not worthy of it. Delilah, I just wanted you to know how sorry I am." I used my thumb to gently press the crease as I folded the letter. I was not harmed by it. I was also not healed by it. Something was just settled. She had had to learn a lesson the hard way. No parent or step-parent could ever fully teach the lessons that life has to offer. In order to keep the letter from bothering me or being forgotten, I put it in a drawer next to the old engagement ring box. A reminder that once the yelling stops, even damaged relationships can reverberate with truth. Margaret tried to call me 10 days or so later. 2 times, then 3 times, her number appeared, followed by a text. "Just talk to me, please." However, I didn't. Out of wisdom, not resentment. Certain chapters are supposed to end. There are some doors that should never open again. Additionally, some people don't realize who you are until you leave. Nowadays, my life is generally peaceful, as a good life should be. I get up early and brew coffee. I occasionally take the vintage F-150 to the river park by the water to observe the sun rising above the trees. At other times, I assist the church group with roof repairs or porch repairs. After we complete their repairs, people bring me pie. Pie is something I never refuse. Occasionally, when someone inquires about Margaret or Delilah, I shrug and respond, "We don't get mad in Iowa." Since that is the reality, we get even in silence. I didn't shout. I made no threats. Their world wasn't destroyed by me. I simply walked back into mine after turning out the lights. Just know this: if you've ever had to rebuild from the quiet up, if you've ever been taken advantage of, or if you've ever carried more than your fair share, you're not by yourself. Additionally, your story is not yet finished. Mom funded my golden bro for decades, but told me, "I wish you were never born." I cut them off. Brothers-in-laws learned the truth. Wedding canceled. My mother said, "I wish you were never born." So, I told her, "Consider me dead." What followed was complete chaos. Sup, Reddit. My mother once told me that she wished I had never been born, so I fulfilled that wish. I activated full ghost mode on the entire family. What happens next? Complete meltdown. Buckle up, because this is a ride. I am Jake, a 31-year-old male, and I have spent my entire life as the backup kid. You know the type. The one who exists to make the golden child appear superior by comparison. Evan, my younger brother, is 27 years old and has been the center of attention in our family since he was born. Kid could set the house on fire, and mom would applaud his initiative. Growing up, favoritism was not even subtle. It was so obvious that even family friends would notice and make awkward jokes about it. Evan received the large bedroom with bay windows that overlooked the backyard, as well as the room with the walk-in closet and attached bathroom. I was assigned the converted storage room in the basement, which had a window well that leaked whenever it rained and a bathroom that I had to share with the laundry room. No matter how many times we cleaned the carpet in my room, it still smelled like mildew. And in the winter, you could see your breath because the heat didn't reach down there. Evan received a car for his 17th birthday. A freaking Mustang that Dad spent 4 months restoring in his garage. I remember seeing them work on it together on weekends. Dad is teaching Evan about engines and transmissions, and they are both covered in grease and laughing about something. When I asked Dad if I could help, he told me to go do my homework or mow the lawn. That car became Dad's pride and joy, and Evan showed no appreciation. I crashed it twice in the first year, and Dad just fixed it up again without raising his voice. When I turned 17, I received a lecture on responsibility and bus schedules. Dad sat me down and explained that having a car was a privilege, not a right, and that I needed to show financial responsibility first. So I got a job at the local grocery store, saved for 9 months, and bought a 1,999 Honda Civic with 148,000 miles for $3,100. The thing barely worked and required constant repairs, but it was mine. Dad never offered to help fix it or teach me about car maintenance. I learned from YouTube videos in our driveway while he and Evan watched football inside. Evan barely made it through high school with a 2.4 gigapascals, so my parents threw him a graduation party with catering and a DJ. Not just any party. They rented out a banquet hall, invited 165 people, and showed a slideshow of Evan's high school experience that made a C- student appear like a scholar. The cake alone costs $450. They hired a photographer to document each moment. Evan wore a custom suit that Mom had tailored just for the occasion. Dad gave a lengthy emotional speech about how proud he was to see his son overcome obstacles and achieve his dreams. The obstacles are basic high school classes, and his dreams include graduating in 6 years because he failed junior year English. When I graduated 3 years ago with a 3.7 gigapascals, National Honor Society membership, and acceptance to 4 universities with partial scholarships, I received a card with $60 and a good job, while they were busy planning Evan's college dorm setup. No party, no photographer, and no speech. We went to a chain restaurant for a family dinner, and Evan complained about the menu the whole time, while Mom spent the meal asking him what color sheets he wanted for his dorm room. I remember sitting there in my honor courts, watching my parents plan my brother's future while mine was just an inconvenient distraction from their main priority. The next day, I asked Mom why Evan had a big party while I didn't. She said Evan needed extra encouragement because school was harder for him, whereas I was self-motivated enough to not require external validation. Self-motivated. That's what you call a kid who realized early on that no one was going to celebrate his accomplishments, so he needed to find motivation elsewhere. College was more of the same nightmare, but with bigger stakes. Evan attended State University, partied for 7 years, changed majors 5 times, and eventually graduated with a communications degree that he has never used. Dad wanted a doctor in the family, so I started out in pre-med. Following a failure in organic chemistry, I switched to business. Then he went to psychology because he liked a girl who was enrolled in that program, then came marketing because it sounded simple. And finally decided on communications after his advisor told him it was the only major he had enough credits to complete. My parents paid every penny. Tuition, housing, meal plan, spending money, spring break trips, fraternity dues, etc. Probably spent close to $195,000 during his extended adolescence. Mom justified it by saying Evan needed to focus on his studies without the added stress of working. Never mind that he spent more time at parties than in school. Me? I attended community college while working full-time at a warehouse, then transferred to a regional campus to complete my business degree, graduating with $34,000 in student loans that I'm still paying off. My parents contributed exactly $0, and I received numerous comments about how I should have worked harder to get scholarships like Evan. Evan did not receive any scholarships. Despite receiving a blank check from his parents, he took 7 years to complete a degree that normally takes 4. I worked the overnight shift at the warehouse from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and then went straight to class. I'd sit in the back of lecture halls, trying to stay awake, drinking gas station coffee and eating vending machine food because I didn't have time for proper meals. Other students would complain about being tired after staying up late gaming or partying. I had been loading trucks for 9 hours before arriving at campus, so I was tired. There were weeks when I would work 48 hours, attend 16 hours of classes, and still find time to study and complete assignments. I would see Evan's Facebook posts from football games, parties, and road trips with friends. Meanwhile, I was calculating whether I could afford to buy textbooks and groceries that week. Usually couldn't afford both, so I'd share textbooks with classmates or borrow older editions from the library. My parents were aware of all of this. They'd see me exhausted at family dinners, falling asleep on their couch after not sleeping in my own bed for 4 days. They never offered to help with tuition or reduce my hours by covering some expenses. But Evan mentioned that he wanted to join a fraternity. They received $900 in dues within a week. After college, I got a job in supply chain management. Started from the bottom, worked odd hours, and dealt with irate clients and impossible deadlines. Over the course of 9 years, I gradually advanced to the position of senior logistics coordinator. Nothing glamorous, but I make a decent living now, around $76,000 plus bonuses. Own a small home in a decent neighborhood. I got a dependable car. I pay my bills on time, basically leading a normal adult life. Evan moved back home after graduation, spent 3 years discovering himself, worked a series of part-time jobs that he quit after a few months, and is now a freelance graphic designer. By freelance, I mean that he creates logos for his friends' failed startups, and has never earned more than $17,000 in any given year. He is 27 years old and continues to live rent-free in my parents' finished basement. The real kicker is how my parents speak about us. Evan is artistic and creative, and he is figuring out his path. I'm too focused on money and miss the big picture. Evan's lack of employment is due to his passion. My steady career is settling for corporate mediocrity. Every family gathering is an exhausting performance. Mom asks Evan about his latest project as if he were Michelangelo painting the Sistine Chapel. He'll talk for 35 minutes about a logo design that paid him $250, and she'll nod along, asking detailed questions about his creative process and artistic direction. Dad will offer observations about Evan's business acumen and entrepreneurial spirit. They will discuss his portfolio as if it were a museum exhibition. Everyone sits there pretending that designing a logo for your friend's failed startup is the same as running a legitimate business. Then Mom turns to me and asks if I'm still doing that warehouse thing, not how things are going at work or what projects I'm managing, just that warehouse thing, in a tone that suggests I'm doing something vaguely embarrassing that she'd rather not discuss in detail. I manage supply chains for a regional manufacturing company. We handle logistics for 19 states, work with over 45 vendors, and I oversee inventory systems that track millions of dollars in products. I coordinate shipments worth more than my parents' home, solve complex distribution problems, and lead a team that relies on me to know what I'm doing. But, yes, it's that warehouse thing. I tried to explain my job once during Thanksgiving. I got about 3 sentences in before Evan interrupted with a story about an Instagram influencer who asked him to design their logo. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him. And I just sat there, my half-completed explanation hanging in the air like a forgotten memory. Wesley, Evan's girlfriend, is cut from the same cloth as him. She's a lifestyle influencer with 3,400 Instagram followers, the majority of whom are clearly bots based on engagement rates. She shares photos of smoothie bowls and sunset yoga poses while living on Evan's allowance from our parents. I just found out that my monthly allowance is $900. Evan is getting essentially a free salary for existing, whereas I worked overnight warehouse shifts to pay for community college. Wesley's content is exactly as you would expect. Generic inspiration quotes overlaid on stock photos, sponsored posts for diet teas that most likely do not work, and endless photos of her doing yoga in high-end athleisure wear. She once told me she was building an empire and asked if I wanted to invest in her personal brand's growth. I asked what that meant. She requested $5,500 for a professional photo shoot and Instagram advertising. I declined. My girlfriend, Lily, is a middle school teacher. She works hard for a modest salary, pays for classroom supplies herself, and genuinely cares about her students. She's intelligent, kind, funny, and far too good for me. We've been talking about engagement for 5 years, and working together to build a real future. But, according to my family, Wesley's Instagram lifestyle is more impressive than Lily's actual career in education. Mom constantly asks when I'll find someone as ambitious as Wesley. The irony would be amusing if it weren't so frustrating. The breaking point happened 4 months ago. Evan announced that he was proposing to Wesley, and my parents immediately began planning an engagement party. Not a small gathering, but a full production with an 85-person guest list, catered food, open bar, and the works. Dad called and asked me to contribute to the party fund. They planned to spend around $9,000 on this thing and asked me to contribute $2,500 because I was doing so well financially. Meanwhile, Evan was not contributing anything because he was saving for the ring with the money our parents had given him. I laughed. Actually laughed on the phone. I told Dad I wasn't going to pay for Evan's engagement party because he didn't even pay for his own engagement ring. Dad paused for a second before saying, "Family helps family." I was being selfish. Selfish coming from people who paid nothing for my education while funding Evan's 6-year party degree. I told Dad I'd think about it and then hung up. I didn't think about it. Not for 1 second. 3 weeks later, Mom called. She was upset that I had not sent money for the party. They had budgeted for my contribution, and now they were short. They had already made deposits on the venue and caterer, assuming I would pay the $2,500. I reminded her that I had never agreed to contribute, never said yes, implied yes, or even considered it. She said she expected me to do the right thing as Evan's brother, that family supports family during difficult times, and that she had raised me better than to abandon my brother when he needed me. I explained that you should have treated both of your children equally, but we're long past that conversation. Mom immediately became defensive. They had always treated us the same, she insisted. Her voice had that edge that comes when she realizes she's wrong but refuses to accept it. Any differences arose because Evan's creative nature necessitated additional support. I was always more independent and didn't require as much assistance. I was the responsible one who could handle situations on his own. This was the story they'd created over the years. Evan needed more because he was sensitive, artistic, and searching for himself. I needed less because I was independent, capable, and self-sufficient. It's funny how independent meant ignored, and self-sufficient meant we didn't want to help you. I mentioned specifics because I was tired of vague justifications. Evan's vehicle versus my bus pass. How did a vintage Mustang serve his creative nature, his fully funded 6-year college vacation, compared to my student loans, which I'll be paying until I'm 42? He is 29 years old and lives rent-free, whereas I have been paying $450 per month since I was 20 to live in their basement. She explained everything. Of course, the car was essential to Evan's social development. He needed to be able to attend functions and maintain friendships. I had hoped that student loans would allow me to build credit and learn financial responsibility. Evan needed time to discover his passion, and charging him rent would have added pressure, potentially stifling his creativity. Every excuse was ridiculous, and we both knew it. But she delivered each one with conviction, as if she had used these justifications so many times that she had begun to believe them. "You've always been jealous of your brother," she finally said, using her trump card. That was when I realized we had entered territory from which we could not return. I was not jealous of Evan. I pity him. He was 29, living in our parents' basement, earning poverty wages, and totally unprepared for real life. What was I supposed to be jealous of? Mom's voice became cold. At the very least, Evan understands gratitude. At the very least, he appreciates everything we do for him. You have always been difficult, constantly complaining, making everything about you. I replied, everything is about Evan. For the past 29 years, everything has revolved around Evan. Perhaps if you were more like him, we would want to assist you more. That line hit me differently, not because it hurt, but because it confirmed what she had been thinking all along. They decided not to help me because I was not Evan. Not because I didn't need it or because I was more self-sufficient, but because I wasn't him. Forget the party money, she said. Just forget it. We will figure it out ourselves, as we always do. We do not need anything from you. Something snapped. Years of being second choice, double standards, and excuses. It crystallized into a single moment of absolute clarity. Good, I replied, because you will no longer receive anything from me. Don't be dramatic. I am serious. You don't need anything from me? Great. Consider the relationship over. She laughed. Actually laughed as if I had told a joke. You're going to stop speaking with us because we asked you to help with your brother's engagement party. That is ridiculous. No, I'm going to stop speaking with you because you've made it clear for 31 years that I'm the backup kid. The one who exists to make Evan appear good in comparison. I'm finished with that role. You are being childish. Maybe, but I am also done. Fine. If that's how you feel, maybe I wish you hadn't been born. Would have saved us a lot of hassle. There it was. She probably thought it 1,000 times before saying it aloud. I wish you were not born. I went quiet. The phone felt heavy in my hands. Mom was breathing heavily on the other end. She probably realized she had crossed a line but was too stubborn to back down. Okay, I replied calmly. Consider your wish granted. From now on, act as if I was never born. Do not call. Do not text. Do not show up at my house. I don't exist for you anymore. Jake, don't be. I hung up, immediately blocking her number, then Dad's number, and finally Evan's. Then I went through social media, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, blocking everyone there as well. I removed all family members from my contact list who I knew would try to relay messages or act as a mediator. Cousins who would support my parents, aunts and uncles who would try to make things better, and family friends who had been witnessing this dysfunction for years without saying anything. The blocking process had a therapeutic effect. Each number I blocked felt like severing another thread that had been tying me down. By the time I finished, I had removed 19 contacts, or people who were linked to that toxic system. Lily arrived home from work an hour later to find me sitting on the couch, staring at nothing. She teaches 7th grade English, and Fridays are always difficult because the students are agitated and disorganized. She appeared exhausted, her teacher bag stuffed with essays she'd need to grade over the weekend. But after one look at my face, she dropped everything. "What happened?" she inquired, sitting down next to me without even removing her coat. I told her everything. The party fund demand, the heated conversation with Mom, and every excuse she'd made for treating me as if I didn't matter for the previous 31 years. The remark about me being jealous, and the final insult of wishing I had never been born. Lily listened without interrupting, her expression hardening with each detail, her teacher's patience wearing thin as she heard how my own mother spoke to me. When I finished, she was silent for a long time. Then she grabbed my hand and looked me directly in the eyes. "I'm proud of you," she stated firmly. Not, "Are you certain about this? Or maybe you should reconsider, or give them time to cool off." Just, "I'm proud of you." There were no qualifications, doubts, or suggestions that I was overreacting. That's when I realized I'd made the right decision, both in cutting off my family and in choosing Lily. She recognized what had taken me 31 years to accept. The relationship was toxic and one-sided. I deserved better than being the backup kid. And some bridges needed to be burned. The first week was quiet. I kept expecting angry phone calls or texts, but my blocks held. There was no contact from anyone. Part of me wondered if they'd noticed, or if they were simply relieved to have one less obligation. Then Evan's engagement party occurred. I knew the date because it had been mentioned multiple times before I blocked everyone. That Friday, I took Lily out to dinner, saw a movie, returned home, and played video games until midnight. I didn't think about the party once. My doorbell rang at 8:30 a.m. on Saturday. I opened it to see my Aunt Iris standing there, looking uncomfortable. Iris is my mother's younger sister. She's always been the sensible one in the family, the one who actually listened when I complained about favoritism. She would nod sympathetically but never do anything about it. "Your mom asked me to talk to you," she said. "Not interested. Jake, please just hear me out." Against my better judgment, I allowed her in. Lily was still sleeping, so we sat in the kitchen while I brewed terrible coffee. Iris explained that the party had been a disaster. Not because I wasn't present. They'd barely noticed it. It was a disaster because without my $2,500 contribution, they would have had to drastically reduce their operations. Instead of the fancy venue they had envisioned, they chose my parents' backyard. Mom and her friends prepared the food themselves rather than hiring a catering company. Instead of an open bar, they had a cooler of beverages. Wesley was infuriated. Iris expected a big fancy party, but it was basically a barbecue. She and Evan had a major fight in front of everyone. She accused him of not caring enough to throw her a proper engagement party. "It sounds like a personal problem." "Evan feels terrible," Iris said. "He thinks you sabotaged his party on purpose." I actually laughed. I sabotaged his party by refusing to give him money that I had not agreed to give. That's some creative reasoning. Iris appeared uncomfortable. "Your mother is very hurt." She did not mean what she said over the phone. Yes, she did. She meant every word. She wished I was never born. So I am making that wish come true. She was angry. When people are angry, they say things they do not mean. "Iris, I've had 31 years to compare how my parents treat me to how they treat Evan." That was not a slip of the tongue. It was the truth finally being revealed. She tried the family angle. Blood is thicker than water. We only have one set of parents. Life is too short to hold grudges. I debunked every cliché with simple facts. They had preferred Evan over me for 3 decades. I was simply accepting their choice. "What do you want me to tell your mother?" Iris inquired finally. "Explain exactly what I told her. I don't exist for her anymore. She should act as if I were never born." "You don't mean that." "I absolutely mean that." Iris left, looking defeated. I didn't feel anything. There was no guilt, no regret, or sadness, only relief that my boundaries were intact. 3 weeks later, Dad showed up at my workplace. My work. He managed to get past the front desk and showed up at my office door during lunch. "We need to talk," he said. "No, we don't." I continued to eat my sandwich. "You're being stubborn." I am being consistent. I told Mom I was finished. This includes you. He sat there anyway, uninvited. I began talking about how I was tearing the family apart. How upset Evan was. How Mom cried every day. How this entire situation was ridiculous for a few thousand. It's not about the money, I interjected. It's about 31 years of being treated like I don't matter. That's not true. Dad, you restored a Mustang for Evan's 17th birthday. You gave me the bus schedule. You said you didn't want a car. I was 15 when I said that, and I knew we couldn't afford 2 cars. Then Evan turned 17, and money was no longer an issue. He made no response to that. Just sat there, looking uncomfortable. You covered Evan's entire college expenses. I graduated with $34,000 in debt, which I am still paying off. We were in a better financial position when Evan went to school. You bought him a car 4 years before he started school. You could have put that money towards my education instead. Again, nothing. Evan, 29, lives rent-free in your basement. At the age of 20, I paid my rent. Evan needs more time to establish himself. So I didn't? We went in circles for 25 minutes. Every double standard I mentioned he had an excuse for. He explained away every example of favoritism. He actually couldn't see it. Alternatively, he could see it but refused to admit it. Finally, I told him to leave or I would contact security. He stood up, angry. You're going to regret this, he said. Family is all you've got in this world. Then I guess I don't have much. He left. I finished my sandwich and returned to work. That evening, my boss summoned me to his office. Your father was here today, he explained carefully. I understand. I am sorry about that. He told me some concerning information. You stated that you were experiencing a mental health crisis and may be unreliable at work. They wanted me to keep an eye on you. My blood became cold. I'm not having a crisis. We had a disagreement, so I cut contact. He's trying to cause problems. My boss nodded. That is what I figured. The fact that he came to your workplace and made those claims revealed more about him than you. But I wanted you to know in case he tries other things, such as escalate beyond simply showing up. I thanked my boss and departed. I called Lily on the way home and explained what had happened. She was infuriated. Her suggestion was to obtain a restraining order, but that seemed extreme. Instead, I sent a group email to my boss, HR, and building security, explaining the family situation and requesting that my parents and brother not enter the building. The following week, Evan showed up at my house. It was Wednesday evening. Lily and I were making dinner when the doorbell rang. I looked through the peephole and saw him standing there in his standard outfit of artistically distressed jeans and a vintage band t-shirt. I didn't open the door, only called through it. Go away, dude. Come on. We need to talk. There is nothing to talk about. You are ruining my engagement. Wesley's family believes we're broke due to the party situation. Her father keeps asking why my brother didn't help out. It is embarrassing. This sounds like a problem for you. Stop acting petty. I know you're upset about the college and car issues, but those were years ago. Get past it. The college and car incidents appeared to be isolated incidents rather than symptoms of a long-term pattern. Evan, I am going to say this once. Leave. Do not come back. If you show up again, I'll call the cops. Over what? I am your brother. I am now trespassing. Leave. He stood there for another minute, probably waiting for me to crack. I did not. He eventually left, but not before accusing me of being a jerk and informing Wesley's family that our entire family was dysfunctional. Good. Let them think so. Not my problem anymore. Week 6 saw a particularly creative escalation. Mom began calling Lily. She had obtained Lily's phone number in some way, most likely at an old family gathering where we had exchanged contact information. The messages began sympathetically. She was concerned about me. I wanted to make sure I was fine. I hoped Lily could talk sense into me. Lily did not respond to any of them. Then Mom changed tactics and suggested that Lily might be the problem. Perhaps she was turning me against my family. Perhaps she did not understand family dynamics. Perhaps she was isolating me. Classic manipulation. Attempting to put a wedge between us. Lily showed me each message. We also blocked Mom's number on her phone. Mom arrived at the elementary school where Lily teaches on Saturday. I waited until after class and approached her in the parking lot. Lily called me immediately. Your mother is here. She is crying and says she just wants to talk to you. Do not engage. Get into your car and leave. She's blocking my car. I told Lily to contact the school security officer. Mom was removed from school grounds and warned against trespassing. Lily submitted a formal report to the principal, explaining the situation. They noted Mom's name in their security system. It was getting out of hand. They had moved from asking me to reconsider to actively harassing me and those around me. I spoke with a lawyer friend, who suggested that I document everything and consider obtaining a restraining order if the situation continued. Month 3 introduced an unexpected twist. My uncle Gage reached out. Gage is Dad's brother, and we have always gotten along well. He was not asking me to reconcile. He wanted to tell me something. We met in a diner across town. Gage appeared uncomfortable, stirring his coffee without drinking it. "I'm not here to take sides," he began. "But you should know what's being said about you. Apparently, my parents had been telling people that I had a breakdown, that I had become unstable and had cut off contact with the family for no apparent reason, that I had always been troubled, and that they had tried to help, but I had refused. They portrayed themselves as victims of my mental illness. Mom's telling people you threatened her," Gage explained. "You called her horrible names and said violent things. She says she's afraid of you." This was not a simple manipulation. This was character assassination. They were fabricating a story in which I was dangerous, unstable, and the villain, and they were the innocent victims of my irrational behavior. "None of that happened," I explained. "I understand. I have known you your entire life. You're probably the most stable member of that family, but they're attached to this story. Why are you telling me this?" Gage shrugged. "Because it is wrong, and I have seen them do the same thing to you for years. The favoritism, and double standards. I saw it. Most of us witnessed it. We just said nothing. Why not? Because it was not our place. Because your parents are adults who can make their own decisions. Because becoming involved in other people's family dynamics is difficult." He paused. "However, this is not like the others. They are lying about you and harming your reputation. That is too far." I thanked Gage for the heads up. Asked if he would be willing to make a statement in the event of legal action. He agreed without hesitation. Armed with Gage's information, I sent a clear message to my parents via my lawyer. "Please stop spreading false information about me. Stop contacting my workplace. Stop contacting Lily. Stay away from our property. Any further contact would result in legal action, such as restraining orders and defamation suits." The lawyer's letter worked. Sort of. Direct contact ended, but the rumor mill continued. Extended family members attempted to serve as mediators on numerous occasions. Some people believed my parents' story about me being unstable. Others simply wanted everyone to get along. I maintained my position. No contact equaled no contact. I was not interested in mediation, family therapy, or reconciliation. The bridge wasn't simply burned. It was destroyed from orbit, and the ashes were scattered. Month 4 brought Evan's wedding preparations. Wesley had apparently recovered from her disappointment at the engagement party, and they had set a date 7 months in advance. My Aunt Iris, who still kept me updated despite my preferences, said it would be a big, expensive affair. Dad had asked Evan if he wanted me as his best man. Evan said no. He'd rather have his friend Brandon, who genuinely supported his relationship. Good. Prevented me from having to decline. But this is where things got interesting. Wesley's parents adhered to traditional values. They expected the groom's family to host specific events and contribute to wedding expenses. When they discovered Evan's brother was not involved, they began asking questions. According to Iris, Wesley's father directly asked my parents what was wrong with me. Why wasn't I attending my brother's wedding? Was I in prison, on drugs, or estranged over something serious? Mom apparently tried her mental illness story. But Wesley's father didn't believe it. He had done some basic internet research, found my LinkedIn profile, seen my normal professional life, and asked around in his network. I was not unstable. I was a functioning adult with a good job and a clear record. So he pressed harder. What had actually caused the schism? The truth came out eventually. Not from my parents, but from various family members Wesley's father spoke to. The favoritism, the college funding disparity, the party fund drama, Mom's comment about wishing I was never born. Wesley's father was reportedly furious. Not at me, at my parents. He came from a large family where everyone was treated equally. The idea of parents openly favoring one child over another was unacceptable to him. He apparently told Evan that maybe he should consider whether Wesley really wanted to marry into a family with such dysfunction. Evan panicked, called me from a number I didn't recognize. I answered without thinking. "Dude, you're destroying my life," he said immediately. "Evan, Wesley's dad thinks our family is screwed up because of you. He's questioning whether she should marry me. Her mom is asking all these questions about how we were raised. This is a nightmare. It sounds like a personal problem. You need to fix this. Come to dinner. Talk to Wesley's parents. Show them you're not some crazy person. I'm not the one who told them I was crazy. That was Mom. Whatever. Just fix it." "No." "What do you want? An apology?" Fine. I'm sorry you're upset about the college stuff. There. Now fix this. I don't want anything from you. I want you to leave me alone. You're really going to let me lose Wesley over this? You're not losing Wesley over me. You might lose her because she's realizing what kind of family you come from. That's not my fault. He started getting angry, calling me selfish and petty. I hung up and blocked that number, too. But the damage was done. Wesley started having serious doubts about marrying Evan. Not because of me specifically, but because of what my absence revealed about my parents' character. If they could treat one son so differently from another, what did that say about their values? Her father was even more direct. He told Evan he wouldn't give his blessing for the marriage unless some serious family issues got resolved. He wanted to see my parents acknowledge what they'd done and make genuine efforts to repair the relationship with me. My parents predictably refused. They hadn't done anything wrong. Any problems were because of my attitude and unrealistic expectations. They'd treated both sons fairly, and I was just ungrateful. Wesley's father told Evan the wedding was off until the family situation improved. Wesley agreed with her father. She wanted a marriage based on healthy family dynamics, not whatever toxic situation my parents had created. Evan's wedding got postponed indefinitely. He blamed me completely. Started posting vague things on social media about family betrayal and fake people. I'd blocked him, but Lily showed me screenshots from mutual acquaintances. Month 5 was quiet. No contact attempts, no escalation, just silence. I wondered if they'd finally accepted the situation or if they were regrouping for another approach. Turned out it was neither. They were dealing with consequences. Uncle Gage called with an update. Evan had moved out of my parents' basement. The postponed wedding and Wesley's ultimatums had forced him to get his life together. He'd gotten a real job doing IT support at a mid-sized company. Not glamorous, but steady income. He and Wesley had moved into a small apartment together. More interesting, Wesley had insisted on premarital counseling, focusing on family dynamics and boundaries. She'd made it clear she wouldn't marry into a family that practiced the kind of favoritism mine had demonstrated. Evan was apparently in counseling, trying to understand his own complicity in the dysfunction. Your brother's growing up, Gage said. Painfully, but he's growing up. Good for Evan, I guess. Didn't change anything for me. Even more interesting, my parents were facing social consequences. Other family members had started distancing themselves after hearing the full story. Cousins who'd always been close to mom were suddenly busy when she called. Dad's weekly poker night dissolved when 3 of the 6 regular players decided they didn't want to associate with someone who treated his kid that way. The church community they'd been active in for 21 years was asking questions. Someone had mentioned the situation to the pastor during a counseling session. He'd apparently given my parents a gentle suggestion that they reflect on their parenting choices and consider making amends. They'd stopped attending church rather than face those conversations. They're becoming social pariahs, Gage said. Not completely, but people are treating them differently now. They're facing consequences for the first time. Month 6 brought the letter. Not a text or email. An actual handwritten letter delivered by certified mail from Dad. It was 4 pages long. Started with a lengthy explanation of their parenting philosophy, how they'd tried to meet each child's unique needs, how they'd always loved both of us equally, even if they expressed it differently. Then it shifted to justifications. The car situation was about Evan needing social opportunities I didn't care about. The college funding was about their financial situation changing. Evan living rent-free was temporary help during a difficult time. Page 4 finally got to something resembling an apology. They were sorry I felt hurt. Sorry I'd misunderstood their intentions. Sorry our relationship had deteriorated over a misunderstanding about the engagement party. The letter ended with an invitation to family counseling with a mediator of my choosing. They wanted to repair the relationship and help me understand their perspective better. I read it twice, showed it to Lily. She summarized it perfectly. That's not an apology, that's a justification with an apology filter. She was right. The entire letter was about them, their intentions, their perspective, their pain. The only thing they were sorry about was that I'd misunderstood them. They weren't sorry for what they'd done. They were sorry I'd reacted to it. I didn't respond to the letter, just filed it away in case I needed documentation later. 3 weeks later, Evan reached out through LinkedIn of all places. Professional network messaging seemed like a weird choice, but maybe he figured I couldn't block him there without looking petty to professional contacts. His message was different from the phone call. More measured, less demanding. I've been in counseling like Wesley wanted. Talking about family stuff, realizing some things I didn't see before. You were right about the favoritism. I didn't see it because I was the one benefiting from it. That was wrong. I'm sorry. I wrote back one sentence. Good luck with that. Not mean, Not encouraging, just acknowledgement. He'd apologized. I'd acknowledged it. That's all our relationship could be. Last week, Aunt Iris texted one final time. Mom had asked her to reach out about the engagement. Apparently, they'd heard through mutual Facebook connections. She wants to come to the wedding. She's very hurt, she wasn't told, I replied. She told me she wished I was never born. I'm making that wish come true. She doesn't get to participate in the life she wished didn't exist. Iris didn't respond after that. So, here I am, Reddit, planning a wedding without the people who raised me, building a life with someone who actually sees me as more than a backup option, creating a family based on choice rather than obligation. At 3:19 a.m. steps and kicked down my door, screaming I want that room now, wife defended him. I packed up, canceled my card and let cameras expose them. It's 3:19 a.m. And I'm Michael Carter. My stepson kicked my door until it burst inward on the 16th floor of a hotel in Honolulu. Then my spouse entered the splinters and muttered as if I were the issue. Simply give him what he desires. I was immobile for a moment. Not because Tyler frightened me. Tyler Knox was 30 years old, loud, and not tough, but something inside of me was affected by the sound of that door breaking. It was more than wood. It was a boundary. A line. In a marriage that was constantly trying to change, I had spent years trying to stay straight. In that unique hotel manner, the hallway outside was completely silent. Soft air conditioning, carpeted quiet, and the far-off hum of an elevator. Then Tyler filled it with anger and his inebriated breath. Now I want that room, he yelled as if he controlled the entire floor. He sported a cheap black tank top from a tourist shop and board shorts. He had red eyes. I knew he hadn't been sleeping, but his hair stood up as if he had. He had a bar odor that I could smell. Beer, a sugary beverage, and the acerbic tequila bite. The kind of odor that creeps into your nose and alerts you to impending trouble. Behind him, Allison stood in a robe, barefoot, her hair in an untidy knot. Her face was pinched, worn out, and irritated. I'm irritated, not him. Michael, she said in the tone she reserved for when she wanted something from me but didn't show it. Avoid making things worse. Simply change rooms. He's angry. It was a mood swing, similar to a grown man kicking down a door at 3:15 inches the morning. She avoided looking at me as I stared at her. As if she had already decided how to explain the broken latch to the front desk, she gazed at it. Tyler gestured past me to the king bed by the window in my room. Half of the curtains were open. Outside, Honolulu was illuminated by streetlights, moving automobile dots, and the distant black line of the ocean. It was meant to be romantic. It had the appearance of a postcard. It appeared to be the scene of a humiliation at that precise moment. That one, Tyler said. I'm taking that room. I said, this is our room, and I thought my voice sounded weird. Too flat, too calm, as if I could hear myself talking across the room. Tyler's lips curled. No longer. When Allison finally turned to face me, her eyes had that recognizable mixture of sympathy and pressure, the be the bigger man expression. Act like an adult. Michael, she said again, softer, almost begging, pay the price so we can all go back to pretending. He's been struggling, you know. Avoid being self-centered over a bed. Self-centered. It wasn't about a bed, so that word came as a slap. It covered everything I had been ingesting for years. Tyler was unable to pay the short-term loans that never returned the tickets or the rent. Tyler's actions weren't really his fault, but Allison could always find an excuse. And for some reason, I was always supposed to take it in. I didn't respond. The cool air hit my legs as I stood there in my t-shirt and pajama shorts, feeling the floor remain firm beneath my feet while everything else moved. Down the hall, a door behind Tyler was opened. The head of a man appeared, his eyes narrowed, and then vanished once more. A latch clicked and I heard it. No one wanted to get involved. I examined the splintered door frame. Where the latch had been, the wood was split clean. A piece of oak hung loosely like a tooth. The pressure of the door hanging incorrectly caused the hinge to creak, and my brain did what it always does without intending to. The scene began to be arranged like a file. Not just a noise complaint, but damage, liability, and forced entry. Security would file an incident report if they were called. They would keep track of the room's registered occupants. They would examine the cameras. They check cameras all the time. I had read the fine print of accidents that people insisted weren't their fault for 32 years. I had audited claims related to kitchen fires, hurricanes, and trips and falls in supermarket aisles. People were free to shout and cry all they wanted. The paperwork was unconcerned. I went to the top drawer of the dresser and took out my small black notebook. It wasn't large. My jacket pocket accommodated it. I had carried something similar since the early 1990s, when I learned the importance of documenting events as soon as they occurred from my first boss. My father gave me an old silver Parker pen when I was promoted, so I clicked it and started writing. 319A. Allison was there when Tyler kicked in the door and demanded a room. Tyler gave me a blink. "What are you doing?" I said. "Remembering." Allison furrowed her brows. "Don't do that, Michael. Hurry up." She always detested it when I became so silent. She enjoyed controlling my emotions when I became procedural. She was unable to overcome the barrier of my silence. With a puffed chest, Tyler took a step forward. "Make a move." I accept it. I gave him a long, hard look. I considered shoving him back into the hallway by grabbing him by the collar. I considered shouting so that everyone on the floor could hear how absurd this was. For perhaps 15 seconds, I considered how satisfying it would be. Then I considered the cameras. I considered how, in the absence of evidence, a man my age can easily turn into the antagonist in someone else's tale. I imagined how Allison would later misrepresent it. I lost it, as she would say, Tyler would say that I attacked him. And how the moment the truth had to go through their mouths, it would become hazy. I took a step back. It's not that I was caving in. Since I was going out. "All right," I replied. Like he had always thought he would, Tyler's face lit up with smug relief as if he had won something. Allison exhaled as if I had finally behaved. She truly meant it when she said, "Thank you." She wanted to express her gratitude for saving her from having to make a snap decision. She meant to express gratitude for making her life easier. I didn't respond. I went to the closet and reached under the hanging shirts to retrieve my suitcase. I moved deliberately and slowly. I followed my mother's instructions and folded my clothes neatly at the corners. I packed my shaving kit, belt, and toothbrush. Like a teenager claiming the couch, Tyler pushed past me into the room and collapsed onto the bed. He laughed to himself and kicked off his flip-flops. When the air conditioner cycled down, I could hear the ocean in the distance, a slight rush behind the sounds of the city. My heartbeat sounded hard and steady, as if it had something to prove. Allison watched me pack while hovering in the doorway with her arms folded. She made no attempt to assist. She didn't express regret. She didn't appear ashamed at all. She said, "You're being dramatic," as if the silence was unbearable. "It's one long night." "One long night," I said again, maintaining a level tone. "Okay." I zipped the suitcase, grabbed it, and strode into the hallway past her. Outside, the carpet felt rougher under my bare feet, as if it weren't designed for human skin. To keep things calm, the hallway lights were low and yellowish. The silence was offensive. Allison took 3 steps after me. "Where are you heading?" I looked in her direction. In the room behind her, Tyler was already giggling and muttering something about finally. I had 100 things I wanted to say. I wanted to tell her that I had been the adult in a home that continued to reward childish cruelty for years. A man can only bend so many times before he becomes permanently bent. I wanted to explain to her. I said, "Somewhere with a lock." Instead, her jaw dropped open. I briefly noticed genuine offense in her eyes. Not worry, not guilt. It wasn't like she had just witnessed her son break into our room. Rather, it was offensive, as if I had insulted her. She began, "Michael. I didn't hold out for the others." The broken door was still yawning open, like a wound back there as I walked toward the elevator, my suitcase rolling behind me. There was a gentle ding as the elevator arrived. The door opened with a slide. I entered and hit the lobby button. Allison's face, wrapped in a robe and staring at me as if I had just embarrassed her in public, was the last thing I saw before the doors closed. As the elevator smoothly descended, the floor numbers began to tick down. 16, 15, 14. Allison sent me a text, and my phone buzzed once in my pocket. "Avoid doing anything foolish." Those words made me look at them. I hadn't even taken any action yet. However, in that silent descent toward the lobby, I realized that I had finished purchasing the tranquility of others. In addition, I was aware of something else that was clearer and colder than rage. You have no control over what happens after you kick down a door. When I rolled my suitcase across the marble floor, the lobby was nearly deserted. It was that odd time of day that hotels exist. It's too early for morning and too late for night. They dimmed the chandeliers. On a sofa by the elevators, a lone couple slept with their heads cocked and their sandals kicked off. A printer hummed and stopped somewhere behind the desk. The sound of the wheels caused the night clerk to look up. He was a young man, perhaps in his late 22s, with well-groomed uniform and eyes that had witnessed too many iterations of the same tale. He didn't inquire as to why I was leaving at 4:18 a.m. He simply straightened and grinned the way you're taught to smile in hotels. "Greetings, sir." I put my suitcase upright and paused at the desk. It was a tangible reminder that I still had something to carry, and I could feel its weight in my hand. I said, "I need to make a change to my account." "Indeed, sir." I spoke slowly and clearly, I need to split the folio. With immediate effect, he blinked once, recalibrating, not confused. Of course, he said. Could you tell me the number of your room? I mentioned 1618, but as of right now, my card is no longer connected to that room. He hesitated, his fingers over the keyboard. Are you checking out, sir? Indeed. The remaining visitors will be responsible for their own expenses. Professionally, he nodded. Just a second. I stood back and watched his screen. My profession teaches you how to observe without gazing. I watched as fields filled up, and the pointer moved. Names, dates, authorization codes, and the silent accountability machine starting up. Could you please confirm? All future incidentals for room 1618 should be removed from your authorization. He continued, looking up. That's right. As well as harm. That's also true. There was a brief moment of hesitation on his part. There was a, sir. I know. I answered. I am here for that reason. He gave another nod. I get it. After another minute of typing, he moved a piece of paper across the desk. Kindly read over and sign. I carefully read it. The timestamp. The authorization was revoked. Accountability was transferred. I signed, clean, proper. Something relaxed in my chest as I returned the paper. Not exactly relief. It is more akin to alignment, where a joint returns to its proper position. Thank you, said the clerk. I'll take care of transportation to the airport if you need it. I went outside and breathed in the warm night air. At that hour, Hawaii had a distinct scent. A hint of trash from somewhere invisible, salt flowers. Within minutes, an Uber arrived even though the valet stand was empty. I slid into the back seat after loading my suitcase. I glanced up at the hotel as we drove away. 16 glass and light floors. My wife and her son were likely celebrating somewhere up there, already rewriting the story in their minds. Michael caved. Every time, Michael gives in. Once more, my phone buzzed. Where are you going, Allison? I didn't respond. The driver talked about flights and traffic. I gave the appropriate nods, my mind moving like a slow reel through the years. At 17, Tyler slammed doors in our Fort Wayne home. At the age of 23, Tyler called me from a county lot to report that his car had been seized. At 27, Tyler vowed to reimburse me this time. Allison had said the same thing each time. He's making an effort. He is sensitive. Avoid pushing him. And each time, I had paid for dignity, silence, and money. It was also quiet at the airport. A few red-eyed tourists sat down to coffee. A janitor shoved a mop over fluorescent lit tile. I sat at the gate with my suitcase between my feet after verifying and printing my boarding pass. I wrote another line after taking out my notebook. 4:34 a.m. Left the property. Folio broke. Once more, my phone buzzed. It was a voicemail this time. Tight and irritated, Allison's voice erupted. This is absurd, Michael. Tyler is simply intoxicated. You're exaggerating the situation. Give me a call. I flipped the phone over. I chose to sit by the window when the plane took off. The lights of Honolulu stretched and dispersed as we took off, then vanished into darkness. I kept watching until I could see nothing more. My phone vibrated once more, somewhere in the Pacific. One more voicemail. It's sharper this time. Allison remarked, you can't just leave us. I closed my eyes and inhaled until the engine ceased to be a pressure in my skull and instead became a steady roar. You're acting like a child. I had a constricted chest. It's a warning, not a panic. The kind that, at my age, you don't overlook. I reminded myself to drink water and undid my collar. I had already decided on one thing by the time we returned to the mainland. I had no intention of arguing. The air felt familiar, cooler, and heavier back in Fort Wayne. I left my suitcase at the house and drove directly to the credit union. I was known by name to the teller. If I wanted my usual, she asked. Yes, I replied. Additionally, I have to temporarily suspend a card. She didn't inquire as to why. My phone lit up again while she was working. This time, a text. Allison, Tyler must pay for the door, according to the hotel. Make this right. For a long time, I gazed at the message. After that, I signed the form in front of myself and put my phone back in my pocket. I was no longer making repairs. I didn't leave the credit union and head straight home. For a minute, I sat in my car in the parking lot with my hands on the wheel and the engine off, allowing the silence to descend. Delivery trucks were backing up with their warning beeps as Fort Wayne began to awaken all around me. Steam fogging the windows, a woman unlocking the door to the bakery across the street. This was the section that no one ever saw. They think of retaliation as a switch. You give a door, you flip a speech, and you slam the door behind you. However, actual repercussions begin at a smaller scale. Paperwork is where they begin. Instead, I took my car to work. The building was a low brick structure on the outskirts of the city, not very fancy. The smell of the coffee, toner, and old carpet was like muscle memory because I had worked there long enough. I turned on the lights, opened my door, and placed my suitcase next to my desk. Most people never read the framed certificates hanging on the wall behind me. Licenses, credits for continuing education, uninteresting items, the kind of things you only notice when they're absent. I took a seat, launched my laptop, and retrieved the hotel booking. There it was, the silent detail I had already suspected, 1,618, my name, Allison's name, dates, rates. The original guest list did not include Tyler. He had been added later by Allison. The timestamp, which was a late add-on hours after I had reserved the room, was visible to me. It was the type of thing that most people don't consider. They believe that a guest is a guest and a room is a room. That isn't how it operates. I rubbed my eyes and reclined in my chair. This had nothing to do with setting someone up for failure. It was about realizing how accountability functions when things go wrong. I wrote a draft email to the risk management division of the hotel. Not irate, not accusing, tidy, and asking for a copy of the incident report pertaining to room 1618 and the preservation of security footage in the early morning. I've included my confirmation number. My name was signed. I waited after that. My phone rang while I waited. I left it on voicemail, Allison. Shortly after, there was another call. I was unfamiliar with the number. I replied. I said, "This is Michael." A man said, "Mr. Carter, be careful with your voice. This is Javier Morales, the Honolulu Hotel's assistant manager." "Yes," I replied. "I'm phoning to inquire further about this morning's incident." I shut my eyes. "It was right here." He went on. "We've documented the damage. The issue of responsibility is raised." "Go on," I said. "At the time of booking, your stepson was not identified as a registered guest." I didn't respond. I allowed him to continue speaking. "That alters our classification of the incident," he said. "We wanted to make sure you were no longer approving charges for that room." "That's right," I replied. He paused, shifting the paper. He said, "Thank you for the clarification. We'll act appropriately." "Yes, sir. Send me the report when it's finished." I sat there staring at my desk after the call ended. The wood's grain appeared darker than normal. Before the email notification appeared, my reflection gazed back at me from the blank computer screen for a brief moment. Room 1618 of the Risk Management Hotel in Honolulu is the subject of the incident documentation. I cracked it open. The report was there. Timestamps, staff statements, damage assessment, a note about security footage showing a male subject forcing entry. Just the facts, with no reference to provocation or a struggle. Once more, my phone buzzed. This time, Tyler texted. "You think you're smart, Tyler? You can't simply walk away from us like that." I didn't respond. I printed a copy of the incident report, sent it to myself, and placed it in a manila folder. I wrote one word on the tab. Hawaii. This wasn't fun for me. It's the part that people consistently misunderstand. There was a steady, uneasy feeling that things were falling into place whether I wanted them to or not, but there was no rush or sense of fulfillment. I considered giving Allison a call. I considered calming things down and outlining how we could work together to resolve this. I considered how simple it would be to return to my previous position, that of absorbing the mess so that everyone else can act as though it never happened. Then I remembered that door. About the noise it produced when it shattered. About the fact that Allison had not looked at me, but rather past me. About how insignificant I had felt, as if I were pleading for permission to exist while standing in my own room. I looked at my email once more. There was another message. The credit card company sent this one. Verification of the removed permission. No more charges are allowed. Tidy. Once more. My phone rang. This time, I responded, "Allison. What did you do?" Without even saying hello, she made a demand. I fulfilled my promise exactly. "They are claiming that Tyler must pay for everything," I said. "Everything, including the door and the security response. That is not the type of money he has." I said, "That's not my problem," and I was taken aback by how effortlessly the words came out. She remarked, "You're punishing him." "No," I replied, "I'm going to stop." She fell silent. Her shallow, rapid breathing was audible to me. At last, she said, "You always do this. You hide behind paperwork," I said, glancing at the tidy lines and dates in the folder on my desk. "I conceal myself behind the truth. There's a difference," I said, and she hung up. After that, I sat there and stared at the phone for a long time. I wasn't upset. I wasn't victorious. I was worn out. I'm sick of paying to maintain harmony. I'm sick of having to explain basic decency to an adult male. I'm sick of hearing that being silent is a sign of weakness. I slid the folder into a drawer after closing it. This was not the end of it. Even though I hadn't intended to touch anything, I could already feel the ripples moving outward. The places where stories take root are work, church, and community. However, I wasn't attempting to stop them for the first time in years. I was standing in my kitchen that night, staring at the refrigerator without really seeing it, when the phone rang a little after 6:15. Less than an hour had passed since I got home. As if it didn't trust me to stay, my suitcase was still sitting by the door. I glanced at the screen. I waited for it to ring twice before responding. Allison. Now what? Not gentle, not sharp, just flat, I said. Her voice sounded tight and thin, as if she was using her teeth to keep it together. We have an issue, Michael. I reclined against the counter. Our issue has persisted for a while, she said hastily. This is different. Tyler is going crazy. There was a pause before the hotel said, I know what the hotel says. I could see her pacing on tile in that Hawaiian room, one hand on her hip, the other gripping her phone as if it were her lifeline. She claimed that they are handling it like vandalism. It wasn't a visitor incident. They claim that the original booking did not include his name. Clears throat, I said, that's because it wasn't. Her voice jumped. You knew. You anticipated that would occur. I said, I knew how it would be classified. I didn't make the decision. She let out a deep breath. Michael was intoxicated. It wasn't his intention. I said that at 3:15 inches the morning, he kicked in a door. It's not a miscommunication. Another voice, louder and closer to the phone, interrupted her before she could respond. Put me on, said Tyler. Tyler's breathing filled my ear after there was a scuffle and the muffled sound of Allison objecting. Quick, irate, and too near. He fled and locked accounts, saying, You think you're real clever. I can't be subjected to this. I said, I did nothing to you. He yelled. You left us. You made us feel ashamed. I held out. If you know how to use it, silence can be a useful tool. I owe you. His voice rose as he went on. I have always been owed by you. You wed my mother. This is what you signed up for. Above the stove, I glanced at the wall clock. The second hand clicked steadily and patiently. Finally, I said, Do you know what the cameras show, Tyler? His laughter was brittle and sharp. Which cameras? I explained what had transpired. Yes, I replied. You informed them. The chuckles ceased. I went on, They show you alone in the hallway. You can be seen kicking the door. They don't show you being touched. Another pause, this one longer. He began, That's not. I added, And the incident report notes you weren't a registered guest, which changes how responsibility works. He said, You're threatening me. No. I'm telling you. I said. Allison's voice returned. Please. Michael. He was not sure what he was doing. Would you please assist us in resolving this? Help. That word once more. I felt the burden of the day settle into my shoulders as I closed my eyes. I considered the emails I had previously sent, the documents I had signed, and the motion of the machine now that I was not using it. I said, There's something else. Allison fell silent. I went on, I've seen this pattern before. Something breaks after someone drinks. A story about being shoved, attacked, or losing something valuable follows. This is followed by a claim. Paperwork becomes disorganized. Tyler blew up. Are you saying I'm a fraudster? I declared, I'm saying I won't be part of anything that looks like it. Allison took a deep breath and said, Not with my name on the booking, not with my career. What are you talking about, Michael? I'm talking about self-defense. I stated. Tyler cursed, because I won't lie for this. Something slammed into my ears. Perhaps a door, perhaps a chair. Allison's tears came suddenly and sharply. She said, You're tearing this family apart. I experienced the well-known tug in my chest, the desire to soften, apologize, and address the emotion rather than the issue. For years, I had acted on that intuition. No, I muttered. Tyler yelled something I couldn't understand. I'm stopping it from tearing me apart. The line then stopped working. Even after the call ended, I stood there with my phone pressed to my ear for a considerable amount of time. It was too quiet in the kitchen. The refrigerator's hum was loud and obtrusive. My phone buzzed almost instantly again. Mercer Legal Services has sent a new email with a notice of intent. I slowly opened it. It was ambiguous, poorly worded, and a toothless threat. However, allegations of emotional distress, financial harm, and abandonment. I read it once, then again. My heart began to race. It was the old professional alertness taking over, not exactly fear. This was nothing new. Before substance, there is bluster. I added the email to the Hawaii folder and forwarded it to my work account. I then took a seat at the table and gazed at the wood grain until it ceased to swim. Things could still go either way at this point. I could give Allison a call back, offer to cover a portion of the damages, and make amends. I could quiet everything down. Quieter came at a price, though. It did so every time. I took out my notebook and jotted down another line. 6:55 p.m. Received a legal threat. No reply was sent. I put the pen down and capped it. Outside, Fort Wayne's sky was turning that lifeless gray of the Midwest. The kind that calmly settles in for the night. A garage door rattled closed somewhere down the block. Life is returning to normal. I didn't feel like I had won. I experienced clarity. And I was discovering that clarity was far more perilous than rage. The narrative had already begun to unfold without Allison and Tyler by the time they returned from Hawaii by plane. In a place like Fort Wayne, that's how things operate. You don't need to disclose anything to anyone. The truth will find its own shoes if you simply stop correcting them. When I went to Meijer for groceries the morning after they landed, I learned. When I heard my name, I was standing in the coffee aisle looking at a wall of brands that all made similar promises. Michael. I pivoted. It was Raymond Wilcox, a retired machinist from the church who was in his early 70s. For years, we had sat 4 pews apart and hardly exchanged greetings. "Good morning," I said. With gentle yet inquisitive eyes, he nodded. "Allison is back." "Yes," I replied. He paused late last night. I learned everything from that pause. "Hard trip?" he inquired. I took the folded incident report out of my jacket pocket and gave it to him. I didn't elaborate. I omitted the context. I simply let the paper do the talking. His jaw tensed as he slowly read it, not in rage, but in recognition. Finally, he said, "Huh." He returned it, saying, "Well, that's something. I'm sorry you had to endure that." "Thank you," I said. That was all. Just acknowledgement, no gossip or condemnation. I received a text by noon from a number I hadn't seen in a long time. "You made the correct decision. VFW Auxiliary Marseille." Allison returned home by nightfall. She stood there as if she didn't recognize the place after dropping her suitcase in the hallway. The house was just as I had left it, clean and peaceful. She said, "We need to talk." Weak, and she scoffed when I said that after supper. "You're behaving as though this is typical." I gave her a look. Honestly, gazed at her. She appeared older than she had in Hawaii, worn out and exhausted. I said, "This is normal." What took place there wasn't. With her arms folded tightly across her chest, she trailed me into the living room. "Are you aware of what people are saying?" she inquired. I answered, "I know what the paper says." "That's sufficient." "We were embarrassed by you," she said. "The board of the church called." "Regarding the travel fund?" they inquired. That was novel. A tiny, chilly click occurred in my chest. "What is the travel fund?" I inquired. She took a while to respond. Her eyes flicked toward the window. "The youth retreat one?" "At last," she said. "Some of the money was used for the Hawaii trip. Temporarily. Tyler was supposed to pay it back." I sat down slowly. "How much?" I asked. She shook her head. "Michael, don't do this." "How much?" I repeated. $4,750. She whispered. I exhaled through my nose. Not loud, just steady. "And whose name was on that account?" I asked. She didn't have to say it. "Mine." I stood up, walked to the desk, and opened the Hawaii folder. I pulled out the incident report and laid it on the table between us. "I'm not covering this," I said. Her face crumpled. "You're leaving me to deal with all of it." "No," I said, "I'm letting you deal with it." She cried then, loud, shaking sobs that used to undo me. "Not now." That night, I slept in the guest room. The bed was smaller. The pillow smelled faintly of laundry soap and dust. I slept anyway. The next day, the consequences spread wider. Tyler's employer called Allison about his behavior during company leave. A rumor surfaced at the diner about a vacation incident. The church scheduled an emergency meeting about the fund. I didn't attend. Instead, I sat at my desk and waited. On Thursday afternoon, I got an email from the mediation center downtown. Mandatory attendance requested. Allison had initiated it. I printed the email and slid it into the folder. That evening, a knock came at the door. It was Brian Fletcher, my neighbor, from 3 houses down. He held a 6-pack of root beer. "Figured you might need company," he said. We sat on the porch as the sun went down, not talking much. Just watching the street lights come on. "Are you all right?" he asked eventually. "I am," I said, for the first time in a while. He nodded. Sometimes stopping is the hardest thing. I looked at the front door, solid, locked. I thought about the one in Hawaii, how easy it had been to break. I knew the next step would be public. I knew it would hurt. But I also knew something else. I wasn't alone anymore. The mediation room smelled like burnt coffee and old carpet. The kind of place designed to make people talk without feeling important. It sat on the third floor of a brick building downtown across from the courthouse, with a flag in the corner that had clearly seen better decades. I arrived 15 minutes early. That wasn't strategy. That was habit. I placed my folder square with the edge in front of me as I sat at the long table. I placed my notebook on the right. On top was the Parker pen. Everything fell into place as it should have. Straight lines are helpful when your life starts to feel crooked. Allison entered first. She appeared to have dressed for a job interview. Hair pulled back tight, low heels, and a navy blazer. She glanced at the folder, then looked away. With his shoulders hunched forward as if he was already preparing for a fight, Tyler arrived after her. He had scuffed sneakers and a rumpled button-down shirt on. He avoided looking at me. He lowered himself into a chair and folded his arms. After introducing herself and outlining the ground rules, the mediator asked everyone to treat each other with respect. I paid attention. Tyler didn't. Let's just say it. Before she could finish, Tyler yelled. He abandoned us. He prevented us from getting money. Both back home and in Hawaii, he made us look foolish. That's the point of this. The mediator looked at me. Carter, Mr. I took a while to respond. I clicked on my folder. Copies, an incident report, a time-stamped folio change, email confirmations, and the hotel manager's printed statement were all contained within. Slowly and visibly, I laid them out one by one. I said, I'm not here to argue. I'm here to explain what transpired. Tyler's laugh was ugly and piercing. You believe that you are correct when you wave papers around. I gave him a look. Looked closely. His jaw was working as if he wanted to bite through the moment, and he was already perspiring. I said, let's start with the timeline. I turned the first page. At 3:19 a.m. I went on. Tyler is seen in the hallway outside room 1,618 inches security footage. He gives the door a kick. The door slams shut. Nobody else comes into contact with it. Tyler moved around in his seat. That's not how. I'm not done, I said coolly. The mediator held up a hand in Tyler's direction. Leaning back, he scoffed. I continued at 3:25. Another visitor files a noise complaint with the front desk. Security arrives at 3:28. Damage is recorded at 3:31. I hesitated. 3:31, I said. I take my suitcase and leave the room. Allison's gaze was fixed on the table. I turned to the next page. I said, this is the guest registration. Allison's name, mine, and the initial reservation time. This is not Tyler's name. That's meaningless, Tyler yelled. I said, it means everything. I looked over at the mediator. Registration is followed by responsibility. When he entered, he wasn't a registered visitor. I moved on to the next document. This is the report on the incident. The damage is categorized as vandalism committed by an unregistered person. Not a visitor mishap. I didn't say that. Tyler got up so quickly that his chair made a loud scraping sound on the floor. He yelled, you're doing this on purpose. This was something you planned. You intended for me to fail. The mediator got up. Please take a seat, sir. Tyler pointed at me and yelled. You ruined my life. You had the option to pay. You paid every time. There was silence in the room. More than anything else he had said, that sentence lingered in the atmosphere. I glanced at him, then back at the documents. I didn't ruin your life, I said. I folded my hands over the folder and closed it. I no longer have to pay for your errors. Tyler's face flushed red as he opened and closed his mouth. There's a difference, I continued. I didn't speak louder. I didn't bend over. I sat and let the words fall. There was silence for a few seconds. The mediator cleared her throat. Regarding your version of events, Mr. Knox, the hotel staff has also issued a statement. She read aloud from a printed page she had taken from her own stack. The visitor made an effort to portray the event as a physical confrontation. This assertion was not supported by the video review. Tyler's laughter was too loud. They're telling lies. The mediator went on. The visitor also asked for paperwork for a personal claim that had nothing to do with the property damage. Allison raised her head abruptly. Which assertion? Tyler whirled in her direction. Nothing at all. At last, I turned to face Allison. I said, this is what I meant. I moved away for this reason. Tyler struck the table with his fist. Do you believe that you are superior to me? Writing things down makes you feel like a hero. No, I said, I don't think you've ever had to deal with the fallout from your actions. He yelled, "That's not true." The mediator firmly said, "Then sit down and listen." With labored breathing, Tyler sank back into his chair. I read the final line I had written in my notebook. 6:55 p.m. Legal threat received, I said. No reply was sent. I turned to face Tyler. I didn't take revenge. You weren't attacked by me. I didn't propagate gossip. I turned to face Allison. I quit lying. She started crying. I stated, I didn't come here to win. The mediator nodded slowly and said, I came here to be done. According to the documentation, Mr. Knox is liable for the damages. Mr. Carter is not required to pay for these expenses. Between a laugh and a sob, Tyler made a strangled noise. Michael, Allison muttered, and I got to my feet. My involvement ends here, I declared. Emotionally, legally, and financially. I picked up my notebook and folder and put the pen in my pocket. Tyler yelled after me as I made my way to the door. Do you believe that this gives you strength? I put my hand on the handle and stopped. I didn't look back. I said, I think it makes me free. After that, I opened the door and moved out into the hallway, escaping the commotion. After the mediation, the house felt different. It's not as clean or empty as a room after the furniture has been removed, and the dust has finally subsided enough to reveal the floor. That evening, Allison did not return home. She said she was staying with a church friend via text. I simply said, okay, no argument, no follow-up. I placed my phone on the table, face down, and left it there. I did what I had always done best in the days that followed. I created lists, separated accounts, closed authorizations, and canceled automatic payments. I took my time. I didn't take my time. I was methodical, courteous, and forthright about what was no longer viable in my marriage, just as I would have been in a complex audit. It wasn't a dramatic moment when Allison and I finally sat down to talk. From opposite ends of the table, two people realized the same truth without yelling or making accusations. She muttered, I don't know who you are anymore. I gave a nod. I do. At that point, we both realized there was no way to resolve the issue. A door can be fixed by you. Once a boundary has been crossed and rejected, it cannot be restored. The divorce went smoothly. There were just signatures, dates, and a final transfer that felt more like relief than loss, no court drama, no spending on retaliation. I never heard from Tyler again. I didn't make contact. I met with my retirement planner a few weeks later. I had been seeing the same guy for years. The same office with his children's framed pictures on the desk. He tapped his calculator and said, you know, with these changes, you could step back earlier than we plan. I asked how much earlier. He grinned. Maybe 5 or 6 years. I gave that some serious thought. 6 years of stress-free mornings. Not waiting for the next crisis for 6 years. 6 years were purchased by the straightforward choice to cease funding chaos, not by hard work or good fortune. I was sipping a cup of black coffee in my living room on a calm Sunday morning. I'd always told myself that the good kind was too costly. The only sound in the house was the wall clock's gentle tick. Fort Wayne outside went about its daily business. A delivery truck sitting at the corner, a dog barking 3 houses down, and lawns being mowed. I glanced at my front door. Sturdy, intact, and securely locked just like a door should be. I would mistake peace for endurance for years. I believed that being a good man meant accepting whatever was thrown at me and grinning through it. I was mistaken. There is a price for peace. Silence also does. Who makes the payment makes a difference. I hope you keep this in mind if this story touched you or if you've ever been told to ignore someone who keeps pushing your boundaries. You are free to stop. Feel free to shut the door. Furthermore, you have no obligation to justify your choice of dignity to anyone. Share this story with someone who may be carrying too much in silence if you think more people should hear it. And think about subscribing and sticking around if you want to hear more tales like this one, stories of silent strength, difficult decisions, and the protracted journey back to self-respect. Fighting back isn't always the bravest thing a man can do. It's moving away and ceasing to make payments. I found family stripping my $15 million inheritance. At New Year countdown, I took the mic. Happy New Year. 500 guests watched. Dad is in cuffs. I walked with a smile. My sister's scream broke through the music and champagne pops on New Year's Eve at precisely midnight. We are done, oh my God. Like a bag of bricks. My mother struck the marble floor. With his face as white as the arid sand outside, my father stood still. He had been yelling into the phone 4 minutes prior. Where the hell are you, Evelyn? I gave a cool, collected response. Was my present appreciated by the family? Evelyn Carter is my name. I'm 29 years old and own a posh ceramics studio in Phoenix. I've always been the failure who makes a living by playing in mud for the Carters of North Scottsdale, Arizona's largest real estate dynasty. For years, they told me that I would never be as good as my brother, the CFO, or my ideal sister. They were unaware that I had been surreptitiously monitoring every dime they attempted to conceal from me for the last 4 years. At precisely 11:45 p.m. just one box was delivered. Everything changed on December 31st. It all began 12 days prior when I returned home early to assist with the largest New Year's Eve celebration the desert had ever witnessed, with the hope that this year would be different. Please share your tale in the comments if you have ever had a family that disapproved of you for following your own way. From where are you watching? I read each and every one. Stay tuned to see what happens next. Not even I could have written a script. My mom's text remained unanswered on my phone 12 days before to New Year's Eve. Evelyn, get home early. This will be the largest party to date. I need everyone here, from the canyons to the ocean. For the first time in years, she had made such an almost begging request for assistance. In my studio, surrounded by half-glazed vases, I gazed at the screen while I waited for the kiln. Perhaps she was implying that things might change. I packed a few changes of clothes in a duffel bag, wrapped a sleek obsidian bowl with saguaro shapes carved on it, and put my ancient Jeep on the pedal. I had been saving this piece of handmade pottery for Dad. It took less than 2.5 hours to drive from Phoenix to North Scottsdale, with the Superstition Mountains disappearing behind the sprawl as it gave way to gated communities and golf course greens. As the sun began to set and the desert horizon transformed into a fiery orange, I went down the long gravel lane that was bordered by ironwood trees in the early evening. With a flat roof that blended into the McDowell Peaks, the house towered ahead like a glass and stone castle. A leased fireworks scaffold was rising close to the outdoor amphitheater. Workers in khakis were stringing LED lights around the edge of the infinity pool, and enormous white tents were being erected on the back lawn for the overflow throng. I could even see the preparations in progress from the gate. This was more than a celebration. The Carter family's yearly proclamation of supremacy attracted financiers from Dallas, developers from Los Angeles, and all the important branches of the family tree. I parked next to the 8-car garage, picked up the covered bowl in my purse, and made my way to the front doors. Before I knocked, they flew open, and Rosa, our 18-year housekeeper, was standing there, her apron covered in flour from whatever she was doing in the kitchen. "Look at you, Miss Evelyn." She drew me into a brief embrace, her silver cross necklace chilly against my cheek, saying, "It's been too long." Rosa had always been my lone bright spot. She would ask sincere questions about my most recent glazing experiments and sneak me extra tamales when Mom wasn't watching. "Your mom and the event coordinator are out back. Enter. Enter." I entered the refreshing marble entryway. Fresh sage from the diffusers and something zesty baking somewhere in the house filled the air. The location had undergone yet another makeover. The walls are covered in fresh abstract paintings of deserts. Over the stairway was a huge copper chandelier that most likely cost more than my rent each year. As always, it struck me. Land purchases and luxury flips were the foundation of this fortune, and every square foot screamed control. However, I ignored the idea and concentrated on the bowl I was holding. Perhaps at last, Dad would grasp it and feel the weight of the clay I had poured myself. Rosa guided me through the living room, past windows that reached the ceiling and framed the saguaros in the backyard. From the kitchen came voices. Orders for caviar stations and ice sculptures are barked by planners. With her clipboard in hand and her blonde bob in its finest form, Mom appeared from the corridor wearing white linen as if she had just posed for the party pictures. "You made it, Evelyn." She looked at my trousers and linen shirt as if she was pricing out an open house. But she didn't give me an embrace. "The East Wing's guest apartments are ready. Your previous room is being renovated into a home gym. We require room for the trainers to enter." Like gravel under tires, the words fell. I had spent 20 years in that room. I had painted the terracotta walls myself. My first crooked mugs from high school pottery class were arranged on shelves. It was simply space now. The lump in my throat was swallowed. "That makes sense, Mom. For Dad, I brought something. He wanted to see it before the mayhem." She gave the wrapped item a fleeting glance. "He's working on the toast speech's last numbers in his study with Lucas and the others. Avoid interrupting, unless it's urgent." She employed the same business-like tone while dealing with underbidding contractors. With the bowl now heavy in my arms, I nodded and made my way down the corridor. Low conversations could be heard through the breach in the study door, which was slightly open and letting in a sliver of warm lamplight. My father's comments stopped me dead as I lifted my hand to knock. Evelyn must confront reality. She only makes a few $1,000s a month. If that, from her mud habit. This is what we're doing for her benefit. I gasped. I felt like lead. And I froze. my fingers hovering over the bowl. I could see them through the opening. Michael Carter, my father, with his silver hair catching the desk lamp, reclined in his leather chair. Margaret, my mother, sitting on the armrest without her clipboard. My 36-year-old brother Lucas, who is currently the company's CFO, is entering data into a tablet. Is greater than is greater than is greater than is greater than my 33-year-old sister Vanessa, the real estate lawyer who signed and grinned at every transaction. And a man I didn't recognize in a sharp suit stood across from them. Spreadsheets were seen in the bag of the financial advisor they had brought in from Denver. Lucas's voice was as silky as the scotch swirling in his glass as he replied, "It's perfect timing. Eve of the new year. The house is full. The entire network, including aunts and uncles." Michael delivers the speech on the importance of family harmony. Next, we turn around. Present the projections to her. A real entry-level position at Carter Properties versus her studio. Entry-level advertising. $82,000 base pay, including benefits. In front of everyone, she signs the relinquishment. Dad steepled his fingers and nodded. Exactly. The scripted intervention. You take care of the emotional aspect, Margaret. Show worry for her future. Make it seem like difficult love. Mom's voice softened just enough to sell it as she leaned closer. We're here to assist her get back on track, even though we've been worried for years about her squandering that business degree on crafts. The advisor turned a page and cleared his throat. It's airtight financially. Given the size of her flat and the fact that she has no assets to show, she is barely making ends meet on $42,000 a year at most. Contrast it with the stability of corporations. She'll see the logic. Additionally, the trust shielded the main holdings from volatility by transferring $31 million into the Cayman vehicle by the end of the quarter. He looked at Lucas, who grinned. From the instability of Evelyn, you mean that when she wakes up, she can't sue for a bigger slice? Vanessa laughed brightly and sharply. Oh, please. Do you recall Thanksgiving? Talking about her glaze firing schedule as if it were a board meeting, she appears in that thrift shop caftan. She will bring down the entire name if we don't intervene right away. Our sister's finger painting pots for Etsy, and the Whitman girl recently became a partner at her firm. My knees gave way. The bowl held tight to my chest like a shield as I pressed against the wall. They weren't merely rejecting my work. I was being erased. Dad had promised that we would all have equal interests in the family trust when we turned 31, but this meant giving up any claim to it. And right in front of me, the Cayman transfer conceals assets abroad. For years, I had been suspicious of Dad's avoidance of estate planning inquiries. However, this was thievery disguised as security, protecting against the daughter who dared to make rather than sell. Dad's voice became quieter. We act quickly after she signs. That evening, Rosa cleans the old room. Sketches, tools all for donation or storage. No more compromises. She either makes a commitment or gets away with it. With glasses clinking in agreement, the room became silent. Vanessa elevated hers to new beginnings for each of us. A noise began to grow in my ears as heat poured onto my face. 31 million. I chose clay over contracts, which resulted in the loss of my inheritance. With a gentle thump against the rug, the bowl fell out of my numb fingers. The loudness was sufficient, but I managed to catch it just in time. Inside, a chair scratched. A wave of panic swept through. The truth was burning in my chest, and I couldn't face them like this. I turned and slid down the hall past the kitchen where Rosa buzzed over empanadas, unaware, and backed away, silent as shadow. I still had my purse by the front door. I took hold of it, carefully opened the big oak, and entered the cool darkness of the desert. I eased down the drive as the Jeep's motor turned over and the headlights softly cut through the twilight. There were no explanations or farewells, just the sound of tires on blacktop as I was driven back toward Phoenix. I was unable to open the bowl since it was still wrapped around the passenger seat like a deception. With my hands shaking too much to continue driving, I stopped at the first rest area off the I-10. Under a starry sky, the engine clicked as it cooled. At last, I turned off the headlights and started crying. On the second ring, Claire heard it. It's 2:15 in the morning, Evelyn. You're where? I was hardly able to talk. They're totally ignoring me. In public. New Year's Eve. She didn't squander time on consolation. Explain exactly what you heard. I said each word again. The documents of disinheritance. The $31 million that were converted from trust to the gym. She remained silent. You still have the forensic files, followed. I engaged a Tempe-based accounting company 4 years ago, just after Dad misplaced a packet of trust documents I needed for my taxes. Since then, they had been giving me copies. Bank transfers. Ledgers of the shell firm. Lucas and the advisor exchanged emails. I already had 72% of the puzzle in my safe. Claire's voice gave me stability. The studio is 50 minutes away. Go home. We complete this. I wiped my face, turned on the ignition, and slid back onto the deserted highway. When I rolled up the metal gate, the warehouse district was completely silent. I turned on the work lights. Pieces had shipped off weeks before, and the empty spaces where rows of shelves gleamed. The heat from the day's firing was still emanating from a single kiln. Instead of defeat, the area smelt of accomplishment and silica. I immediately headed to the office corner after taking off my shoes. Behind a pile of blank slabs was the safe. The combination changed. The door opened. 3 encrypted drives, 4 huge expandable files, and 1 printed timeline with my red pen annotations. On the large table where I typically trim bowls, I spread everything out. Transfers began 18 months ago, according to bank statements. Round numbers are always routed through the Caymans, and are always on Fridays. Lucas sent the advisor emails. Make sure these are never seen by Evelyn. I have my name crossed out in black pen on a draft of the new trust amendment. My family had never requested the studio's actual numbers, so I opened my laptop and looked them up. 915,000 gross throughout the previous fiscal year. Private commissions from collectors in Dubai, London, and half of the tech wives in San Francisco are expected to reach 1.65 million this year. I had not disclosed any financial flow because I didn't require their consent. 3:25 was the time on the wall clock. The celebration is in 9 days. It will take 9 days to complete the remaining 28% of the gaps, tie up any loose ends, and package it so they won't forget it. I started making calls after brewing coffee strong enough to remove glazing. Quiet ones. The first ring was answered by the forensic accountant. He had been anticipating. I was owed a favor by a tax lawyer I had met at a gallery opening. By morning, I had scheduled appointments and scheduled a delivery service on the 31st. Light seeped through the high windows as I stood in the center of the studio. Even though the shelves appear empty to them, the proof that is now strewn all over the table was paid for by every sold-out collection and missing vase. They sought to demonstrate my financial ruin. I was going to demonstrate the reverse and bring down the entire house of cards with me. Like a perfectly centered lump of clay. The choice rested in my chest. Stop wishing that they would change. No more doubting my value. The line had been painted in the sand by them. In it, I was going to bury them. I was already seated in my tax lawyer's downtown office the following morning. The navy suit that Thomas Whitaker had on the evening we met at an opening in Scottsdale was still on him. He moved a new legal pad across the table made of glass. Show me what you have. I threw all 3 drives and 4 folders in front of him. He gave a low whistle. You were serious. This is a case that is federal in nature. We cross-referenced each transfer for 4 hours. He pointed out the signed amendment page that locked me out, 2 wire confirmations, and the last missing parts. Before lunch, his paralegal retrieved them from public files. It was 220 pages thick, tabbed, highlighted, and notarized in triplicate by 2P. M. Bragg. The bundle included 3 encrypted USBs. Just 1 master. 1 contingency. 1 safety measure. Thomas reclined. Are you certain you want to present this at precisely 11:45 on the 31st? Just before the countdown, I said. He didn't dispute. My next destination was the South Phoenix custom wood shop where I had previously purchased gallery crates. I was owed $12,000 by the owner for an installation that took place last spring. On butcher paper, I drew the box. Walnut in black. Blind. Dovetails. Hinges made of brass. The lid has the Carter crest laser etched on it. Charcoal suede lines the interior. A recessed binder compartment. The drives have a velvet tray. On the 31st, he promised a discreet white glove delivery and completion in 7 days. After making a cash payment, I departed. I opened the group chat I had maintained since college once I was back at the studio. The 4 individuals who never ever referred to my work as a hobby were Claire, Caleb, Naomi, and Julian. For New Year's Eve, I typed, need the Red Rock House in Sedona. No more than 12 of us. Money is meaningless. Claire answered in a matter of seconds. I had already made the reservation when you mentioned that you could abandon your family last month. You're welcome. A champagne emoji was sent by Caleb. The VRBO link was dropped by Naomi. Julian recently wrote, we always have your back. I hired a mixologist, private chefs, and a local band to perform desert rock under the stars. The home featured enough bedrooms so no one had to share, as well as a heated infinity pool with a view of the canyons. I made a complete upfront payment with no cancellation. It grew dark. As I sat at the glazing table with my beloved fountain pen and a single sheet of heavy cream stock, the warehouse lights buzzed overhead. I took my time writing, carefully considering each letter. You told me I would never be enough for years, Michael, Margaret, Lucas, and Vanessa. You will discover the true cost of having plenty tonight. The IRS and the family trust lawyer already have the originals. You have copies in your hands. Cheers to the new year. I'm not going to do another one. Evelyn. After wiping off the ink, I folded the page once and placed it inside a cream envelope. The same crest that would be burned into the box lid was used to seal it with red wax. I took one more stroll around the floor, feeling the chilly shelves with my fingers. After the last test firing, the kiln ticked as it cooled. Every surface had been cleaned, and every instrument had its proper home. Never had the studio appeared more prepared. I locked the prototype box the woodworker had delivered that afternoon, placed the envelope on top of the binder, and shut the suede flap. It was weighty enough to feel like judgment, weighing precisely 13 pounds. My hands weren't shaking for the first time in a long time. Every step had fallen precisely where it should have. The rim was clean, the walls were drawn high, and the clay was centered. The fire was all that was left. I strolled out into the warm desert night after turning out the light and setting the alarm. It seems like 9 days was sufficient. It was New Year's Eve. In the already starry and black sky, the desert mansion on Cactus Road glistened like a mirage. Saguaros covered with tiny white lights were illuminated by the headlights of a procession of white Rolls-Royces and black SUVs that meandered up the half-mile driveway. Doors slammed in perfect time as valets in white coats ran between automobiles. From the vehicle court to the double-height bronze doors, a crimson carpet unfolded, flanked by tall torches that blazed and hissed in the crisp December air. Is greater than is greater than. Is greater than is greater than. The energy felt volcanic, even though the temperature inside was set to 72 degrees. With white headphones flashing, the DJ, who had been brought in from Los Angeles, stood on a high platform made of smoked mirror and played a bespoke remix that caused the crystal chandeliers to vibrate. Like altars, 3 bars glowed. Only 1,996 Dom Perignon was poured from Jeroboam's. Another offered hand-cut glasses of aged Japanese whiskey. The third was a blend of beverages that flashed neon under black light and smoked with dry ice. On the acrylic floor that covered the infinity pool, women dressed in midnight sequins and liquid gold whirled around. Ripples of colored light appeared beneath their heels with each step. With a gold silk column gown that caught every strobe and diamonds at her throat that scattered light like paparazzi flashes, Margaret walked through the crowd like a queen. She touched too many arms, laughed too loudly, and spoke the same thing to each new face. Our biggest party to yet. Tonight, everyone who matters is present. As he guaranteed first-look discounts on the Dubai Marina and the Vegas high-rise, Michael stood beneath the enormous iron chandelier in the cigar room, Cuban smoke swirling over his head. With a suave voice and eyes already looking for the next handshake, Lucas worked the investors in his midnight blue peak lapel tuxedo. Vanessa lifted her phone high, flashed her diamond necklace every time the ring light popped, and posed on the great staircase with her influencer pack. The far wall above the double-sided fireplace was dominated by an 82-inch screen that was playing slow-motion drone footage of the estate at dusk. 11:32 p.m. was displayed on the countdown clock beneath it. One last time the front doors opened, a courier wearing a fitted black suit and white gloves entered with a single item, a black walnut box with shining brass hinges and the Carter crest laser etched in the middle of the lid. Security passed him through immediately after recognizing the pre-approved vendor code. He placed the box behind an 8-foot bouquet of white flowers on the white marble console, bowed once, and vanished. Margaret saw it at once. Her grin grew angular. Everyone looks. Oh my God. At last, our little Potter recalled us. She clapped her well-groomed hands as if she had just won something. The phone lifted in a wave as Evelyn sent a gift. With her heels clicking, she carried the box to the middle of the living room and set it on the ottoman like she was revealing a trophy. Vanessa grabbed the thick ribbon of cream. Another crooked bowl to conceal in the guest bathroom, most likely. She pulled. A charcoal suede interior, a sealed cream envelope with red wax, a 220-page black binder, and 3 matte black USB drives tucked within velvet were all present as the lid lifted with a gentle magnetic sigh. Already somewhat inebriated from his triumph, Lucas rolled his eyes. $12 claims that the video is a sob story, pleading with viewers to return home. He took one drive and pushed it under the screen into the media hub. The drone footage disappeared. The lights in the room automatically went down for the surprise show. The wall was covered in clear 4K, wire confirmation on page 1. The amount is $31 million USD. Grand Cayman account. The email thread titled Finalize Removal of EC before 12/31 appears on page 2. The signatures of Michael and Lucas Carter are bolded in blue on page 3 of the trust amendment. Whistleblower acknowledgement stamps received, IRS Form 2-11, page 4. Before someone stopped it, the music continued to pound for 3 complete seconds. Like a guillotine, silence fell. The silence was broken by Vanessa's scream. "Oh my God, we're screwed." Her champagne flute erupted into 1,000 crystal pieces across the travertine after slipping from her manicured fingertips. She gazed at the TV as though it were about to bite her. With her gold gown suddenly uncomfortably tight, Margaret retreated a step. Her knees gave way. Too late. 2 hedge fund wives jumped in. With a dull thud, her head struck the corner of the ottoman before hands grabbed her shoulders. There was a call for ice. With his face the color of printer paper, Michael remained motionless, staring at his own signature, which was 10 feet wide. His temple vein throbbed so violently that it appeared to be about to rupture. He parted his lips. Nothing emerged. Thomas Whitaker had created a 45-second loop specifically for this time, and the screen automatically cycled. An advisor's notes, account numbers, transfer dates, and the line that said, "Submitted to Internal Revenue Service. Criminal Investigation Division." His wife was already recording on her phone when a tech millionaire in the back muttered, "That's felony stuff." Lucas grabbed the remote, stumbled on Vanessa's abandoned heels, and sent it flying across the floor. The loop continued to roll as he scrambled after it on all fours. The guests formed a flawless circle of judgment by taking a step back. A wall of tuxedos and sequins barred Vanessa's path as she whirled toward the closest exit. Each phone was aimed like a weapon at her. Her mascara began to fall in flawless black rivers. Margaret gasped as she collapsed on the ground and gripped Michael's ankle. At last he found his voice, rough and raw. "Switch it off. Turn it off for heaven's sake." The video had already automatically uploaded to 30 private stories, and one highly public Dropbox link when a staff member pulled the disk. 11:59:40 was the time on the countdown clock. The fireworks spectacular, which cost $50,000, did not draw any attention to the terrace. The 52-foot glass walls trembled in the desert wind. 95 of Arizona's most influential citizens stood still, witnessing in real time as the Carter Empire fell apart. And I raised my glass to the moon and waited for the phones to ring 2 hours north, under a different sky. At precisely 11:58 p.m., 2 minutes before their world turned upside down, my phone began to explode. I was barefoot on the Sedona Villa's cozy sandstone terrace. Under the moon, red sandstone churches shone blood orange. 1,000 fairy lights were strung through the mesquite trees, reflecting the turquoise shimmer of the infinity pool. The mixologist was pouring 2008 Cristal into antique coupe glasses that caught the light like prisms, while our private chef had just finished preparing the final entree, which included caviar spoons and chocolate spheres sprinkled with gold leaf. Vanessa's name appeared first, along with a contact photo of her grinning on a yacht in a bikini from 5 years ago. I waited for voicemail to take it over. 30 seconds later, Lucas's followed. The same fate. Next came Margaret's call, her face fixed in a charity ball smile that looked like it was smoothed by Botox. I did nothing but watch the screen pulse on the teak table. The last name to appear was Michael's. Just the word dad in all uppercase, without a picture. I lifted the phone high so everyone on the terrace could hear, tapped the speaker, and swiped. Behind me, our 12-person chosen family, Claire, Caleb, Naomi, Julian, and the others, formed a loose semicircle. Halfway to their mouths, champagne flutes stopped. The speaker was almost blown out by the noise that erupted through it. "Evelyn, you ungrateful, insane little." He spoke in terms I had never heard him use before. With the exception of the faint beat of the band warming up inside for the countdown, the terrace was silent. A single, piercing bark that reverberated off the walls of the canyon was the sound of someone laughing behind me. Next, Margaret's high-pitched, cracked voice forced its way in. "Please take me up, baby. Come home, please. We can conclude that it was a fraud. Everything can be fixed by us. We still consider you our daughter." Vanessa let out a primal, animal scream over her. "You lack talent and are envious. All of our hard work was just ruined by you." With his voice trembling from barely restrained worry, Lucas attempted the measured approach. "Cease and desists are already being drafted by all of the nation's leading firms. By spring, you'll be in federal jail. Once more, Michael, the businessman attempting to haggle, is now colder. Give your number a name. 12 million. 25. Whatever it takes to get rid of this." I waited until there was no more oxygen left in the commotion on the other end. The aroma of freedom and juniper filled the air coming from the canyon. I put the phone to my lips and spoke in a calm, clear, Arctic voice. "This is the final time any of you will ever hear my voice, so pay attention. The Carter family perished as soon as that box opened. Dead and buried, not injured, not asleep. Every email, every falsified page, and every transfer were all kept by me. The originals are with the IRS. The copies are with your partners. No table for negotiations is present. No solution exists. There isn't a daughter anymore. Not another sister. The safety net is gone. Now you are strangers. Additionally, strangers are not given second chances. Margaret wept unintelligibly about grandchildren she will never get to meet. I will burn in hell, Vanessa yelled. As if I still had anything to conceal, Lucas threatened to reveal my studio's finances. With a cracked voice, Michael made one last attempt. You will live the rest of your life regretting this. I gave the moon a smile. No, you will. I hung up the phone. The screen darkened. I turned off the phone entirely, using my thumbnail to remove the SIM card, and threw it into the swimming pool. With a small plink, it disappeared, engulfed by blue light. Claire's eyes gleamed as she gave me a brand new flute. We entered through the glass doors and were counted in by the band leader. 10, 9, 8. Together, our voices echoed off Cathedral Rock as we yelled the numbers. Our special pyrotechnics squad lit the first shell at 3. At one point, scarlet hearts that bloomed and dripped like slow fire, violet chrysanthemums, and gold cascades exploded in the sky. The sides of the canyon became molten crimson, then gold, and finally white. I couldn't hear Julian's joyful shout over the thunder as he put both arms around my shoulders. Naomi, decked out in sequins that flashed like fish scales, leaped into the pool. Everything was captured in 4K by Caleb's drone, but only we could see it. I held my glass up to the explosions above and drank till my throat was burnt by the bubbles. The champagne tasted like the first day of the rest of my life, like oxygen, like victory. I sat on the terrace by myself long after the fires in the outdoor pits had subsided and everyone had gone inside to rest on sectionals and guest beds. Once more, the canyons were quiet, old and unaffected. I whispered softly enough for only the desert to hear, leaning against the warm stone railing. Carter's, Happy New Year. Savor the fallout. The first IRS certified letter appeared on the marble console in the Cactus Road Homes entryway 5 months later. Department of the Treasury, Large Business and International Division was the return address, and Michael signed it with a nervous hand. There was a notice of insufficiency for $31 million in unreported offshore income within, penalty, compound interest, and an 80% fraud assessment. $24,980,000 and change is the total amount owed. 90 days is the payment deadline. The joint venture letter of intent for the new marina resort was revoked by the Dubai Sovereign Fund 3 weeks later. An email with just one line. We are withdrawing due to recent regulatory concerns. 72 hours later, the Vegas group followed, claiming that there was a risk to their reputation. Overnight, 2 projects that would have generated $450 million in future revenue vanished. Lucas remained CFO for precisely 11 more days. In an emergency meeting, the board unanimously voted him out. He was led out of the premises by security while carrying his Harvard diploma and a banker's box. For weeks, he kept his LinkedIn profile open to new opportunities. In the same month, Vanessa's husband filed for divorce. His lawyer claimed that half of the undisclosed assets were marital property and included the Cayman Trust documents with the petition. While forensic tracing was being done, the judge froze all accounts bearing her name. Memberships in country clubs expired. While she was having lunch with women who now pretended not to notice her, the Range Rover was repossessed in the club parking lot. Margaret's social calendar became a cemetery. Her name was taken off the invitation by the co-chairs of the charity gala. Her resignation was discreetly accepted by the board of the Phoenix Art Museum. There was silence in the text chains. Her daily tennis quartet disbanded without a single phone call, and the only notices she got were, "So-and-so has quit the group." The 3 of them were called to grandmother Eleanor's property in Paradise Valley. She remained rigidly upright in her leather wingback at 91. Across the coffee table, she slid updated estate documents. The names of Michael, Margaret, Lucas, and Vanessa were now purposefully left off, appearing under a single line. Everything was redirected to 3 animal rescue charities and distant cousins, including the ranch, business holdings, and foundation. Eleanor's final remarks were straightforward. You attempted to plunder your own blood. Blood has memory. 7 weeks later, the house itself was up for sale. The listing photographs featured the same infinity pool, red rock views, and marble console, but the price was now 25% less than competitors. Everyone in town was aware of the story, so buyers circled like vultures, lowballing. In 5 months, Michael will turn 10 years old. His temple silver turned white. During lunch, Margaret began taking Valium. Lucas stopped answering the door after relocating to a 2-bedroom condo close to Camelback. Vanessa never returned from her flight to a Costa Rican healing retreat. New construction cranes no longer have the Carter name. Old signage were taken down. The family crest was removed from the newly printed letterhead. The fall of the empire was not an overnight event. The desert remained silent throughout its slow, agonizing, and public bleeding out. By early September, I had 6 crates of greenware in the cargo hold of a one-way flight to New York. Years of quiet grinding had never accomplished what the scandal had. My name appeared in places I never had to pay to get. Every art blog from London to Seoul suddenly featured 12 pieces from a little show I had done in a Phoenix warehouse the previous winter, which was invitation only. She is one of the most fascinating ceramicists working today, and the headlines that formerly said, Carter Air exposes family fraud, suddenly included second lines. Elena Moreau, the director of Gallery Ver in Soho, sent an email 4 weeks after the story was published. "We would be honored," is the subject line. The following day, she had taken a plane to Phoenix, strode through my studio in 5-inch heels without flinching in the clay dust, and immediately made an exclusive 3-year contract offer. The rent for a bare loft on West 26th that measured 3,200 feet was paid. When I landed, there were already 2 gas kilns, a slab roller, and a ventilation system that money couldn't ordinarily purchase. In September, I relocated. Every morning when I hurled the first new forms of my existence without a last name I detested, the Hudson gleamed outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Once ghosting collectors now pleaded for positions on the waiting list. Loans were requested by museums. I quadrupled my prices, then tripled them again. It didn't feel like retaliation. I just felt like gravity was finally on my side. A certified envelope reached the gallery desk one bleak November afternoon. The return address of a Scottsdale law office. Michael Carter is the sender. After signing for it, the receptionist carried it upstairs. The calligraphy on the front was still flawless and haughty, but I recognized it. I didn't open it. On the 28th, I walked to the post office, scribbled, refused, crossed the seal and returned it to the sender in black ink, and then entered it back into the system. None of them would ever get to me again after that. Winter arrived early. I loaded the new 52-foot kiln for its initial firing on the first day of actual snowfall. 48 pieces, enormous platters in ash white and iron red, towering bottles with cracked desert glazes, and bowls so thin they rang like bells. I shut the heavy door, set the program to cone 10, and hit start. Through the peephole, the elements shone orange. The city was muffled by the snow outside. The kiln's interior screamed like a subdued dragon. After pouring 1 mug of coffee, I went to the window and observed the flakes floating across the Hudson. For weeks, my phone rested on the sill with its screen turned to black. I took it up, pressed the power button till the apple appeared one last time, and then allowed it to die entirely. Just the gentle click of a chapter ending forever, no ceremony, no speech. The temperature of the kiln rose to 2,300 degrees. Everyone who had ever told me that I was wasting my life in the mud came to mind. Since the pottery shed behind the mansion was the one spot no one followed, I thought of the young girl who used to hide there. The woman standing here now crossed my mind. The studio covered the cost. Performances sold out until 29. In lieu of inheritance provisions, the name appears on waiting lists. And I realized the one important truth. Once you've learned to construct your own table, you won't need theirs. When your work speaks louder than their money ever could, you don't need their approval. When you eventually offer yourself love, you won't need their affection. The kiln made a beeping sound. The cycle is finished. Hours later, I opened the door to flawless shelves of fire-kissed clay that were stronger, harder, and more exquisite than anything they had ever come into contact with. I whispered to everyone and no one, grinning at the glow. This is the result of burning down the door instead of requesting entry. Evelyn Carter vanished forever on that day. And Evelyn started. Just Evelyn.